Welcome, welcome, guys. This is the Merit Poker Gangster Series 2023.
He had a little pause.
It is your first Gangster Series. It is my first Gangster Series. How you doing, guys? This is David Lappin alongside James Dempsey, and we are going to take you through day 3 of the warm-up event, $2,200 warm-up event. There is 833k in the prize pool. 167 of those Ks are up top.
Oh, a lot of Ks.
Yeah. 53 players are paid. We've got 79 left, so there were 453 entrants in this tournament. They got down to 175 through day 1. 79 remain. Lots of re-entries in the mix as well. $3,840 min cash, and that's kind of close by. I would say second frame of this coverage, we're going to see the bubble.
You're going to breathe now? That felt like quite a lot. I'm just here excited to see more poker action from Merit, and I'm really excited about this lower third that's appearing on the screen here. We're out in the Western Gangsters.
Look at this.
I like this. I'm feeling gangstery. I'm feeling criminal. But yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've had a quick look around the floor, and perhaps speculation maybe the fields are even better than usual.
Well, that has been touted by our wonderful producer who decided to abandon us and take a seat. We've often talked about doing this. We've all gone, oh my God, the field is so good, I want to get out there. Well, he actually did.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to get him in on the next frame on our feature table, which should be great. You guys all know him as Milbutes, of course, a legend around these parts. Hopefully he's in the mix. There's a whole lot of good players in the mix. I see there's some big stacks. We've got a couple of 2 million chip stacks. Some familiar faces and names I remember from this place.
Oh, yeah.
Hadi Kadra. I see Mustabiz was building a stack.
Mustafa's there with 600k, I spotted. Ankit Ahuja, who had a huge result here at the EPT. He won the Eureka tournament for, I think it was about 300k. It was a huge result. So he's in the mix there. He's got 415k. We mentioned Milbudas. We have Eli Said. Niels Pudel and Ryan Mandara also in the mix. We spotted Ryan in the bar last night having a cheeky pint after he bagged up. Good luck to Ryan.
Why are you putting him on blast like that? He was in bed or running Sims. Come on now.
He was there with his missus looking for a deck of cards. They were clearly in a gambling mood. Also, I spotted Polish pro Jakub Michalak in the lift on the way down here. We're on a time delay. He was on the way down here. I was down here for the time delay, and he didn't realize he was late for the start. So, wow. Michalak has been blinding off merrily for the last 15 minutes. Bless his soul. But good luck to him as he tries to take this one down. He won't do it today. We will play down to, I expect, maybe 15 or so players tonight, and then we will have final day coverage tomorrow.
There we go. There is the old Crystal Cove, and there is our fancy feature table. I love the setup. I love that backdrop. LED lit up the gangster theme. Perhaps the best of the themes. I don't know. I'm kind of excited about the Western theme as well, though.
I like the Carmen one. I'm on my own in this one, but I got to do all the opera references.
Yeah, you just go highbrow. I want to go Westerns. I can do Westerns. I can do Gangsters. Speaking of Gangsters, there's going to be some on at this table. At least one hopes. Look at that stack for Hersos at the top there. Over 1 million in chips. Going to be some fun for him. And then some shorter. But like you say, I guess maybe we're in that kind of period of the tournament where I know you like to use the phrase bubble adjacent. So perhaps we're still chip accumulating.
Well, here's a real feature of Merit Poker tournaments, the warm-up, the main event, the high roller, all of it, is that because the late reg period goes on a little longer than maybe some other tournaments would ordinarily, it does mean that a lot of players get in there and build big stacks. Also, the fact that they end up buying very deep stacks because it's incredibly well structured means even at this phase when we are bubble adjacent, as you say there, James, 17 big blinds is the shortest stack on this table, not actually that short. Milbudas, one of the shorter stacks in the tournament, he's got 30 bigs, he's flying it.
Yeah, well there we go. That is testament to the structures, as you mentioned. Day 3 here, not yet in the money. Of course, they're not the longest days. Other tours would certainly have got into the money by now, even with the structure by virtue of just playing extra levels. Things are very relaxed here, David. You want to bag up and then go to the buffet.
There's no point coming to play poker in the Merit Crystal Cove if you're going to just relentlessly stay in the poker room. You want to enjoy all the facilities, the spas, the pool, maybe even take a dip in the ocean if you're feeling brave in November. I'm up for that if you are.
We'll see. What about the jellyfish? You keep talking to me about jellyfish.
Oh, the jellyfish are an issue in Malta. I don't know about the jellyfish in Cyprus. I'm going to look into that because they do scare me, the jellyfish. I'm not going to lie.
I mean, it's not something I thought I'd have to be afraid of in my life, jellyfish, but a new fear unlocked. As 6-6-7 flop unlocks nothing.
Ponomarev defending with the King Jack, as well he might, but not too much to write home about here. He does have the King of Spades in hand here for a little bit of backdoor, but it's a problematic backdoor as we see the Ace of Spades in Markov's hand. Interesting to see now if Ponomarev will call this small bet. I think he might do. King High could be good.
Yeah, makes sense with the 2 overs and potentially that backdoor live spade.
Yeah, your equity's in a few places here with the backdoor potential. Obviously, you could make a pair on the turn and be very happy about it, and you could just have the best hand right now. There we go. So we sort of a little bit of fortune telling there, feeling like this backdoor spade potential could cause us to have a bigger pot here, and well, it might now. Markov, interesting decision now whether to bet or check this one.
Yeah, especially with the 4 spades. Obviously, a lot of draws completing there in form of pair or straights, and of course, if his opponent did have a flush draw, now getting there. So I'd imagine he kind of wants to play this slow and kind of does have a chance to realize equity. Yeah.
Yeah, he is still ahead of some hands. Obviously, with Ponomarev making the call there, he might have a 7, he might have a 6 that he's slow playing, he could have a draw that's got there now. But equally, he might have just defended a weak ace or a king high or even a queen high maybe.
Right, and a hand like this, like King Jack with a spade might now barrel. The king high's a hand like 8-9, 8-10, something like that might now stab, and you get to put chips in ahead against those.
Yeah, ponderous one now for Ponomarev, who may feel in a similar boat. He might think his hand could be good sometimes, so maybe doesn't need to bet. Obviously, it can improve. Looks like he is going to try and take control of this pot. Coming with the big bet here.
The overbet. Only just, but an overbet nonetheless. Just trying to make ace highs lives impossible. Actually, it's kind of interesting against this particular holding, obviously. Effective best ace high with the ace of spades.
Yeah, he could get put in here, Ponomarev. Markov now, you know, it's always a little bit dicey raising over an overbet when your opponent is clearly very polarized, but it's an option. It's interesting to see how he'll proceed.
Sorry, David, I waited to get in the booth while having a coughing and sneezing fit.
There's a lot of it going round. Don't worry.
Yeah, there's no tough guy on the table, but
yeah, hard to imagine any bet that Ponomarev could have conjured that would actually elicit a fold here, but he may have found it with the slight overbet. Markov obviously just kind of feeling a little unsure of where he's at. Definitely doesn't want to call here miss and then check fold.
No, certainly not.
Doesn't feel great, so might actually just have maneuvered his opponent.
I mean, the body language tells you it's working because no one does that and then says
or
raise. So incredibly, yeah, we thought that card was disastrous. Actually, it should be the way that Ponomarev turned to win. And I don't think when he's sizing that bet, he's thinking, oh, he's not trying to target the ace of spades here.
No.
Wow, nicely done. What should have been disaster turns to success. First hand of the day here for this Merit Poker Gangster series. I had to pause for a second there as well, I almost forgot myself. Which series? But the clues in the background. The gangsters sitting there. Well, you could say the clues in the foreground as well. A bunch of crooks sitting around this table, steal off each other.
Yeah, I think there's a little overlap between the retro and the gangster, just in terms of dress. That gangster era, also sort of that retro era. It's all a bit speakeasy, organised crime.
We're definitely going 20s, 30s gangster rather than, you know, we could choose gangsters throughout the decades.
Yeah, we could just have loads of people in tracksuit bottoms.
Riding around on mopeds. No, I think we'll stick to the 20s gangsters.
They had a little bit more pizzazz about them.
They just did. And they also had Tommy guns. Which is, you know, let's not celebrate them too well. Murderous ambitions. Wait, his chips finding their way in the middle. All 17 blinds from +1 with king queen off. Rather fruity move.
Yeah, certainly a hand he could have considered just opening here. But I guess in the mood for doubling up and not being one of those shorties
If I
as
would
we
sit
approach
there,
the bubble.
You know,
But actually, it's a good sign because in
Shade
game one,
clunky,
day
but
six, it
you
was
know,
like
got the
this.
job
I
done.
had this guy to my right.
Yeah, get a few extra folds, I
Maybe
suppose.
it was
You might
not the
dodge a
right
couple of
side.
flips.
So I need the
Yeah.
push to my left, not on my right.
Some fun and games. Chat
Yeah.
table.
You mentioned the backdrop there,
During
James.
the
I absolutely
day,
love the
stunning.
set
Good
for
idea.
this one.
I have no doubt
during what?
It's really,
During
really
the
fun.
day of playing.
I
you
love
for
how
sure
Merritt
play
dressed the
with
room. As you
Really
walk
see
into
how
the Crystal Cove poker room, you're confronted with what appears to be a crime scene.
You will
It
see
certainly does appear to be a crime scene.
if I do like this.
And I'm not
that,
just talking about the action on Milboudas's
it's
table.
very good.
Time.
You're going to go something like that. Very mean.
1-2 we're playing.
We are secretly rooting for Milboudas, but we will be openly
Oh, come on.
anti-railing
Get
him
him
here
on
in
the
the
table.
booth.
Get him on. You're going to move a popping up jacket of diamonds from plus one. Another little deviation early on.
And you mentioned some of the stacks there. There's a couple of 2 million stacks and plenty of stacks above 1.5 million right now. Blinds are only 5, 10k.
Yeah.
It's incredibly deep for those guys.
It's exactly what you were saying. Obviously, late reg runs for a long time in these tournaments that have very slow structure. It does mean that you get some really, really big stacks at this stage.
You
of
need to
tournament
make
in these-
Tuğçe talk. It's a TV table. Bir şeyler anlatman lazım artık. Televizyon masasında
Oh, I was joining in
oturuyoruz.
and they switched language.
Bir seyircileri eğlendirmemiz
What can
gerekiyor.
we do?
I'm pretty sure they're talking about
We
how
need to
good looking
entertain
the
people.
commentators are.
Come on, guys. We need
They
to
shouldn't put you at the
justify-
table, you know.
Justify that we're sitting on the TV table. It cannot be that we look at each other, everybody's silent.
Yeah, but it's random, you know.
It's random,
Yeah, it's
but I'm very excited about it, and actually I'm a bit scared that they will take us away from the TV table if we don't entertain. So we get one of these boring outer tables. So
you
Got
are
any
already
favourite player?
doing a job.
I try.
Statement of intent there from
I was
Ilya
just
Moore,
saying,
almost
if I
being
would
honest
sit
about the
there
fact that he's
and
opening
have
up
this
his game.
gentleman to my right, oh my God, I would do good entertainment.
I may get them to loosen up a little bit. It's early. Such is the structure here in these tournaments. All sorts of other action going on. Players might have been jumping into other events last night after bagging up. We know they're DGEMs.
Well, why with a
Mishka,
very
have you been
defendable
coming
one
to
here,
Mall, or
10-8 suited. We see here that his spades are smothered.
It's only upon seeing these four connecting cards, the 8, 9, 10, Jack of Spades, that it occurs to me I've woken up today from a poker dream. You know, suddenly I see that, and it's just that's my moment. But I flopped a royal flush in my dream last night. Oh, there we go. I had King 10 of Hearts. It came Ace Queen Jack of Hearts. It's just came to me. I got poker on the mind. You're shaking your head, but I had to share.
No,
What was boring? I flopped a royal flush. It's far more exciting. Come on now.
would you like a Freudian or a Jungian analysis of that dream?
Well, we'll start with Freudian and then go Jungian later.
I think you have some deep-seated issues about your mother, James. And they're reflected in the fact that the royal flush includes the whole
He
family.
loves me.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see what you did there.
yeah.
All right. The chatty couple. Kazarian. King 10 off under the gun. Gonna get into the mix.
It's happening.
Welcome one and all.
To my big blind.
Joining us is our first stream of the week. Of the series, I should
Put
say.
the white chips in front. What are you doing?
She's hiding those whites.
Put it up front.
Coming to you here from the Merritt Crystal Cove, as per usual. 78 remain from 453 who began. We are playing down to hopefully the final table today, but as David said, chances are probably maybe fall a tad shy of that. All depends though. That's how hard people want to go. And we know, David, here they go pretty hard. There you go, case in point. Miri going after the under the gun open with ace-5 offsuit from the button. Have that.
Yeah, off this stack as well.
Yeah, this is fruity. This is. They had the chat about opening up their chat, opening up their player on the TV table, coming a bit of impress. Kazarian then opens the
tried
next
to raise
hand.
my
Gary's
big
like, all right
blind.
then, I'll punish you. Love it. Love to see it.
Good idea.
Are you not entertained? See, is it Donatello, little Ninja Turtle there?
I noticed walking through here that the Merit merchandise stand had some sort of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle figurines like that for sale. So I wonder. I assume it's come from there, but I don't know why we're suddenly turtling around.
They were vigilantes. Is that sort of like
Yeah, I
gangsters?
think it's the opposite of gangsters. No, they used to fight the gangsters.
Yeah.
You know, I think if you were trying to
You need Shredder and...
I think Bebop and Rocksteady would be the gangsters in the Turtles. I think the gangsters for the gangster series are all the sort of the hero gangsters, not the bad ones.
Okay,
You know,
the Robin Hoods.
not even that. I mean, we just we laud some really bad people, don't we? We celebrate such things.
Well, I gotta say, I would love a flat here from Y, and that is exactly what he has done off this stack,
Oh!
setting the trap here.
Trapped
and
him good.
Wow. Full double, maybe more than a full double, en route to the stack of Y should his hand hold up.
Yeah, no. Ilmo obviously going to come out with the squeeze here.
After all the chat and the two loose opens as well.
And then Polymerov, could he perhaps do something crazy? No, he's gone for a very healthy sizing, which, kind of makes sense with range. You want to dissuade peels, all that kind of stuff. I would love to see him go for an exploit in this. Look at this acting. Come on, man. Just go all in. We'll get snapped and get the great news.
Wow.
Wow, he says. Well,
Yeah, that's got to feel sick. Especially when it wasn't a snap jam because it was for over half the chips.
2 live suits here for the Kings. And 2 spades keeps that door ajar.
A couple of pink cards, but the wrong ones.
Oh, hello.
Oh, here he goes. You called it early.
Not to be.
Never easy, yeah?
Why, with the big double up, more than, in fact, up to a boot
I never saw you
350.
smile this much before. Oh, this,
Ila Moore, well, he would have lost his entire stack with that holding.
50.
So maybe a little fortunate to be up against the shorty there.
I like where your head's at. You run kings into aces, you find the positive.
You fight, you have to.
You're up against the shortest player at the table. It's true.
Oh, those Django's though, my goodness.
I'm happy it wasn't more.
Torturous hand.
You find it there as well when it's an open, a flat from the button, and you're squeezing
I
from
mean-
the small. It's
I told that story, I know I've told you this
400.
story about
how much
my
did you have?
maybe
Hello, I'm
2-year
55.
relationship with the Pocket Kings and how
I
they
think
tortured
that's-
me for a
That's
period of
a
time, and then they
success.
stopped
You
doing
get
it.
caught kings to
I had a
aces.
solid 3 or 4 years of
You both
no
got lucky. You both got lucky.
abnormally bad luck with them.
You that you didn't
And
lose that
then-
much.
About
You double up.
6 weeks ago, I was
And I had
asked to
some
write
sweat.
an article about bad beats because we were
Nice,
having a
11
bad
hours.
beat competition. As you might recall, the chip race did a little competition around telling bad beat stories.
it was
And I retold the story of the Kings.
30 minutes. I had in the spread 30 minutes for the first chip race plug. I like it.
Thank you. I wrote the story of the Django's and how they did me for so long.
Wow, kings.
And since then, I have bust 16 out of 18 tournaments, either holding Kings or against Kings.
No, that's cruel.
Live. So if it is cursed, I took the curse back. I
So
opened
embarrassed.
Pandora's box.
You've asked for
Telling
trouble.
all my friends all the time, I'm such a good player, watch me
Bad
play,
read.
and then put all my money in behind.
Elamore now with 55 bigs. Queen 6 suited, a very openable one from the button here. I can't imagine the likely loosest player on the table to turn this spot down. He's actually limped in, interesting. Little adjustment. Gazarian with a very completable 7-6 suited.
Yeah. Eyeing his partner. His chat partner, that is.
And the big
You're
blind's out.
excited to play
Actually, that's
against
what's
him?
happened here. The big blind's missing. So these are guys are playing a little limpy pot with a missing big blind.
Who's missing from the...
Big blind's just gone on a little wander.
Open, okay. Can I see?
One seat, I guess.
What? It's funny for you.
We're
You
enjoying
see, I
life
got
anyway.
back already 25.
Have
I
we had
am on
someone
my
in the
left.
one
It
seat?
doesn't
Yeah, we
matter.
haven't, have we?
Round
So they
50,
just,
I lost.
they
Oh.
just, mate, it could be your man.
Now little by little.
It's almost
What you can
certainly
do. Yeah.
Michalak.
30.
Take it back from me.
Unless
What
there's
I
more
can
than
do.
one person that's shown a place. So,
You know, the buffet's pretty good.
so,
You want to get fed first?
so in real time, I can do a bit of maths on this one. 7 hands. I think if it is him, expect him at any moment to be walking away from a conversation with me on the sidelines where I went, oh no, they've started already, did you not know?
How did you not know?
He thought it was 12:30, poor lad.
When does the tournament ever restart at 1/2 hour? Come on now.
I know, I know.
That's rookie behaviour.
I didn't want to rub salt in the wounds, but that is how I felt.
Obviously, those of us watching on, we're on a 30-minute delay, so it does start at 1/2 for us. For the players. When the big hand's at the top, it's not difficult. In fact, this one, both hands are at the top. Can't get it wrong. Have you ever had an egregious late return to a tournament?
No, I had one sweaty moment where my taxi didn't arrive in Malaga, and we were playing a Strayas event there, and it was all a bit panicky to try and clamber for another cab and run through the place and whatever, but actually did arrive just on time. But no, I'm very good at that. I'm very, very professional.
Oh.
I'll be honest.
Well, also you don't make a lot of day twos.
There it is.
Alright, can I have a cappuccino, please?
25k bet here from Ilamur. With that opening as straight draw as the opener. Markov defending with sixes and rightly defending on the 9-7-4 two-heart board.
Yeah, Illamore very likely to go again and go big here on the turn, one would suspect.
You go after some of those weaker holdings, 7 and 4. In these kind of hands. Look at this. Reaching for some big chips. Gone big again. Is that pot he's gone?
Pretty much.
Yeah. How'd you like your sixes now?
Yeah, this 8-6 open from the cutoff a little loose, but given the board texture he's been gifted, very, very well navigated since that moment.
Yeah, and obviously setting out is still early. You're going to play a lot of hands. You're going to apply a lot of pressure.
That's twice now we're going to see Markov have to surrender on turns. Again, having given away the body language, that would make it very strange if he was to find a call now.
It's going to be great when he does this in a couple of hands' time with a set.
Can almost see his hand if you look closely enough now. It's peeking up. Oh. Oh.
Someone's going to get me this one day. They're going to do this and then cool, and I'm going to be so confused.
You'd almost think it was fake Hollywood at that
Right.
point, wouldn't you? It would
Yeah,
actually
that's my
spook
point.
you a little
It's
bit.
like-
Yeah.
I got away with it once. I did like an instant reaction to a hand 15 years ago. 10, 15 years ago. My instant reaction was like, oh. And then I started thinking about it and ended up raising. But I was so convinced my opponent was bluffing at that point, and they just snap folded. But I realised it was
It was very
pretty
telegraphed.
dumb. But also, I thought they'll just think I was leveling, and I wasn't. I was just an idiot. I woke up late for a day two a couple of years ago at the World Series, where I was sort of look over at my phone and it's like, that's a bit odd. It says it's 10 to 12, but my alarm's going off at 11:30. Oh, that's right. At 10:30. Oh, the tournament restarts in a few minutes, and I'm in my bed 25 minutes from the strip. This is a bit of a problem.
Oh dear.
Yeah. These things happen eventually. Thankfully, it was for one of the like Millie Maker, one of the deep structured kind of events. So I half an orbit at the table or something. No big deal. Maybe an orbit. Came back to 63 blinds instead of 65.
Oh, Markov now.
It's
These guys playing over 60 deep effectively. Going to go for round 2. Maybe bring in Ponomarev. No.
Check to be off, just such garbage. So many hands you look to get involved with from the big blind there to this action. That's certainly not one of them. Ace in the window. Markov may find this one a little easy to continue on. They're going to have some concern about that kind of texture.
Yeah, small blind range generally will be reasonably strong in this spot. Although there might be a sense from Illamore of that he is effectively loosening up his opponents by his presence in almost every pot.
And we've got to factor in, of course, the button not there. So this hijack open is in fact a cut off range.
A lead. That's a bit spicy.
Oh no, I think it was.
Oh no, it was a check call. Okay, we didn't quite catch the bet from Illamore. Looks like it might have been a 15k bet and a quick call.
Now Illamore may feel he's got the best of it, having turned that king.
Well, 20k. So.
Of course. Yeah, you kind of think obviously bet small. You can certainly. Oh, hello.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Is this one of these sort of betting now so we can check back and kind of deny some equity? Can't surely be expecting better hands.
It's a
to
big
fold.
size though.
Yeah, unless he's trying to make like King Jack, King 10 fold, but that would be a bit peculiar.
Gosh, I really would have expected a check back here. He's beating the Queen X's, and now he seems to have just gone for a bet that's almost like trying to get called by Queen Jack with the Jack of Hearts. That's probably not. Oh,
Right.
I don't know. It's actually very hard to construct a range that this bet makes sense against. It's a bit of a head scratcher, I gotta say. One wonders if he actually follows through and really turns his hand into a bluff. Is he using the king blocker, almost like representing the ace king kind of stuff?
Just trying to make an ace fold, but it seemed. I mean, it's always a bit optimistic to start turning second pair to the bluffs in these spots, but it's worked. Markov, I thought may have been dealt a winner, but been forced to fold again. Illamore, well there you go. We're sitting here thinking it's an easy chip bet. He's thinking, no, I can make my man fold an ace here.
Yeah, and at the risk of being too critical to Markov, they're really like, if you're going to surrender to that action with the ace-5 suited against that specific player especially, you probably shouldn't be calling it pre.
Right.
You're hoping that he represents the board that has the ace on it that you've actually hit, and that's kind of part of the plan of how you get him.
And the funny thing there is the speed at which he folded that one as opposed to the previous two pots. This was like the easy fold in his mind.
Yeah.
The one where he actually had the best hand. As in the best of the hands he's held.
Board did look grim, admittedly.
Oh, you're not loving it. You want to see it go check, check, and then you almost want to go check, check on the river, but I'm with you. I think you just got to call once more. You can fold all the Queen X kind of stuff. You can fold those King Jacks, King 10s, maybe some pocket pairs that. Well, I don't think you get many pocket pairs past the flop that don't have a heart in, but still. Well, intriguing stuff here on day 3 of this Merit Poker Series warm-up. And the warm-up is almost like the first main event, we always like to say, isn't it?
Yeah, Illamore really just playing sort of the better range in that spot, but I suppose the problem with that plan, in my mind at least, would be when you're playing every unopened pot that gets to you, you start losing credibility for having the premium stuff, and actually much more likely your opponents think you're at it. Well, Ponomarev won't be at it here when he either raises or flats this king-queen suited. I think it's a mix in solver land, so we'll have to have a look, even against the under the gun.
Yeah, I feel like against under the gun. It's gonna just. I mean, you said to me that I'm just looking at this gun. I'm flatting this all day long. But there we go. You got it. He's reaching. He's coming out with a 3-bet. I'm too passive.
Bunda içine biraz daha limon koyup tekrar getirebilir misin?
Mihiri himself punishing on the gun open earlier with his ace-5 offsuit. He's thinking, hang on, are you just coming after under the gun opens? That's my strategy. Surely not with the ace-3
How many
suited.
times you play? How many times? How many times you play?
We know people love to go a bit crazy with these suited ace wheels. We haven't under the gun there. We've got a lot of strength there.
Well,
Yeah, we saw his 3-bet with the ace-5 not too long ago. Against, I believe, in under the gun open
It was, yeah.
himself, so maybe getting a taste of his own medicine now.
And I just
pick
wonder if
one
he's
first.
thinking that's, you know, my strategy is to attack
Whichever,
with the gun
you
opens.
on the right, the top one. Top one,
Okay,
top
show,
left.
show.
Yeah.
oh la la.
We will see later.
Showing cards.
Of course.
A game within a game, perhaps?
Sorry.
2K warm-up, well and truly underway.
Sorry, I
5K high roller coming up. Actually starts tomorrow.
Or cash game?
That's the main event
Only tournament?
Yeah.
I'm going
next
to
week.
go out on a limb now and say it's not Mikolaf in the one seat anymore because I'm
too-
pretty
too
sure
long.
he showed up by now.
Right. Yeah, we've been running for half an hour now, haven't we? So
Yes, I
He looks like he knows what he's doing.
Sorry, I English shouldn't.
Professional?
I don't know. Sorry.
Zarian, 2 7s. Much more legitimate holding. Yeah, who is our mystic player? Where are they? Maybe they're on the run. Pomarov, ace-4 suit on the button, getting no love. Not going to go after
I
that.
was thinking if you open, if I directly shove.
Okay, Jack.
Off looking for a one-arm man, perhaps.
I reckon so. Really, is it? It's Jack. Directly only.
These two are having fun.
No, no, not ace jack.
I mean, Helios having great fun with the cards, despite running kings into
I'm
aces.
thinking, I don't know.
Okay.
You are the best because I don't want to play you.
What do you have?
Just looking through the bio here, Ilamer just off a 111th place finish in the main event this year.
Wow.
Deep run. I think that would have been certainly day 5, maybe day 6.
Well, you'd know.
Indeed. Well, not if he made day 6.
I can tell you it's not day 3.
I was so sad for you. We were so close to the bubble as well.
I had chips. Nothing like.
What's your deepest run in the main?
1 min cash.
Nice.
I'm in the very rare club. And it is rare. Of people who are down 6 figures in the main event.
بقى معاش نجم عبد
There's not many of us.
خليك تحت التفاول ما غير
Would you have an exact number?
Yeah. Down 104k.
I'm up about 104k in the main.
Play 12, cash once for 16k. Easy. But if you think about all the free card protectors and cushions you get through the years, then, you know, maybe I'm only down 103,985. Or maybe I'm down 100. Next year.
Ever the optimist.
Next year. Always next year. It's going to click one year.
Again, looking at Ilmer's record here, because I did recognise him. Obviously, he's one of the regulars we have here, and I was trying to remember. Okay, when was it? Was it a final table, or was it just on feature tables in the run-up to final tables? He did make the 5K high roller final table back in January. He came 7th, which I think was myself, Darrow Carney, and Ali covering that one.
David, we do have a fresh voice in the booth this trip.
We do. We're going to deflower Andrew Headley.
Very exciting.
No.
Gazarian, far more reasonable yet again. This time, Queen's opening in that under the gun position.
Oh, interesting one here for Miri on the button. May elect to flat. Suited connector. Off 27 bigs. A little dicey. Certainly would like this off a deeper stack. A little on the shallow side for this one against an under the gun open, to be honest.
It's interesting now because Gazarian obviously opened this spot last time, got 3-bet by Mihiri. Now Mihiri just flatting. Checking on over the queens on the king 9-6. Kind of a board that hits a lot of hands in king 9-6. There's a hell of a lot of spread there.
Interesting, Gazarian choosing to play possum here. Induce something from his opponent. Obviously planning on check calling twice, one would imagine. He's got to do some salesmanship here though, look a bit agonized before making this call. Obviously he's ahead of some made hands, some Jack X, some 9X that would flat here. Maybe a pocket 8s might take this stab of your Mihiri as well.
Putting all sorts of faces.
Doing his best.
Surely
to,
not folding.
Yeah.
Exactly what we were referencing before.
Doing his best to look sticky with maybe a pocket 10s or an ace queen. Checks it on over. Mihiri, no reason to bet now.
Yeah, I mean, looks like you're up against a jack decent percentage. I don't think you really want to try and bluff those all.
Oh, he is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Interesting. Got to go big if you're going to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, so actually I think he now is
just going for some really
going
thin
for some
value.
really thin value.
Kind of 7s and 8s. Try and get them to pay you off. There's obviously a lot of
They have
misdraws on
ace-jack.
board.
Wow, that is extraordinarily thin.
Azarian's going, he's got ace jack. So obviously, ace jack seems like a kind of hand that would value bet here.
Yeah.
And you beat some value with queens, so there's not really much of a decision here.
No, it's not. Unless you're thinking of raising, which would be a bit wild as well. This seems like a, oh, I'm so glad it's only 50k, there you go, sort of moment. If you've got the, you know, king 10, no, surely not. Come on, Gazarian.
Like he said, you got ace jack. And you still, obviously there's plenty of bluffs that could be in there as well.
And your two queens really blocking a big chunk of the king X that would flat here
You look
on the button.
strong, but it's weird. Strong and not strong.
He 3-bets ace king. He probably doesn't have king queen because of the cards in your hand. Okay, yes, king jack maybe. This would be a wild fold. Big moment here in the tournament for Gazarian. Just 34 bigs behind here. Only needs to be good 28% of the time?
Yeah, and just the fact that you can beat value. You should never really ever thought if you can beat value. And you can, ace jack certainly betting here.
عم بيموت
You've got to flick it in here, Gazarian. Feel like he's overthinking it and leveling himself now.
He's going to call him, surely. Just
There
doesn't
we
like
go. Huge relief.
it. Good call declared.
So Mihiri was bluffing in that case if he sort of said good call. I'm a
I
bit
cannot say
confused by
exactly
that
because
line.
it's jack.
It feels like Mihiri's bet on the turn did what its objective was, which was to get the showdown cheap.
Yeah.
And then he fires out another 50. It's a confusing one. It's
Made
got to
a
be.
lot of sense.
It's a head scratcher, but there we go.
I'm perplexed.
Next best thing.
So say queens.
No, you cannot
No, you
say
cannot say
exactly.
that.
queens.
Oh, the
Really,
don't
it's
say
rules.
I've got ace jack.
You're so smart that then you're choosing the hand which is as strong as queens, but you don't say your hand.
Yes.
You're playing mind games with us.
This is exactly the rule.
I know, but how smart you are that in the middle of the hand you say ace jack, and it's as strong as queens.
It's common sense. You have to be stupid to not analyze this.
You scare me.
Quality banter.
Kazarian very much a red kit. Looking through his recent results. He's
What-
got a
what I
third
need
place
to do?
finish
Huh?
in the WPT back in 2021, 380k, his career best score. Since then, has been found here at
I want to
appears to be
get
every
into the
series.
money. Also. No, but I can. What? Why? How can I fold? He's only wrapping good hands.
He's got cashes in January, March, July, August, and October here this year. Maybe two. He's a man who knows where the Asian station is at the buffet.
Speaking of buffet, we discovered a very dangerous addition to the already plentiful spread offered here at Merit Poker. Well, I should say you did, James. You found the croissant counter in the coffee room in the Cove.
Oh, what a that was a
Serious
delightful
pastries.
croissant as well. That was. I was a bit. I was a bit unsure when it was served to me on a plate, and I looked at it and I thought it just looks like it's going to be a little firm. It held its shape so well. It looked like a magazine croissant rather than one you really want to eat. And I thought this thing's just going to be a bit firm, and it's just, but actually delightful. Your croissant, you want it to look a little bit bad before you eat it, because then it's like, well, it's probably kind of nice and soft and flaky. This one looked amazing and tasted amazing. I don't know how they do it. Meanwhile, put it in the river. You just didn't have one because it's one of the gluten-free ones or whatever it is you need. You just.
No, please do continue to talk about the lovely foods I could eat in my early 20s and haven't had for 15 years.
Well, you could eat them, it just wouldn't be very well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a price. Surely, if it's really good, you'll try it. I don't know how much pain comes afterwards. Kazarian and Wait eyeing each other up. Wait checking down that two others in gut shot.
Yeah, Kazarian wondering if he can steal this one away. Little does he know, Weigh's hit his best card.
Yeah, and he may fool. I mean, it's kind of a good card for Kazarian as well, having defended. Getting past the 8-9 flop's going to have a lot of these jack 10s, queen jacks, queen 10s.
Oh,
overbet.
overbet. Wow, this is tricky now.
I mean, it's tricky, but I just look at these ones as, well, I've got about as good as a hand as I can ever have.
You've got that jack in your hand, crucially, I think, as well.
The jack is a lovely card, of course, to have. But then it also comes down to, not everyone is capable of these kind of like overbet bluffs. So often these overbets, people's I guess, gets looked up. So often those overbets, people have seen an overbet's a thing and they start doing it, but they do it with value a lot and maybe unbalanced with bluffs, but nice pick up from Wei.
Very nice pickup. Heart and mouth stuff there as we creep ever closer to the bubble. Remember, 53 players will be paid from a starting day 3 field of just 79. So it shouldn't take too long. Guys might be thinking to themselves 3-4 more laps of the track and at least have the best part of 4K banked.
He's sick.
I thought he's 1 hour.
Let's see. He said he's not going to come.
Okay, our missing player
He
might be
told me
unwell.
He don't feel good at all.
Oh, sorry to
Now
hear
I
that.
called him when I was here.
I guess who's in these situations, who's like the biggest winner? Is it the player to the left of the dead stack or the player to the right of the dead stack? get 2 buttons as the player on the right.
I think the player on the right is definitely favoured.
Small blinds get attacked, but that's okay. I guess 2 to the right. Get the button when the big blind's sat out. It's always nice.
Oh, here we go. Ilamur with the small suited connector. Going to get frisky here against Ponmarev from +1.
We're playing. We are playing some poker. And it's kind of fun because Ponmarev obviously got a great hand, but also one you don't want to go bust with.
No, it's not one you want to 4-bet call or 4-bet fold. So I think you're going to flat all day here. And obviously 10's not very easy to navigate. So I think we're in for an interesting pot here. Although the one caveat I would say to that is Ilamur has been by far our friskiest player. Ponomarev in navigating this, maybe bearing that in mind and be a little more willing to commit chips even on a scary board, which that isn't.
Wow. And it's actually a pretty good board for Ilamur, of course. You're going up against a lot of the big card suited combos. Maybe they're taking the lead here with that 5.
Yeah.
And it's not even like, I guess he has options here because it's not like you're really going to get check raised on a 9-5 deuce either.
No.
These hands like 10s, jacks, queens, even all still concerned they could be behind.
Sizing will tend to be, you know, a little larger than the 25%, 30% stuff. Might be more in the range of half pot on a texture such as this. We'll see what he comes with. He is going to go super small. Okay, so Ponomarev. Door open here, whether he wants to.
Right, to that size, and suddenly check raise does become a bit more attractive, doesn't it?
Yeah. But he may just be in his own mind buckling up here.
Yeah, I think it's the easier way to go. An instant flash of the mouth from Ilamur. I don't know what that meant.
So Ilamur's sizing there almost like keeps the maybe ace jacks, ace queens in.
Certainly, all the king queen spades, king queen hearts, king queen diamonds surely aren't folding, these kind of hands.
Which actually now makes me feel like he should go very small again.
Right.
He should do another maybe 45, 50k bet and then
buy the showdown.
Buy the showdown, exactly.
I like it. Yeah, all the backdoor flush draw combos I don't think fold for that tiny bet on the flop, and here we go. Playing exactly as you suggested, 80k now. I like this line.
Yeah.
Ponomarev gotta feel pretty comfortable that, you know, players are going to be balanced. But let's throw that out the window for a second. You've got to be feeling pretty good here with 2 10s, the way this is played out. You think Ilamur's going to go bigger on the flop, to go bigger on the turn, to go bigger on the river with the fact these guys are so deep to start the hand that he's clearly not sizing up to get your stack, so therefore probably doesn't have a premium.
Slightly interesting one here. Had he gone the 40k, 50k sizing, I feel like he was definitely going to snap check back the river. But now that he's gone 80k, he has defined Ponomarev's range a little bit more. Might be worried about 7s, 8s, pocket 10s a little bit more often. And now I wonder if Ilamur will actually consider turning his hand into a bluff for that reason. I think the 80k bet would have maybe got rid of the ace jacks and ace queens in some amount of worlds.
I hear where you're at.
White flag raised anyway. Interesting little pot there between 2 very capable players.
Ponomarev, another reg here, of course. There aren't many players who play these events who aren't regs here. You come once, you come again.
You know, that's exactly what Mikelek said to me in the lift coming down. He plays out of Barcelona. And he said, first time I came here, I made a decision that I would always come back. It's just perfect for poker. It really is.
Oh, some chips arriving. That's fantastic. We keep saying it every time we come here. It just can't be a better spot for poker than the Merit. Everything's just at your fingertips. And like, as you said, you know, you should never put your hand in your pocket. Everything is all inclusive. You just get here, it's just easy, and it's not one of these all-inclusive places where it's okay, but the food's over there and it's at this hour to this hour. No, there's just options everywhere. There's so much to do.
We spoke a lot at the Retro Series when given a free moment between hands about the upcoming then EPT, which it was obviously a big one, you know, represented a kind of another step up for the Merit brand and Merit Poker Room to put on an event of that size. I know you were part of a party poker event here a few years ago. Obviously the Tritons come. They're prestigious but not massive,
Right.
if you like. And I think the EPT coming here did sort of suggest something a bit different, and they pulled it off. I know the players were extremely happy.
Rip-roaring successes. These two neighbours go at it. Ilimo opening up the cutoff. Azarian 3-betting the button. King 9 offsuit. Says, I know what you're up to, pal. We're both going off the Markov.
Does he ever stick him in here? Are we levels on levels now? Is this what's happening?
Are we there already? Is that what you're saying?
I feel like these guys have got a dynamic more so than any other pairing at this table, and if ever there was to be a very loose 4-bet, it was that spot there. But no, in the end,
it's funny though, because I think they've probably got the. He's probably aware that Gazarian's 3-bet get a lot of hands in as well, though.
We lost.
yes, that he might his
His value range is going to be that much wider than maybe it would be against a lot of players.
yeah, his threshold might be a sort of a raise, get in with 8s there.
Right.
And
Like, I'm happy. I've got 8s. If you've got me beat, let's go. You're the guy in here just smashing away with 6-5 suited. All right. Just catching up with the chat. Welcome one and all, those of you joining us on YouTube. And I see we got some Ilimo support coming in. It's the fan favourite so far. I'm there with it. He's the one driving the action. We love to see it. Looks like he's put some chips in again. 8-9 offsuit. This is his table, he says.
Yeah, relentless.
Let's see.
Ooh,
Very next hand, 35 deep. He gives a smile.
We talked about thresholds. I wonder if this is one of them. Just a flat now, so clearly not wanting to get that hand in, but not wanting to.
I wonder if it was a hand earlier when he had, you know, the 6 big blinds less. Whether it would have been.
Indeed. Ponomarev, unlikely to get involved here with the dirty diaper.
You're looking at that and you're thinking, well, Gazarian surely would have 3-bet gone with his good hand. This is like a nice spot to find a squeeze hand, but looking down at deuce 3, recognizing that's not enough hand. Ilimo. He's got all the back doors.
He does.
He's got the betting lead. He knows he's not up against a premium because of the little look, the little flash of a smile, and the history between these two. Again, a caveat, of course, there's some balance. I'm throwing balance out the window for this hand. These players are already building some dynamic. Tiny bet, going to get looked up, of course, with the ace of clubs.
Well, big bet incoming on quite a few turns. That might be one of them.
A little concerning that you brought a second flush draw, isn't it? Like you want Gazarian to have some backdoor flush draws when he calls the flop. They're going to now be more inclined to stick around, but...
Oh no, breaks on. Gazarian.
Yeah, but I don't think he's necessarily done with this one.
No, goes check a lot. And here we go.
Somewhat concerning card. Gazarian going to stick around with, say, some big card combos for that 15k bet, but there's not a huge amount of King X in there.
Oh, again, white flag. Interesting. Ilimo sort of wary post-flop now in a few spots where maybe given the looseness, given the willingness to open hands like 8-9, you would expect a sort of a more consistent overall game plan to be barreling away in some of these turns and whatnot.
Of course, fold.
That's probably
is your range.
It was probably the worst turn card in terms of turn cards that give him a
Give
reason
him
to barrel,
something.
but it's still a barrel.
Sure.
The 5 of diamonds is like, get a gut shot, but there is a second flush draw. You're going to have plenty more natural bluffs.
I like it for now. You're making me back.
I think
the
any club
chips.
would have
You're
been
giving me back
a
the
bit
chips
more
that I
saucy.
spewed.
Different suited 5. Certainly consider firing again.
I don't think so.
Dear Bev, you're gonna start Mr.
With my own hands.
I know you have some bullshit like ace jack.
Some bullshit. Ace Jack. I mean, the bullshit was surely 8-9, if we're going to throw that word around. Wait, what a start he's had. Doubled up aces v kings. Got
Thank you for giving up.
picked up a huge bluff. And has over 500k, having started with around 170.
Thank you for giving
Gets
up.
a snap fold from Ilma with ace-9 suited behind. A man who likes to
I know, 8-9.
march at his own beat.
New man Eftekari is taking a seat here as we
Free card.
go down to 72 players remaining. Looks like that absent stack will probably blind its way into the money.
It might do, yeah. Herzog's going to defend the 7-5 suited. First time we've seen her be able to enter a pot. She's been very card dead.
Oh,
And
hello.
there we go. Top 2, 7-5-4. Easy game. It's good things come to those who wait.
Donatello was always the most patient Ninja Turtle.
Really was.
He's a bit more circumspect than the others.
Him and Leonardo are going to be pretty nitty. You want to be playing against Michelangelo,
You
let's
do.
be honest. There's going to be some chips flying unnecessarily.
Cowabunga, baby. Nicely done there from Herzos, despite the fact that it was a straightening card, recognizing that it was unlikely to connect with her opponent. She could still target over pairs for some small value.
New 4th place finisher back in the main event in the Retro Series. So we saw her. Another merit reg. So I remember that. It was kind of driving me a bit crazy where I'd seen him before, but that was the one.
Do we have shades of a young Pacino from Gazarian? Sort of Godfather 1.
Well, we're going to start digging the references out on day one.
It's kind of that young face, that sort of innocent face, but
Well, he's anything but innocent.
he was corruptible. That was, I suppose,
Okay.
the truth.
Okay.
He was innocent then, but he was
Yeah.
corruptible.
Well, he's corrupting. Oh, this one reasonable. Ace 10. Timing perfect. Miri looking at the deuce 5 offsuit. Well, going to put up a defense.
Leon, perhaps. I don't know.
Not for now. Okay.
With Mihiri,
Yeah.
the assassin.
Queen 6 deuce. Miri flopping best. But an ace on the turn versus the check back. Concerning. 2 flush draws on board. It's the first time we've seen Ilma not c-bet, I believe.
Button 6-5. Small boy 100, big blind 200, under 200. Do you shuffle or do?
What kind of hands, if you're Mihiri, you thinking Ilma checks back? I'd be concerned.
Yeah,
It's a
you'd
man
be-
who's bet 100% of flops.
Yeah, I agree. I guess he's seen Ilamur give up a few times in the last orbit, maybe
Right.
hoping that his opponent wouldn't.
Right, if
Try
he's
to
bluffing or
bluff
bluff once, I can call, keep him honest.
Yeah. You know,
105,000 chips in there, all those draws missing. Again, that was hard to give Ilma credit for having a flush draw, having checked the flop with either the spades or even backdoor diamonds seems unlikely. Well played. Well hit. Innocent Pacino.
Wait till you see a one shot of Gazarian now in a moment. I think it's a reasonable look-alike.
One for a man who doesn't look too happy, and nor should he be. Been bluffed off a few spots.
Christopher Walken.
Yeah.
Maybe in some hyper turbo 500.
Oh, here now? You're too skilled here?
Hmm?
You're too skilled? You're too good here?
Yes.
Huh? Is that what you're trying to say? Huh? Oh, my profession.
Well, they're having fun. That's the main thing.
I enjoy playing with them.
So with an ace on the button,
I wish I could
million in
just-
chips, and a tight image at this table. Courtesy of card distribution.
Hello.
She's going to go for a 2.5x here. Charge the players.
Yeah.
Makes it a little tricky for Y here.
No, I enjoy, but not all the time. You know that.
8-7-5, flops a piece. Again, a kind of board that we always have to be wary of against the big blind, so she instantly checks back and finds what is a great card on the turn, not just because it's an undercard, but it does give way that little bit of interest. Finding that deuce, and looks like he's going to fire at some sort of block / protection. Don't really want to get called, but don't want to check.
Yeah, I like this from Y.
About the game. I mean
We see it's not going to work in this
personality.
instance, but
Sometimes
it's a
you're
good
funny,
bet.
Sometimes you're,
And
I
now,
don't know
Richest
how to say it
card.
in English.
In the deck, 9 of hearts rolling off.
Sometimes you think you're funny.
Very excited to see
That's it,
the
yeah.
5 wins.
Sometimes you think you play good poker.
No, really, I'm serious. Sometimes
I'm serious.
She
you're
had ace of
funny,
hearts. Could have
Yeah,
done
also
something
I
fruity
know
there.
about myself, don't worry. I know my weaknesses.
Be wary of a man who knows his weaknesses, David.
Yalla.
How ill would you have to be to not turn up to day 2 at all?
oh, I have been quite ill at the table on a number of occasions down the years. I've never not attended my stack. Like obviously, I'm trying to figure out if I could do a kidney stone and stay. I don't know if I could. I've had many kidney stones, and I think that might send me for the morphine bag in the hospital. But there has to be a number.
Right. Day 6 of the World Series main, you're in there.
I have the doctor sitting beside me at the table, if anything, supplying the morphine.
You get hit by a car on the way to the day.
Yeah,
Legs hanging off,
what
well-
level of injury? Yeah, what
Right.
level of not going to the hospital?
Your leg's broken. Yeah, I know, but I've got a day 3.
Ta-dam.
There's got to be a number. There has to be this number. There has to be a pain threshold level.
Yeah. Kidney stones as bad as anything I've endured.
Okay.
And
Look at this.
think
Look at this.
it would be tough.
Because they're in opening under the gun with King Queen offsuit. Illamore 3 betting on the big blind.
So these are your plans for me?
This is raffle poker now.
This is great. Obviously, only doing it because it's 7 deuce.
This
For
is
the
get-
banter.
This is getting shown.
Oh, yeah. Or it's not. He's going to make him sweat for half an hour. No, there's no way. If you get away with this, there's no way you can't show it straight away. And surely he will get away with it against King Queen offsuit. King Queen suited would be very inclined to have a look. Kazarian defend with King Queen off.
Yeah, in just 21 hands played at this feature table, I want to say these guys have clashed in about 9 of them.
Yeah. And even the ones they haven't, there's been talk of clashing.
Yeah. And Gazarian has kind of given away a sort of a weakness here in his body language, I feel. I think he's got a fold now after all this.
You're making too much cinema.
Suspicious.
Yeah, but I think he's maybe chatted too much to continue now. Although, as you said earlier, it
Yeah,
brings levels on levels of its
Yeah,
own.
and I feel like these two are just very chatty, so it's less clear that's the case. Like, you might do all this with aces kind of thing.
Sure.
All in.
Wow, he does find it. He just decided, well.
Look at the smile, Elamor's face.
No cinema. I show you one card.
Show both. I
No.
show both.
Wait.
I did TV hand.
You have TV hand. I have aces. I wanted to make cinema.
He never has aces there.
At 7 was also.
Ah, really? It's good.
Confess the 7 deuce. He was like, show both, I'll show both, please. I want to
Yeah, I really want to.
Really?
That's great. One telling the truth, one telling a lie. These two are the ones who are driving all the action at this, the first feature table of the Merit Poker Series. Warm up here on day 3. Well, we've had some action, we've had some hands, David.
Oh, we sure have. Kazarian has basically been the dominant force there. We're talking about Elamor and all his gamesmanship, but actually in reality, he's got sort of, you know, battered around the place, frankly. We see now we obviously have Eftekari, new player, has joined us with 800k, so expect him to get in the mix at some point here. Very impressed by Ponmarev, I have to say, as well. I think he's handled himself extremely well. Found some nifty little 3-bets.
And Guliang Wei doing the best, starting with, 17 blinds. Obviously just lost a few lately, but up over 40 bigs for the stack in 6th place on this table. And I guess it's Habib is the stack sitting out.
Yes, must be Michel Habib. Herzos, obviously chip leader at the table, quiet for the first maybe dozen or so hands, but now
Play 2, 1-2.
into action, exactly.
Always has a 5 in her hand.
Would you go all in?
Keep an eye on that.
Oh.
Yeah, the question is, will the dead stack get into the money? I can't see it with 17 still to go, but maybe. It's going to be close, right? But it'd be interesting to see how players are aware that there's a dead stack in there when it gets near the bubble, and maybe the dead stack's got like 4 blinds. But maybe that's when you get out of bed.
That I was going to say, at
Like,
that point, do you
did
run
you-
down the staircase?
If I've got to go down there and let them know I'm still here just to save my 4K, then I'm coming downstairs.
Oh, we saw him flat the aces earlier.
Look at this. Mahiri just ripping in 11 blinds. Wait, asking for the count. A little acting. Of course. Mahiri's like, really? For the first jam, I'm going to get asked how much from the next seat. Run into the boots. Obviously, we'll take some time, make a reluctant call, and hope
I
for
did
2
some
behind.
moves.
Find something as they continue their post-mortem
I think
7 deuce
yeah.
debacle.
What do you get? 9.
Needs to know.
Maybe Queen Jack.
Key in these situations to get the amount of acting just right.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Double check. Do I really have them? Yes.
Ace.
Probably aces.
Makes the call.
Ready
Mahiri.
to go on with this.
Like this. Contra.
Against the bad news.
And 9 running.
But
You
19
feel?
off against aces.
You have good- I know you have
Pathetic.
good instinct.
Yeah, not the absolute worst
feel it,
holding
yeah.
to have in this spot. Mahiri,
I
Well,
can know
that
if
will
you have good
provide
instinct
some-
or you blah blah blah.
hope.
Or maybe at least a sweat. So this. I give
10 in
you
the window.
better.
4 cards to hit. Misses the first 2. Has 2 more.
Sweat, sweat.
2 pulls. Still all 5 alive.
Tylko pilot and then.
Not to be. Aces holding once again for Wei.
Bad luck,
Mahiri, the first to bust our feature table. to be inch closer to the money.
What a morning's poker for Y. He started here, our short stack. We featured him at the top of the frame, 16 and a half big blinds, I think it was.
Yeah, open
Well,
ripping is the first time he played with King Queen off. It was kind of desperation stages. Now very comfortable. Close to 600k. Does have
Because
those two
you
active
don't
players
play
behind
like
though.
normal people do, and you don't want people to criticize you. But for me, it's a little bit good, so I can control myself. I go only all in with premium.
He's still telling the lie. Oh, I had a good hand. I think I've heard him say he had aces. I've heard him say he had King
I
Jack.
play good at least.
William was like, mate, I had 7 deuce. Come on. I told you my hand.
I put here and then we see. Make sweat. Sweaty, sweaty, sweaty. كده ما فيش.
Corso's with a 5 in her hand. Let's it go.
I said she's always got a 5. She doesn't play every 5.
24.
Moore continuing to drive the action here. 10-9 offsuit here on the button. Gazarian unlikely to.
Unlikely, but let's not rule it out.
And
See, this is the. Oh, no, of course, yeah. Terry's here now, so not the dead big blind situation. That now falls on Gazarian's button.
yeah, no, he won't have been privy to everything everybody else will have seen for the last hour.
But he's seen him 3-bet from the big blind and claim 7 deuce. Whether he believes it or not is another matter. It's a nice looking door card when you're holding 6-4 diamonds, followed out by another diamond.
Yeah, likely check bet call now. Plenty of interesting turn cards. We've seen Ilamore really try and use range advantage against his opponents on a few occasions.
Going very small again, 20k. Actually, a little larger than he's gone previously. Albeit, lines have increased.
Scratch of the head. Wondering how much of this his opponent may have. Well, he's just picked up a little bit more. 9-10, almost as bad a holding as you can have on this board, but again, that range advantage may be something he may use to exploit. No, again, the white flag. We've seen this a few times now, that cheap stab and then give up.
10 on the end. Of course, beats the 3Xs of the world. He's going to be...
A little lucky.
Yeah, it was funny because his opponent's going to have some natural bluffs there as well. And I was really curious how he play against a hand like, say, 4-5 that a check called. Is he going to elect to bluff the river? But when he sees a check, probably expecting to show a king a decent percentage, but also hoping to see a 3 or just some non-bluffing combos, some of those diamonds perhaps. Jack highs, queen highs. Yeah, certainly fortunate, because okay, he had the best hand on the flop, but it was going to be very hard to win that pot unless he hit. The bluff was surely coming. A 6-10 run out, near perfect. Beautiful set here in the Crystal Cove. On what is a uncharacteristically weather-wise day here in Cyprus. A little windy, a little cloudy. It is November. I didn't have to worry about sunburn today, Dave. Didn't you get sunburnt last time we were here, despite the fact you live in Malta?
This is true. I was incredibly red on the. I like. Obviously, it's not all the time when you commentate that you do these little 2 minutes to camera, 3 minutes to camera at the beginning and ends of frames. I was very much regretting that this was one of those types of gigs when I looked like a strawberry. Yeah, not the brightest move.
Don't adjust the set.
Yeah, your gonna
colours are on. The hue's fine.
lower the tint, please.
Ilamur, 9 deuce offsuit from the cup. This is the dead big blind situation. Takari, queen 4 suited in the small. How does he want to play? Does he want to defend that big blind? Looks like he's keen to do so, and he's going to do it with a howitzer. Oh. I say a howitzer, a kind of a water howitzer. Just 3 away into 70k. But again, I guess you don't have to go that big because your opponent's going to have a super wide range here. As we can see, as wide as 9 deuce offsuit, so deciding.
Yeah, very smart pick up there from Takari. Obviously has had one little skirmish with Ilamur there just a moment ago, but did come in late to what is already a very dynamical table, and I feel like he's already picked up on exactly what he can go about and do. Build his stack up above the 1 million mark now over the next orbit or so as we inch our way towards the money bubble. Probably, I would guess, less than 2 hours of play away. Squeaky bum time for those shorter and short middly stacks, and a time to pillage for the big stacks.
No. How many times? 53? 53 or 63? I think 53. 53, there's a chance, but not 100%. 63.
Cheeky,
You see?
perhaps light openable one here for Y.
Yeah, 6-5 suited. He's going to have a little go. Somebody's got a pretty tight image. I mean, every time he plays a hand, he tables aces.
Yeah, in the same way as the solvers sort of fall in love with the ace-5 suiteds, so too with the 6-5 suiteds in certain situations as well. They are one of those anomalous hands that, you know, play that little bit better than they look when you put them into, you know, hand versus hand situations on certain board types. I guess the big part of that being the 2-3-4 sort of aspect.
Right. You just get them in those spots. Do 3-4-5 dream. Having a great hand anytime an ace has got a gut shot, got to be a good situation. Markov defends himself into a decent situation here. The 9 high flush draw is best. He's been blasted off a lot of hands. Maybe this is a hand he can win, purely because why? Surely it's going to stab once, but it's going to be very hard for him to fire again, you'd think, with a hand that can turn very little equity.
Yeah, Markov not considering too much the likelihood that his 9 high could be good right now, but certainly this flush draw is a lot of kit. Y has been fairly tight, it must be said. Like, he's been involved in a lot of hands, but then he woke up with aces twice. He had the king queen we spotted, and then he made the big call with the queen jack. They're the kind of key hands that will be in the minds of these guys, but I think fair to say that Y hasn't looked to get out of line here, so maybe, just maybe, you give him credit for a real hand.
Y finds the 6 on the turn, one of his very few outs in this pot.
Yeah, and Markov now got a gutter to go with the diamonds. Interesting to see whether he would choose a lead in this situation or a check again. If he checks, one would assume he's check calling or check raising. Check raising a little dicey, obviously, on a board that still favours your opponent.
Is there any way that, even though Y is obviously taking the lead now, that he can actually win this pot? Is Markov ever going to just not bluff rivers?
It's a very hard run out to bluff now for Markov.
Right.
You've got the diamonds in your hand, which actually make poor bluffing candidates because you kind of hope that your opponent might have diamonds in some situations. Yes, you got that 9 blocker to the 8-9, but is 8-9 really going to be in there that often with just a good shot on the flop? It's a dicey one to turn into a bluff now. Y could definitely be pot controlling you with a weakish ace here sometimes. You know, a Jack X hand could potentially be your target hand if you go big, but it's it's a dicey one.
Knuckle it.
Interesting now, does Y think he needs to bluff to win this one?
Right. don't want to let a 10 win here, do you? But he's just going to sort of give up, as it were, and find out, actually, he found the miracle turn. And Markov's going to feel when he sees it. Oh, you just found the offsuit 6. That seems fair. How's your day going?
Some lovely sweeping angles, camera work here by our Sherhan crew. So we get a look here at the beautifully dressed set for the Gangster series. Strong themes always playing a part in the in-house series here. Retro, Western, Carmen.
I'm going to say Pomerov looks the most gangstery. Sat behind the sunglasses. Not saying much. Right in the cars here talking. Oh, look. It's been dealt 7 deuce again. Oh, this is great. This is great. Is it in before? David, is there any chance we see the complete suicide of Ilmur here?
Well, I'm already projecting to the situation where we do, and the horror show for Gazarian that his opponent actually has about 40%.
Gazarian can, of course, come with a free, but didn't flash any smile this time. There was no laugh or exchange between the two. A bit more serious this time. He's got a serious hand. All right, everyone else out of the way. That's what we wanted to see. We want to see if Ilmur ever goes bananas here.
Is there a 4-bet size
No,
that's not
he's
committing? No,
not
quick
gonna-
fold.
Not going to do anything silly. But we wanted to see silly. Maybe there's a lesson here for Ilmur to just not play 7 deuce. He's got some lot of chips so far.
Yeah, or just maybe decide for the next half hour or so of this frame while these guys are on the TV table to actually play a solid range, and maybe, just maybe, his opponents won't give him credit for it. If there is any feeding of information from the live stream back to him on a 30-minute delay, everyone will now be aware of a full hour of craziness, it must be said. Although I get no sense of these guys looking to their phones or looking to get information like that. It feels almost like they're sequestered away.
I imagine they're seeing phones. They're getting all the information. But also, you don't need to know exactly what it is. I mean, it's at the table. You know Ilmur was getting out of line.
Frequency-wise, you're getting a hunch, yeah.
I should focus more. I was too much excited. Okay, so the money is in.
All right, Markov. Can he get something going? Very unlucky so far. His opponents have chosen peculiar combos to mergey bluff with. He's had some medium strength on bad boards. Just from there, kind of get hideously unlucky with a 9 high combo. As unlucky as you can get with 9 high. Now raising up 2.5x from the button with ace 10. Pocket 3s in the big blind.
Yeah, lovely hand to see here. 2.5x.
No 5 in a hand, must mean a 5 on the board. Theory. Deuce.
Oh, hello.
Not a bad card to see.
Hello.
The 3 even better. And then the best card after that to see, David, would be an ace.
Yeah.
Markov. Cold decked.
Question now is, does she go for an immediate check raise in this spot? Obviously, you know, that board can straighten up and flush up a little bit in a way that can actually scare your opponent who has an ace. I wonder if she's thinking in those terms.
I would, purely because I've just seen him table the 9 high and not trying to bluff. I'm thinking, okay, this guy's just playing a bit more fit or fold. You want to try and make sure I get him. On the flip side, that of course, if he has the ace, he might do the bidding for you over 3 streets.
Yeah, great turn card here, as bricky as she could have hoped.
Papatya.
And now, again out of position, does she want to spring her trap? Oh, he just checks back. Wow.
This is the concern. I think if I got a big hand against markup, I want to play big.
Papatya, they give me something else.
Well, will
But
she be
this one is
thinking
much
check
better.
raise again
They
on
give
this
me
river, or
leverage.
does she feel now like she must do her own betting?
Or maybe
I think I might check
pronounce
again.
wrong.
Maybe they have tea bags and then
It's
Does
Papatya,
go
Camille
for
is Papatya.
a
Papatya.
very value-y sort of 1/3 bet. That makes it easy for him. He can call this one.
Yeah, it's a clear call, but he's got a massive hand. It's in the way it's played. But he's going to see, he's very happy he didn't lose more in this hand.
Oh, that decision to check back turn, nitty as it was, probably saved him a couple of 100k.
Donatello putting them in. Who's your favourite turtle?
Oh, well, I think everybody's favourite turtle was Michelangelo, no? He ate pizza.
Yeah, but it's just a bit of a nonsense. He was just a nonsense, wasn't he?
Which one had the nunchucks?
Yeah, that was Michelangelo.
Yeah, see, I think that was what it was all about as well.
Donatello had the stick, didn't he? The staff.
Yeah.
Was it Leonardo with the sword and Raphael with the little trident kind of things. I think Donatello's my favourite. It's cool. He had the stuff. He was kind of a bit more sensible, like me.
Yeah.
Michelangelo, complete nonsense, like you. Turtles, eh?
Was the Krang, was it the creature who's in the belly of the robot? The little brain-shaped pink thing? That was the real bad guy? I think it was Krang or something like
Frank
that.
from Simpsons.
Oh, it could be Krang from Simpsons. Be mixing my cartoons there from my youth. Of course, there were Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles in our part of the world.
They were. Couldn't be that violent, I'm afraid.
that he can't sit even. Because why would he throw away turning? And he loves it. You know,
Both words we've adopted into the poker nomenclature.
you know, sit on
Ninja, short stack ninja, heroing. Yeah.
Yeah? Mutant.
But it's good that some guys can do that. Like they don't come to the table and destroy the table. And
like that, yeah. I don't like that idea. Yeah, maybe it's
yeah, but I
talking
think
heavily.
everybody will
Frank,
do it.
you're right.
They will
I
not
don't
care.
like it actually. I think they
were right.
they should have this rule if someone is sick enough.
Yeah.
Because many times happens that
And everybody
they
will get
infect
sick.
people. You know, they would always tell them they don't disinfect their hands and then touch the cards, chips. Yeah.
Just got a little message there from
Yeah.
our co-commentator for the weekend,
That up
Andrew
and
Headley. Is at the buffet. Surprise,
Ah.
surprise. Well, he might be. After a little sleep in, he only landed at midnight last night. So being the really sound colleagues we are, we said, look, Andrew, we'll take the first shift.
الكاميرا
We'll jump on it for you.
شو؟ لا لما اطلع برا خلاص شو عم تقول؟
Three deuce deuce, couple of hearts. Dinamo with the best of it and the best draw and the lead and the aggression and the position. Probably going to win this pot. That's my expert analysis of the situation here, David. I don't know if you have anything else to add. Should we just leave that? Should we just let that hand die?
Just think that was flawless.
Yeah, he decided to do the late journey yesterday. I decided to get up at the crack of dawn. Well, way before the crack of dawn yesterday to make sure I got here in time to hit the buffet and sat around my hotel room waiting for about 3 hours for you to arrive so I could go eat.
Yeah, you said it was like a 4 a.m. start for you. It's pretty rough.
Yeah, I was committed.
I'm definitely the lucky one in this equation, flying from Malta on an Emirates flight that, you know, is making its way to Dubai, stopping off just to let me off the plane.
Right. Yeah, it's probably a little bit more luxurious than my EasyJet finest.
Yeah, 2 hours with a giant iPad in front of me and lots of leg room and just generally quite
Some
nice.
sort of food, no doubt, as well.
Oh yeah, no, they served a little meal as well.
Oh, lovely. Surprised to let you eat. Well, there's no point eating on the plane if you're coming to Merit.
Well,
Have a little snack. Just
as
warm up.
always.
You need to warm up the muscles. Markov. All right. Markov's going to win a pot at long last. He's got the boots. He's popped it up from +1.
His muscles have been warmed.
The folding ones. The mucking ones.
Speaking of warm muscles, you had a few warm muscles in the buffet last night, I spotted.
Oh, yeah. A lot of great seafood options last night. Friday. Fishy Friday.
Love it. Gazarian here, maybe plotting some larceny against somewhat tight Markov and somewhat weak flat here on the button by Y.
He's running with confidence. He's flicking in the deuce 3 off from the big.
The dirty diaper against the best hand in poker.
Markov just he's looked fed up in every spot. This time he's doing it at least with the aces.
Ooh, wow, what a flop. Everyone has a little something Markov with the big over pair and the gutter. Y with that gutter 2 overs. And Gazarian now with bottom pair but the open ender. Dealer has found a serious flop for these 3 hands here. Donk lead, which I like actually on balance here from Gazarian. I think it's the kind of board he needs to get after.
It's not very small. 2 blinds, thereabouts. Flicking in, way sticks around here with that ace. He can't feel great about hitting an ace, but he can certainly feel good about hitting a 3. For such a small price. So perhaps hoping to find a 10.
Wow, here we go. Gazarian with a virtual lock on this one. Only opportunities for Markov and Y. He actually checks it now. Interesting.
Checks over to Y. Does he do anything here? Checks it back.
4-liner now. That 3 no longer the nuts.
I'm a little concerned. I mean, Way can definitely, both his opponents in fact can definitely have 8s. I think that's the only way they realistically have an 8. Maybe there's some like ace-8 of hearts, ace-8 of spades kind of combos that could be there, but
yeah, Gazarian must at this point feel like he has to do his own betting here. His opponents could have an overpair, or they could indeed have found a way to a set here by now, and that would be a definite calling candidate. Pocket 6s, pocket 7s, both possible.
how's your day going, Markov?
What
That's every pot. You've had some nice hands. You get aces. Have it come 5-4 deuce and run out in a way that he finds the fold.
Fabulous. Lost 1 bet post flop in this hand.
22k he lost after this flop. Less than 2 blinds.
Gazarian.
He just wants to show his friend. Spicy one. Oh god, it's just I feel for him because
Really,
I think the ace-5 fold was not a fold I can get on board with. But other than that, he's just been in
like
kind of horrible spot after horrible spot.
Yeah, it's been pretty grim.
But it's what you believe.
Is this Ellie side? Just taking a seat?
It's like my brain, how it's working. You will see later. What
New player just joined the fray.
But I
We'll get
was thinking by
confirmation
mistake, I didn't do it on
in a
purpose.
moment.
I know, but it's too late now.
I'm speaking for you, not for me.
65 players. We're all getting close.
Bye bye. Good game. Try to touch it, please.
Indeed it is, Ellie side. Just the 20 bigs he brings with him. Cuts a imposing shape, Ellie, at a poker table. Won't be enjoying
Gangster-like presence.
being the short stack, as we're just maybe an hour, maybe an hour and a half from the bubble. Why, who remember, began the day with just 167k, now up to almost 600, has had an excellent hour and a half so far, picking up aces twice, now stepping out with the 7-8 suited.
Yeah, certainly had the best of it. Zverev really doesn't want to let this Jack 4 off go, but
So,
was
Yeah.
considering that for a long time.
Yeah, and while we probably won't see it, one suspects he might really get after it in the next level with the pressure on these middling stacks to build a stack in the pre-bubble phase. Nice raise and take it by White in the end.
Yeah, but should have been a more rapid hand, perhaps. Took a minute. But they got to the right result. Markov probably can't wait for this feature table stint to finish. Wants to get off here, get to a new table, get a different deck in his hands, get a little fortune perhaps. Herzog's played 3 hands, she's won 3. Increased her stack from Millie to 1.2. Donatello's happy. So King Jack, new to the table, has 20 blinds. Just decides to rip it.
Wow.
All 20.
This is a big shove. Makes sense maybe on the button. Something like that is more defendable as a play. This is a little
Ah, the big blind sitting
wild
out situation. So maybe
Aha,
thinking
okay.
if they might not give me enough credit, I might get played back at too often. So adjusting to
Interesting. Yes, that makes a bit more sense now.
Right. Yeah, what does the solver say when someone's sitting out in the big blind? Does it can you press that button? Does it tell you what to do?
You can definitely put dark checks into a solver, but I don't know if you can do that. You must be able to.
I mean, you can set it to fold to
100% of.
But then, yeah, I suppose then everyone does know that. I don't know. Solvers aren't for me. I'm an old man. Look them in the eyes. Figure out if they're messing around with 7 deuce for the banter. And then ripping in with king, queen off. That's what I say.
Oh, speaking of king, queen off, I think that's a king that's got flipped up.
Speaking of 7 deuce.
he don't know.
Wow.
There it
You
is.
should tell him so he gets angry.
Oh, it's Komarov. Oh, but we like the 7 deuce game is not on. This isn't some sort of cash game scenario. But the talk of it at the table has led our man to pop up from under the gun. I want him just to win this one. Markov in the big blind. Not being the most aggressive character in pots. He's thinking maybe I can win this. And he wants to be the first to show it. Right, this is how you do it, my man. You keep trying to with 7 deuce over there. I'll show you how it's done. Why you're going to get in the way. King Jack suited.
Oh, sorry.
Kazarian, king queen off in the cut-up. Looks like he swiftly bin that to this action. So there's the respect Ponomarov has.
Yeah, right. A very squeezable one.
Right.
Gets bin.
He's a handy open with under the gun 4-bet jam with not long ago. Now he's just folding it to this open and a flat. Ponomarov's like, why did I bother doing this again? Remind me. Just messing around. We're playing a 2K tournament with 450 players in, 170k up top, and I'm somehow in a pot with 7 deuce against a player who's shown to be very capable thus far. Queen 5-3, both with the backdoor flush draw. Both with the backdoor straight draw as well, should be said.
Yeah, I think Ponomarev will find a way to win this one sometimes. Checking.
Right, not going to get married to the situation, not going to feel compelled to bluff just because he's open with the 7 deuce. Happy to check fold it if needed. I'm with you, yeah. Surely there's a
كان
plan to
معك
bet at
فيش
some
كبير
point.
ولا
اليوم مثل هيك
كارتك جاي معبق لأ
Does
Way
White
gonna-
try to, yeah,
Right.
get an ace high to fold now?
Yeah. Obviously the queen would be warming if he was in there with a hand like 6s through sort of 10s, jacks. And if we're happy betting now, that's really small. Wow. 1 blind.
هب في هب
That's
إيه.
peculiar because it doesn't really get ace highs to fold. But he should get 7 deuces to fold.
Yeah, right. Ponomarev, is he considering a little play here? The door is wide open for it now. To come over the
Yeah,
top of
I
this
mean-
12k.
Can we let him win for 1 blind? Then he's thinking, what hands bluff for 1? What's he betting with 1 blind? What hands can I check raise with here? Do I have a queen when I open pre under the gun and check a queen high board and then check the queen turn?
Yeah, can I ever find a way to get pocket 9s to fold?
Right, but did the 9s even bet just 12k? They go bigger. Can Ponomarov rep a hand like 10s himself that's raised pre? And
Zuzu, he's screaming from yesterday.
he's put something in. He has come out with a big check raise. This is surely going to work.
زوزو هذا كنا عم نقول له تستوستيرون
Playing with the tiny bet has invited action he didn't want.
هيدا الابره
Yeah, strange sizing there from Way, it has to be said.
طلع معي حرام هو
But now, like, yeah, you can't just show this. Pretty wanted to show the 7 deuce for the banter. Can't do it when you come out with the turn check raise.
فوق تريس انه معي اكثر منه بشوي صغيره يعني انا معه دبلت
That's my dream in poker, is to one day play on a stream game, play the 7 deuce game in a cash game, win with 7 deuce, not table it, and then 30 minutes later just get the phone out.
I don't know what he was
Boys,
$50 each.
pay,
Joseph.
7
we
deuce,
call him
pay.
Zuzu.
Dream. One day I'll get it.
I think yes.
Don't mind like they've all gone bust and the table's changed.
No, we
Well,
told.
that's the risk, right?
Yeah, but for the banter.
He switch chips
Herzos under the gun
secure
with a
partner
pocket
or-
pair.
too close
2 5s. There you go. She deviated from having a 5 in her hand and flopped a set.
إيه، إنه أنا كلون
هذا set.
بدي مخليهم ينبسطوا.
Just 10 spots from the money now.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised how quickly we've got down here. Well, we see some battling, and I guess it is a facet of the merit structure we mentioned before. You can kind of late reg pretty late, so there's a lot of small stacks, there's also very big stacks. So the average stack may be one number, but actually the deviation is so big. We saw sort of 20 big blinds, 20 starting stacks bagging up on day 2. Really skewing that average. Look at this, Ponomarov with 2 unders to that open. Not going to defend.
Amazing fold.
Like, unquestionably, she's made a couple of hands, but I really like how she goes about her business. Great table presence.
It's something I remember from seeing her here before. It's exactly that. She kind of just has that. Feels like a poker player at the table.
Yeah, one of the real threats in this tournament here. Chugs it Earthsoft with almost 1.3 million now. well above average stack, which is probably something in the region of 750k. Down to Illimore, who's been quiet for about 3 hands. Back on the horse here with the Queen 6 of Hearts from early.
Yeah, in his mind, he's played tight for ages now. Had to fold 9 deuce. It's like they're going to respect me now. I'm back in. Queen 6 of Hearts. Plenty of equipment. Polymer off, King 10 offsuit in the small. He's going to go after these light opens. Not with that hand, he says, from that seat. Will she defend with 10-6? This is the kind of the weakest holding we've seen her put into position to play in. She is going to make the call with the triple gapper. I like it. She won't like ace queen 5 rainbow. More flopping best, betting, and winning. And having a sip of the coffee. That's what he needs. He needs some caffeine. He needs to spruce himself up a little bit. Get a bit more lively. He got a 9 deuce. I'm disappointed in him.
Yeah, I do feel like he's been neutered somewhat by the table. Obviously, still manages to, you know, get one through here and there. But actually, in all the meaningful pots, he's been on a downward trend and not fun and not the kind of feature table experience he would have been hoping for when he livened things up there about an hour and a half ago, telling everybody they had to start playing up for the cameras.
Yeah, he was so implying. He's got to chat for the cameras. He's been playing for the cameras.
Raise it.
Here it comes again. This time, very reasonable. Queen Jack of Diamonds. Zarian with a very unreasonable King 9 offsuit. He's flashing a smile at his man. It's like, I really want to mess with you, but can he? No. He's always tempted.
Yeah, so many people to get through in that spot, but he's been undeterred by that factor. Markov, who's had a tough run of things.
Polymerov with a pair on the button, but against a player that's so difficult to define his range. Has opened for +1, even though he's opening a lot. Sort of give him some respect. I like that. Just it's too difficult to play against this man. I think you don't want to be in there with hands like 3s. I think maybe you might call with some more of the pseudo connect type holdings. 3s, you're going to be in no man's land so often. Herzog's defending ace 9 of clubs from the small. She's happy to see a flop against this man with that holding.
Yeah, and Ellie now with the Tempter, obviously, again, 20 bigs. Not a great spot to be in. The kind of hand that gets dominated a lot by both ranges, actually.
Right.
So it's a little worrisome to proceed, but...
For one blind, can we really fold this hand? We are close to the money, of course. That is the argument. Well...
trouble for Ellie now.
Yeah. Flops that dominated top pair.
Not a total whiff for her Saucier either. She got some backdoors working for her.
Gonna continue on this rainbow board. Gone with a healthier size than we've seen him see bet thus far. Of course, it is a 3-way pot. Things are different. You're up against kind of different ranges, especially with the small blind being in there. Does that leave room for this man to ever get away from this hand at some point, or is he going to feel compelled, perhaps even just to ask for it now?
Yeah, very tricky spot, Eli Said. He has made a difficult bed for himself, and now is gonna. He's not going to love it anymore.
I'm folding this. I don't want to waste time.
But
I have Queen Jack. I don't know if it's good or not.
Queen Jack is good.
Yeah, Illimore very conscious that he could be up against King Jack or
yeah.
pair there, but Sort of can't bet
He's doing
fold
it for
the
the
hands.
TV. He's like, just so you know, like I know I can be behind here, but I'm not folding
I'm
top
doing
pair.
it.
That's why I'm calling this quickly.
And does the bell toll for Eli Said here?
The unlucky seat, perhaps. Here we first. Saeed next or not?
Wow. Finds the chop.
The running chop.
Happy landing.
A very punch-drunk Illamore.
أو 10. أجل قصر يعني شوي.
Written all over the faces of both players how they feel about that river.
I didn't think he can split.
Yeah, it was on many people's minds.
8 والأربعة.
On Jack 8-4, you're not looking for chops at that spot.
والعشرة جاك بوت.
أنا مفكر حالي بربح الإيد. أنا مفكر بربح الإيد إنه بسيء شباب.
Free rolling. That's the
Yeah.
sort of feeling.
I want to get an update on Habib's stack in
You're
the
trying to.
dead seat as we get closer to the money.
خلاص
I mean, could have been 10
I want to know
or-
if Vitautas Milbudas is still in the field.
We made some chips.
you're convincing yourself.
And if
about
so,
this.
will he
Like,
be
you're
joining us on the
running
next
bad.
future table?
You have very bad luck today.
Until now, I agree.
Maybe we'll
I
save
did
it
kings
for
against aces.
So
Hold him back.
I chop runner.
no need to
But the
say.
good sign is I'm still here. I have a good stack.
Yeah, but it's
And
obvious.
you got already
it's not
all the
good.
ranguts and you have, this.
It's our turn.
Now it's our turn. He's singing Christmas songs. I'm telling him don't do it. It's bad luck to sing it too early. He keeps singing.
No. Tell him in our country it's bad luck to the guy sitting next to you.
In your country, this is Cyprus.
But
brother.
it depends who's where
Where
you're
do you
born.
live? In your brain? I don't know. This is Cyprus.
You know, it's in the brain, everything.
Okay. Keep going.
A lot of fun here. Markov. Yeah. I don't blame him for that one. It's all gone wrong for him. It's just 30 bigs, 2 threes. It's like, I've had enough tough spots. I'm done. Get me off this table. Let me grab a coffee. We're near the money. So 10-8 diamonds from the small with that free roll. Whoa! Just all in.
And the guy is short stack.
Have that.
That's a very good thing. Like in the main event, and I tasted against kings, and the guy hit
Saeed.
I can hear over here Illamore with the back in the main event, like all you people who've had a deep run in the main. But back in the main event when I was down to the last 123.
What you were gonna do if
Damn,
I
you
invited
can't.
you?
I hate people who do that.
Disgraceful.
winning and losing clips, winning this kind of 80-20 situation, or sometimes losing even you have to make sure.
You're not folding Queen Jack suited. If I 3-betted you.
There's more information than I want to give up. Talk to my lawyer. I don't know. It really depends. There is no, I would always do this or.
But I know you lie sometimes, but now.
But what I would do, I usually don't know. I probably don't say. Don't say what I.
إمام موقف.
But if I tell you I have 7,
ترديك أمك. لا بت.
I had 7.
David, do you want to explain to everyone at home what's just occurred in
What I had.
this booth of ours? There's a
That
weird shape that's casting a shadow across the room.
9s or 10s or something. I don't believe you had 8s. But
You don't want to explain. Just going to leave it at that. There's a weird shape in here.
I just think that mystery that you've left out there, I just want people to be left on that for a little bit longer. No, the unlikely shape of Andrew Headley has walked into our...
Likely?
I didn't see my hand.
He, of course, will be joining us
شعور اثنين على البطن.
for the duration because we're doing things a little different this time. Merritt, you're not here for the whole time, David, because you can't handle it. The buffet's too much.
Yeah, I've been told
Christmas coming.
I've been told by my doctor that I can only come to Cyprus for 5-day stints now.
So you're doing the first stuff. Ali Najad's going to tag you out at the halfway stage.
Yeah, a sort of a fair swap, a reasonable replacement. I did try to get someone better, but
Okay.
you know, we're okay with that.
Well, we can only get what we can get.
Oh,
But
yeah.
myself and
That's
Andrew are going to be
right.
here for
Playing
duration
logically.
because we do love a good buffet, haven't we?
Yeah.
We've not been given doctor. The trick is don't go to the doctor. You only get bad news.
That's true.
Easier,
That's
but-
true.
There is no other.
They always make.
Yeah. We're going to have a tea drinker in the booth, I've just noticed as well.
I rather died and
There's always one.
Ali brings his kind of funny fruity drinks that he gets made up specially.
you wouldn't believe it.
Three staff members have had to go prepare his drinks for him.
After Curry, his second venture, but first open at the feature.
How much sure?
2-7. Markov. Well, they'll give him threes again. You didn't want to play it last time.
How
You can
much
fold it
sure?
again this time.
Pretty sure. 12 points.
Yeah, what a rough couple of hours of poker for Markov.
Well, this situation is almost. This one might be more enticing because he's up against an undergun open. If he calls here, he may feel he's got protection around. No one's going to mess with the thing. Maybe he gets to see the flop.
Too much.
Whereas if he was opening, he may be in too tough a spot.
I know you're sick.
Yeah, you just need to be so much deeper to set mine a situation
You like
like
that,
that, not
yes.
closing the action, not even close to
Why
it
you
either.
don't get three
But I do appreciate your point
Why
about
you
how
don't
you're
get
offered a
three
bit of protection by the under the guns range. Oh, I don't think he should be getting in the mix here. I think he should be. Maybe what we're really seeing is him having a little stall, which I do approve of.
Right.
A justified stall. Maybe we'll tick down to 60 players by the time he releases these threes.
But also as well, of course, we are into murderer's row when it comes to the two players in the blinds. They actually might still just mess around because they don't really care. That's Harry, Jack 5 offsuit.
Yeah, I have to say, I like Eftekari. I think he's been really...
All right, we're going to have a look at flop with Jack 5 offsuit. Let's go.
Abibi, can you...
Zero fear.
50 for me?
5%. That's for commission.
Thank you.
Ace 10, 9.
Back to our straight and flush possibilities for Gazarian with that jack of clubs in hand, but that's not a lot of hand up against a strong range from under the gun and a board that favours them.
Right. Pretty grim flop for Eftekari to see as well, but of course gets to just bet and is very relieved to see a fold.
Yeah. Nicely done. Really like him. I was just going to say,
Yeah.
I have to say, he arrived late to this feature table. He's been here for about an hour, but very quickly picked up on some dynamical stuff that was going on. As we take a look at the next feature
So
table.
this is I don't see our boy. They let us down. They've done us dirty.
Unless he's gone. We
Don't say that.
Well, no, I don't wish that. I just feel
You
like
know what? I don't like the look of this table so much that I'm not going to commentate on them. I
you're-
refuse.
You're done now, are you?
Yeah.
I have to stay on longer.
You'll have to stay on. Like,
Okay.
That's it.
Well, fortunately, I love the look of these guys. I feel like there's a Gargazian and Illimer in their midst as well. I don't know who's creating that dynamic yet, but
There's
I'm
some
sure
chips
that's
out there. The white
happening.
chips are the ones you want.
Oh my God! Look at that
What?
wall of purple.
Oh, we're doing a colour up break, I presume.
61.
Versos.
عم بتمرن على الفاينل تيبل.
Donatello's in charge of the purple chips. It makes sense.
That's completely on brand.
Yeah.
لا صاروا 3 ايام.
I hope that sound didn't come from the commentary booth.
بتقلب من النهار.
I'm just trying to think. Obviously, there's no turtle with a white bandana. We have Leonardo as the blue, so you can get the 5Ks. But I can't remember what colours we go to after this. What are the biggest value chips? Are there orange chips? Is Michelangelo the turtle to have in merit? Find out. Don't just look at me. Don't not answer me.
I will spend my entire break.
I think the reds are
Looking
500.
into
So
this.
they're,
بكره الماني
would they have reds 500s and thousands
Bounty.
purples? I don't know. I need to know.
Well, you've 2 hours off. Go find
Okay,
out.
I'll go do some turtle / merit chips reconnaissance. Maybe like Shredder's white. He seems like he'd be, the good against evil kind of character.
He was a rat, though,
But it's a bit confusing,
which, in the context of a gangster, is a very bad thing to be.
right? But then he's not a gangster. We've been through this. They're not gangsters. They're just vigilantes.
True.
Bebop and Rocksteady are the gangsters. I don't have to say this again. They're bad gang. We don't want to be a gangster in the Turtle universe. Maybe you shouldn't be using a turtle during the gangster series. Maybe
And they're kind
Save
of
them for the Ninja series.
they only really play cameos as well. Bebop
Yeah.
and Rocksteady there.
I don't know. I just love those names. So he's only played a cameo at this feature table, but it's been a eventful one. Here's our man. Here's the star of the show. I'm almost disappointed to see an 8 in his hand when he's opened.
Wow.
Here we go.
Gazarian,
Will he go for it with deuce 3?
I feel like he might. And interestingly then for Eftekari, if he wakes up with any semblance of a hand, might really feel like the stacks are perfect for a cold 4. Anyway, getting a little ahead of myself here, but this is what these kinds of players do to you. You
Here
start
we
projecting
go.
into the future, all
Here
these
we
kind of
go.
moves.
He's going to be so desperate to show this one. Although he didn't show the 4-bet jam with King Queen. Now, will Ilimo do anything?
Oh.
You speculated last time. I think he had exactly this kind of hand.
It was
A7,
A7,
ace-8
it was
something.
A7, yeah, that time too. It was a little shallower as well that time. This one's a bit deeper.
All in.
He does! He springs it! The rip!
Oh, he's going
Show
to
the
get
7.
7. Oh, A7. Boo.
He's like, unlucky. Your timing was off. I had a big hand. What can we do?
على حسب
You ran into it.
هو هيك ما في يعمل إلا هيك.
I swear to God, 3 minutes ago, I told him that I went on the World Series main event, $10,000, on the bubble. Button raised, I tell him 3 minutes ago, I went all in with Jack 6 offsuit. I raised the button, he's 3-betting.
Okay,
3
continue.
minutes
What
ago,
you trying
I
to
told
say?
So I make that 6 times now that Illimore has brought up his main event run.
Which is one fewer than you've mentioned yours.
I really don't.
Ah, here now, there's no
Later
need
you'll
for it.
I really don't understand.
Don't
What
worry.
more
If
I
I
can
ever
do?
have one.
I just thought it was a really nice coincidence that you were down 104k in the main and I was up 104k in the main. That's the only thing I wanted to point out. We could have both sat at home, you could have just transferred that money over, and that would have been 15 summers saved.
I feel like the one time I cashed it might have been the one where they just paid the most players have ever paid as well.
We will see what will happen. What's now?
Well,
was-
James Dempsey
Yeah.
Googles himself.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
I
take
don't
this
have to
hand.
myself. I just the tab's open. Like it's always there.
Just the hand and mob is always
needed the hand
open on the page. Markov, from under the gun, has finally decided enough is enough.
Later you will know what
I
the
have
hell
been
is one.
slapped around for the past 2 hours. I'm going to try and take one down here. Well, Saeed.
What does it matter how about you?
Yeah, but like
Ooh.
also I was doing something.
Oh, no.
Could see him going both ways given the way we played Saeed play. He's been a little more liberal. Does go with the flat from +3 here and a little more quickly release. Ooh, and Kazarian has a real hand this time. Poor Markov just cannot catch a break
Can't
right
catch a
now.
break. It's almost like they gave him 3s before he folded. Gave him 3s again, he folded. Gave him 5s. It's like, okay, I guess I'm supposed to play some hands. Okay, I'll play 5s from under the gun and punished.
Yeah, and playing against 2 fairly shallow stacks here, Kazarian can size this 3-bet quite small. A small squeeze would be kind of nice. He has gone somewhat small.
Yeah, I mean,
From it.
sub 4x against
Yeah.
a raising a call against under the gun. That's certainly not really
Yeah.
any smaller than that. I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it needs to plausibly have some sizings that are folding here. Markov, well, he has been incredibly patient. That's the one thing we'll say about him is while the deck has been unkind and maybe, just maybe, a couple of folds were a bit too nitty earlier on, he has been patient. He has been willing to just let his hand go and
Yeah.
wait for another spot, wait for another day.
I feel like if he hadn't folded the 3s twice at all, but he wouldn't have opened these 5s. That's the
Indeed.
thing. I think it's almost like the deck's just needling him at this point, giving him these like, super marginal spots.
Tool check.
Yeah, and the squeezer
I
is
mean, not
the
understand.
probably second loosest guy at the table, who would be the loosest guy on most tables.
Yeah.
Check it out.
Again, I think half an eye on the clock here. Markov looking at his 25 big blinds, thinking that's enough to get me through to the money bubble here.
And of course, it was the dead big blind seat again, wasn't it? This,
Oh,
his
wow,
the gun
yes.
open, so that's playing into his mind again. I keep forgetting, of course, seat 1 hasn't been here the entire time. I understand he'll be a little ill.
Yeah. Saeed, not much fold equity here. He's the shallower of the two. But,
Does he want to get involved?
however,
It's free rolling.
he is sort of free rolling, I think, in his mind for sure. We've seen quite a lot of Ali Saeed over the past 12 months on Merit streams. A regular to this poker room, usually sitting behind a big stack, probably in lesser charted territory now when he's nursing this 20 big blind-ish stack, bubble adjacent. Maybe wants to just pummel and pile drive his way out of that zone.
So close to the money, though.
All in.
Oh, he's gone
There
for
he
it.
is.
He's gone for it.
He will have...
Azarian getting rewarded for the loose image. Massive pot, all of a sudden developing on our feature. 665,000 chips reside in the middle, so he's needing to find a king of clubs.
Yeah, huge pot for both players here.
As good as he can expect for Kazarian. 8-8 deuce, just a solitary club.
Okay.
Jack, a little extra help. So he'll take any pain.
And we say goodbye to Ali Saeed in 61st place in this Merit Poker Gangster Series warm-up event. We edge ever closer now
300, 400.
to the bubble. 53 paid, remember. And it looks like these guys are going to go on break.
First break of the day. We'll see Hersel's remain where she began on this feature table. Maybe with that chip lead. Over 1 million in chips. But look at that, Kazarian up to 850k.
Yeah, very big moment there for Gazarian. Had that gone the other way, my goodness, what a roller coaster he would have ridden during this 2-hour frame. Want to zone in on actually Gazarian and Illimer. That was a dynamic, like something we don't always see at these feature tables, where two players really just decide they're going to go at it from beginning to end. And in the end, Gazarian did do very well out of that dynamic. I think he sort of had the medicine, if you like, for Illimer's antics. But from the other perspective, Illimer, it was like he talked a big game. He then brought in the loose opens, and he was certainly willing to fire C bets. But I feel hugely like his lack of follow through there, that it was very inconsistent. He didn't barrel turns and rivers. He sort of threw up the white flag quite often. And if you're going to open that loose, I don't think that's the way to go about your post flop game.
Yeah, it's kind of hard because he's got that loose image, and we're trying to encourage him, therefore, to play even more loose and aggressive and push the action more when we can see they might have worked. But I mean, he did turn like second pair in a weird spot into a bluff that we were both surprised by. So who knows? But he's going to move off the table now, and I wonder if he'll calm down. Because he did say, guys, they've chosen us for this table. We've got to put on a show. And he lived up to the billing.
Yeah, no, he did. And I think that was the dynamic that really drove the action and created a lot of very fun content, let's be honest, for us here. In the end, Gazarian, he was the sheriff, and he got just rewards in the end. That Queen's big hold there against Ali Saeed, who we're sorry to say goodbye to, but he clearly did want to bulldoze his way back into the mix pre-bubble. And unfortunately, he's gone. But Gazarian now with the big stack of chips to go forward with. Other player that really impressed me there, Hersos. We talked about how she didn't play too many hands, but when she did play, she raked in the chips at the end of them.
Yeah, certainly did. Yeah, few and far between, but just won every pot she played. I mean, it's a pretty good strategy.
Yeah,
don't play often and just win when you do.
Yeah, a nice formula, it must be said. We're saying goodbye to you for a frame. We are going to welcome in a man better known to some as Picasso. Andrew Headley will be joining us in the booth for the next frame. We're definitely going to burst the bubble. I'm virtually certain of that over the next little while. We'll bring you some very interesting bubble coverage. We'll be scoping around the outer tables for some of that. Please do join us. We'll be back in, I'd say, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. I've been talking for a while.
10 minutes.
Might be 4 minutes now.
We'll see you in 10 minutes, guys.
Dear guest, welcome to our conceptual Gangster series.
We're going to start the warm-up, start at position number 2, small line 300, big line 600, and 600 players usual without this provide.
So, by the way, there is 700,000 guarantee in this tournament. We are running today the day 1A. We have day 1B tomorrow, day 1C pass tomorrow. The turbo it's before day 2, then we get day 3, and the final will be on Sunday.
New things out there, but something happened. Something really bad has happened. And I wanted the best investigator possible to help me to solve this mystery.
Hello, Mr. Detective.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. You will help me to solve.
Yes.
Somebody has died.
This looks like my fifth wife.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But you cannot be suspect, come on. But the most important thing, the stolen. It was stolen $2,200, exact amount to buy in for the warm-up event. So you will have to help me.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Come. Really important to understand, where could be suspect from? What do you think?
Not Mongolia, probably. Oh, maybe somewhere from Middle East.
I think the same. I made some homeworks, and I think I have the main suspect. It has to be a poker player.
I thought the main suspect would be Gia, but he doesn't look like
No,
him.
no, no, for sure not. This time, it's not him.
Okay.
Any ideas?
We need to check, we need to think. Oh, look at this phone. It's like in my grandfather's apartment.
Yeah, but it works, and when I will find my suspect, I truly will call with this. Hello, hello. I know who is the guy. I know.
No. Relax, brother, relax. The real criminal will be known in a few days, you know? Because he will be the champion of the warm-up event.
Really?
Gangster.
What is your business, Mr. Shelby?
Import-export.
Poker player.
Gangsters.
Gangster.
Gangsters.
Gangster, of course.
Gangster, always.
Gangster.
Gangster for sure.
Quinten.
Take Queen off.
Quinten.
Jack 10.
Quinten.
7 deuce. I have no idea. Quinten.
Quinten. Quinten.
Escobar.
Al Capone.
Al Capone.
Al Capone.
There he stands alone.
Vita Corleone.
I'm unreliable people that aren't going to be carried away.
Pablo Escobar.
Yo soy Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria.
Al Capone.
Al Capone. Marlon Brando.
Making re-entry.
Rebuy.
Rebuy.
He's firing on the turn.
Rientri.
Re-entry. And you re-entry one more time.
Okay, one more time.
Re-entry.
I don't know.
I really don't know why they should do it like this.
Make sure there's no more action.
To make people aware.
To make sure that everybody make all bets.
To get the attention of the players. To wake up the player sleeping.
To wake up the old guys like me.
Just to make sure that everybody is watching.
Cadillac maybe?
Lincoln.
Cadillac, I guess.
Old school car.
Rolls Royce.
4-wheel car, big cars.
Cadillac.
A Volga. You a Buick or Cadillac.
So actually, I think he now is
Just going for some really
going for
thin
some
value.
really thin value.
Kind of 7s and 8s. Try and get them to pay you off. There's obviously a lot of
I have
misdraws on
ace-jack.
board.
Wow, that is extraordinarily thin.
Kazarian's going, he got ace jack, obviously. Ace jack seems like a kind of hand that would have value bet here.
Yeah.
And you beat some value with queens, so there's not really much of a decision here.
No, it's not. Unless you're thinking of raising, which would be a bit wild as well. This seems like a, oh, I'm so glad it's only 50k, there you go, sort of moment. If you've got the, you know, king 10. No, surely not. Come on, Gazarian.
Like he said, you got ace jack. And you still, obviously there's plenty of bluffs that could be in there as well.
And your two queens really blocking a big chunk of the king X. That would flat here
You look
on the button.
strong, but it's weird. Strong and not strong.
He 3-bets ace king. He probably doesn't have king queen because of the cards in your hand. Okay, yes, king jack maybe. This would be a wild fold. Big moment here in the tournament for Gazarian. Just 34 bigs behind here. Only needs to be good 28% of the time.
Yeah, and just the fact that you can beat value. You should never really ever thought if you can beat value, and you can. Ace jack certainly betting here.
You've got to flick it in here, Gazarian. Feel like he's overthinking it and leveling himself now.
He's going to call, I'm sure. He just
there
doesn't
we
like
go.
It.
Huge relief.
Good call declared.
So Mahiri was bluffing in that case if he sort of said good call. I'm a bit confused by that line. For here at Merit Poker. Well, I should say you did, James. You found the croissant counter in the coffee room in the Cove.
Oh, what a that was
serious
pastries
pastries.
as well. That was. I was a bit unsure when it was served to me on a plate, and I looked at it and I thought it just looks like it's going to be a little firm. It held its shape so well. It looked like a magazine croissant rather than one you really want to eat. I thought this thing's just going to be a bit firm, and you know, it's just, but actually delightful. You know, your croissant, you want it to look a little bit bad before you eat it, because then it's like, well, you know, it's probably kind of nice and soft and flaky. And this one looked amazing and tasted amazing. I don't know how they did it. Meanwhile, Queen on the river. You just didn't have one because it's one of the gluten-free ones or whatever it is you need. You just.
No, please do continue to talk about the lovely foods I could eat in my early 20s and haven't had for 15 years.
Well, you could eat them, you just wouldn't be very well.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a price. Surely, if it's really good, you'll try it. I don't know how much pain comes afterwards. Kazarian and Wait eyeing each other up. Wait checking down that 2 others and gut shot.
Yeah, Kazarian wondering if he can steal this one away. Little does he know, Way's hit his best. Well, a very warm welcome back to the Merit Poker Gangster Series 2023 warm-up event. I have to say, I'm just engrossed by the what I assume is an homage to Red Dead Redemption promo for the Merit Series Western, which is coming up in January. Obviously, keep an eye out for that one, guys. Another great series that they have here each year. My name is David Lappin. If you're joining us late, I am now joined by the wonderful Andrew Headley, who I think has taken some issue with some of the ways I've described his. I think I said we'd be deflowering him. That was meant in the softest, most lubricated terms.
softest, most lubricated terms. I'm not going to lie, I was a little perplexed and astounded by such a description. I was listening to the stream of yourself and Mr. James Dempsey earlier, and that's a much kinder welcome, David, so thank you. Happy to be here.
We're so lucky to have you in our midst here, Andrew. Thank you so much. And welcome to the Merritt Crystal Cove, which I believe you have been to Merritt once before, but I think you were maybe over in the other hotel for the Party Poker event, was it a few years ago?
Yeah, great place, you have to say. Probably one of the best venues I've ever played poker. You would have to say, no bias, naturally. But there is, of course, you know, the players are taken care of so well. I just partook in the buffet, David, before coming to join you. Amazing place to play poker, as you saw there on the screenshot. Beautiful location. And yeah, looking forward to this new feature.
Yeah, new feature. Features Boot Boy in pole position here with 1.2 million. Down the other end is Rebez with just 195k, 13 big blinds. Very much squeaky bum time when we think to ourselves there are 60 players left, 53 remaining, and I'm going to guess this bubble goes in the next hour.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those spots, isn't it? All of the low to short stacks. We're going to see the classic bunch of tanking, you know, trying to squeak into that money. Spots, I believe, is 53 paid, David, so we're about 7 players away or something like that. So yeah, we would expect the bubble to burst within the next sort of hour or so for sure.
Yeah, and they've actually given us maybe the shallowest table in the room, which is very cruel to these guys. Maybe aware that as we are bubble adjacent, we might find a few bust outs from this pack at 9.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we see Boot Boo right off the bat, the chip leader at the table, David wakes up with the ace king off under the gun.
Yeah, dream spot here for Boot Boo at a table full of, you know, 17 to 30 big blind stacks who are all eyeing up that min cash of 3,800.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see how hard he leverages that chip advantage. Of course, approaching the bubble, we'd expect to see him open pretty wide. Of course, this is not wide whatsoever, waking up with the monster.
No, the camera is where? Camera, to see the cards. What is it? Where's the camera to see the cards?
Well, I have some simultaneously excellent but very sad news as well. Milbutas has retaken his spot in the producers section of our studio, which means he is no longer at one of the tables. Means he must have. Where did you bust, Milbutas? Let us tell the audience that.
That's history. Wow.
There was a lot of expletives there. I'm not going to lie to you guys in my ear as he explained his bad beat story. It looks like it was a lost coin flip with 68 left. Gutting one, I know, because you know what a great field and opportunity this one was to have a deep run. GG, sir.
We can simplify and say he got unlucky.
Yeah.
Interesting spot here, David, as we saw Sibgatova peeling pre with the ace-9 of clubs out the small to the bigger stacks at the table, and she's going to fast play this one right off the bat. C-bet of 75k from Boot Boo, and Sibgatova snap makes it 200k, David. Interesting here versus a UTG range approaching that money bubble.
Yeah, must get a lot of credit against one of the few people at the table that cover her. Very aggressive line here. Definitely don't want to get re-raised again. You know, you put yourself in a really tough spot where you probably have the equity, but you really don't want to go to showdown in this spot.
Absolutely.
But flip side of that one is you get to just win it sometimes.
Yeah, and he does get the better hand to fold, so very nicely played first hand here. Nice pickup. But I agree with you, David, one of those spots where if under the gun piles it in there, bit of a disaster, really, to have to run it.
You
so
think
close to the money, but nice pickup for her.
No. You say I was looking for you everywhere.
Yeah.
I thought you best.
She see you here. She's very happy.
Yeah. You say because she's happy because
no, he's not final table. Don't get so happy. Yeah. Everywhere. Yeah.
Everybody in good spirits, David. I know that last table was a bit of a firecracker. I caught a few of the hands before I came to join you in the booth.
Yeah, there was some ruffle poker, it must be said, on that feature table. Really entertaining stuff. And actually, that moment of interaction there that we just saw on screen as well really encapsulates for me what this Merritt Poker Room is all about. It's like a giant home game. These guys play with each other all the time. Everyone's very friendly, you know, and yeah, they're playing for big sums of money, but it never feels that way.
Yeah. No, it's nice, very refreshing always, I find, personally, to
to watch. You know, when you watch big high rollers and the like, it can be quite dry, a bit of a grind. You know, whereas here you see some fun nonsense. And yeah, overall atmosphere at the table is great. As we see Sibgatova with the queen 5 of spades, David on the button.
Yeah, and she has a big stack now, probably joint chip leader with Boot Boy, and she's raising into his big blind now. Dalkalic sort of sandwiched in between them, not an enviable spot, and not a hand he really would want to play too often, I feel.
He's going to go for it.
Given the circumstance.
Sure.
But there we go.
Oh, wow. He's run right into it. And look at this, a quick cold call, interesting from Boot Dalkalic not happy with this development, of course, whatsoever.
Oh, it's so murky with a stack to pot ratio of under 2 here.
He does outflop him. Yeah, well, this is one of those spots, David, for sure. You're trying to just get the 3-bet bluff through pre. Does come king 6 deuce all spades. Could go a couple of ways here. Very small bet or check evaluate. Does decide to come with a quarter pot. One of the best textures for him. Little does he know, David.
Yeah, there's been a bit of domination rotation, but what a tricky little board here for both players. Actually, Bootbo won't be loving this situation either, but he does have the nut no pair.
Interesting just how quickly he sort of flatted that 3-bet. You know, ace queen of clubs against a stack of around about 35 bigs pre, I believe Dalkalic had. Typically a hand we're just going to cold for, get it in. But Boot perhaps concerned that Dalkalic is going to be pretty tight here approaching the bubble. We saw him go for it with the ace-6 and makes it work, David. Very big pickup for him as we are 7 or so spots away from the money.
Yeah, I really like the line you just espoused there, where if he goes for the somewhat clicky 4-bet, he can obviously call off against Dalkalic, but he can get away from a 5-bet if it was to come in as well, and it's sort of, you know, much more useful. A very fast call, hard to range him, but you know, not a great way to play ace queen in that spot.
I would agree, yeah.
Very good. You feel uncomfortable?
Yeah, it normally is just exactly what it looks like. You know, a hand like kind of ace queen suited, pocket 9s type holdings. Perhaps if he took a little bit more time, could have come up with the 4-bet, but nice pickup for Dalkalic. We'll be hoping that this table lives up to the last one. I saw a lot of nonsense going on, I must say. Was very much disappointed that I wasn't able to commentate on some of that feature.
Well, I think we played the 7 deuce game at least 3 times, if that's anything to go by. To be fair, Ponomarev got in the mix with his own 7 deuce and made it work, actually, on his occasion, even though it was Ilomar driving that sort of action, that sort of nonsense, as you said. Ponomarev, I failed to recap on at the end of the last frame, actually was maybe one of the standout players as well. Really did go about his business in a sort of a clinical way. He's a very selectively aggressive player, but you know, definitely steps out on a few occasions. I think he'll be one we may see in the later stages of this tournament.
I can already tell that Boot is going to be a fun watch. Does find the peel from the small here with 8-5 of hearts. Not exactly a typical peel. A little wider than normal. 10-5 suited gets out of the way.
Yeah, so round 2 between these two. A little bit of something each.
Yeah, very interesting. Boot flopping the gut shot and backdoor flush draw. Dalkalic with bottom pair with a backdoor nut flush draw of his own. Does go check. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Boot now does vault into the lead. Does come with a small bet, David, 35k to 90.
Yeah, and if a club was to come on this river, one wonders if Dalkalic would consider turning his hand into a bluff. As it happens, both have probably just enough showdown to get there. I don't know if Bubu will throw out a little blocker or will he just check here.
Yeah, he is going to find it, David. I think I like it. Going to be up against, you know, a bunch of sort of ace highs. And as we see here, is up against the 4. Very nicely played from Boot, picking up 230k pot.
Yeah, like you said there, could certainly have got value against an ace-jack or an ace-10 as well.
I think also the benefit of this really kind of small block is it does stop you facing a really large bet, right? Or like a bigger value bet if your opponent had a hand like ace-6, they're going to go for value. Pocket 7s, pocket 8s are likely going to go for a big bet when the king pairs.
Yeah, well said.
Nice pickup, Boo Boo.
And it looks like maybe a little bit of table rebalancing, which means we must have lost at least 1 or 2 players on the outer tables, creeping ever closer to that in the money situation. Our graphic top right says that we're still 60, but my hunch is that we've probably lost somebody. It's definitely a spot where you can consider shaving off the bottom of the opening range. Ace-5 suited, obviously a perfectly legit open from +2, but when we're this close to the money, I definitely think about these types of hands, maybe, you know, removing them from my range. Certainly on an aggressive table.
Absolutely, David, agreed. I think it depends a lot. I think it depends a lot about who the big stacks are on your left, right? If you've got guys that are going to relentlessly pound you with 3 bets, then you might want to take out some of these sort of weakish holdings, as you say, David. And we see here Dalkalic, though, with a real one, is going to 3-bet the ace-queen of diamonds. Bumps it up to 105. It can be tricky, though, David, right? Because you can be thinking now, right, Dalkalic knows we're approaching the money, so therefore he can attack me wide. All of a sudden, does this ace-5 of clubs become a hand you might consider piling in there for 30 bigs? Not impossible. We know this is in vogue, Mr. Lappin.
Yeah, the ace-4 and ace-5 suited seem to be the hands players love to go with the 4-bet. But we are actually down to 58 players, I'm hearing now, so maybe just 15, 20 minutes away from the money.
Yeah.
These guys might be thinking, just one more lap of the track and I'm there. Save the fancy plays for after that period.
I would agree, I think so. Certainly have to consider your table lineup, you know, if the big stacks are playing passive or if the table's playing passive in general. Might be able to just still continue, you know, to open for chips.
55.
Of course, we know that approaching the money,
One.
often going to want to play a little tighter on the mid stack.
Just in the same time, or 3, I don't know.
Have you bubbled many tournaments in your day, Andrew?
Many, too many to count, I would have to say. It happens to all of us, doesn't it? Eventually, you know, if you're been in the game for as long as we have, old men in the sea, as they say, then it's gonna happen sometimes. But typically, you will play quite tight off this sort of mid stack, right? Approaching that money, like you just alluded to, David. Sort of and as you see now, we're down to 57, so only 4 away. Try and just navigate your way into the money.
Any memorable live ones, particularly cruel?
I did have one that's not exactly a bubble, but I suppose it is. So I was in a satellite in the Bahamas to try and get into the 10K. And I did my very best acting job to make best friends with the big stack on my left.
Always smart.
You know, you always say, oh, I'm like, congratulations, you've locked your seat. It's fine, well done, you've done it. I'm planting the seed in my head, right, I'm going to get some open shoves through on this lovely gentleman. It folds to me in the small, and we're about 3 or 4 from the seat. And I have like king 4 off or something like that. Rip it in, you know, I've got 10 bigs, I'm not secure in my seat. And he just looks at me and just goes, I really like you, buddy, I'm going to help you out. And I'm like, this doesn't sound ideal. And he just flicks in the call. And he has queen deuce off.
No.
And he goes, yeah, I want to double you up. And of course, into my horror, just comes queen, X. And I'm dead. And then I cursed myself for being such a friendly soul. So yeah, that one was not exactly fun.
Andrew sent me into convulsions with that story. I think I just coughed up a lung. Oh my God, wow. When friendly poker banter backfires terribly.
See, interesting here, David. I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation, but Arbeas? I feel like it's a silent R. We'll say Arbeas.
I like Arbeas, yes.
Look at this, David. Comes from min raise off 10 bigs on the stone bubble. Not something you typically see too much of with just Queen Jack off.
Yeah, this looks like aces.
It does look like aces, to be fair to him. It's gonna work. Harrow with the wry smile.
Fair play to
Very interesting,
Arbeas finding a little creativity off his short stack there.
Absolutely.
That could be a very important pickup, remember, given where we are. He might absolutely have been one of the 3 or 4 players out there with 5 or 6 bigs who was looking most at risk.
Yeah.
That may have just given him the necessary cushion.
Well, it is a really interesting part of poker, right? The bubble play. Like, especially when the field is a little bit smaller. I know that me and you had a conversation about this when we were over in Malta. And, you know, the shorter the field is, the more that if you can double around about the bubble, you still give yourself a chance, right, to make that final table. Whereas in a field of 2,000 runners or whatever, it's probably better just to lock up the min cash.
Yeah.
And he's, keeping himself afloat could be very important as the bubble bursts. Look how quick it's going, David, down to 55.
It's such a feature. I feel like I'm repeating myself from previous broadcasts, but every single time we've covered a bubble in this Merit Poker Room, it has almost sped up as it approached the bubble. Almost like there's a machismo out there of like, if you think I'm afraid, I'm definitely not. And guys actually get wilder.
Makes for compulsive viewing for us as we see Sipgatova opening again under the gun. Bubu coming in with just a flat under the gun 2 with ace-king. Oh, and he sends it with ace-9 off. Wow. Now this is out of line, David, again, especially against the table positions.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Andrew. I think this is a little rash. I liked the creativity of the last one. Obviously, again, speaking to this kind of idea of like guys maybe trying to use the bubble, almost like reverse bubble mentality of like, I know you're going to be looser, so I'm going to go for it. But in reality, actually, this is going to create quite a tough spot for Sipgatova because she's likely flatting here all day, and then Bubu could stick in the raise and put her in a gross spot.
Yeah, this is a strange spot that we would not see too often. I mean, he should be so tight here, right? Arbeas, in theory, his shove range here, like 8s and 9s should probably go into the bin here basically on the stone bubble. So she should really be, he should be very tight here. You know, a hand like probably pocket 10s, ace-queen suited. I wouldn't fault folding here from Sipgatova, but if she does call, as you said, David, Bubu there with the monster under the bed lurking behind.
Well, one more interesting factor in this one is there any chance Sipgatova, if she does decide she's going to go with it for Arbe's stack, has just almost disregarded the possibility of a real premium hand in Bubu, something he could call a raise with?
Certainly not impossible that she could look to re-isolate this. And, you know, if she does, then she could chase out a hand like 8s or 9s, right? Is never going to be able to call. She does.
195.
Call.
Almost 200.
Very interesting.
So he's just going to flat as
just
well.
Calling too.
So Arbeas is in a world of hurt right now. Needs to find a 9. Sipgatova in a very uncomfortable situation now, finding herself now with a stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1.
Yeah, I think the one thing she has going for her is that Bubu unlikely to bluff here, right, into a dry side. But even still, 7s here extremely uncomfortable, David. You're certainly right.
Oh, and a diamond in her hand as we see the king 10-3, all diamonds. I wonder if he does try to protect his hand here, and I wonder if she gets sticky.
Is immediately reaching. Looks a pretty big bet too.
Oh yeah, she's got to get out of dodge now, I feel.
Yeah, I think so. You could certainly be, you could be drawing dead here already. Does bet 250k, around about 40%.
We see graphically Arbai is given 0% here, so running 9s not a thing because one of them would have to be a diamond, but when Sipgatova gets out of the way, the 9 of diamonds does free up for him. So there is hope.
I love that you're giving some green shoots of recovery to Arbeas, but he is in the blender, in big trouble. Horrible spot for Sipgatova, but I think you've got to get out of the way here, David.
Yeah.
see the pained expression.
And 55 now, so we are actually 2 from the money. Arbeez, let's presume he busts in this hand. I'm sorry to say, I know it hasn't happened yet, but he's going to be there with his 1% or whatever it's going to be. We're on the money bubble.
Yeah, extremely quickly as well, that you alluded to, David. Here at Merit, people here to win. It's fantastic to watch for us, you know, rather than a bunch of stalling and the like. Good fold, Sipkatova. I think you can be in horrific shape here. Diamond was, of course, live. Couldn't know it. Arbeez here going to need a miracle. Needs a backdoor chop or running 9s, as David said. Do think that that squeeze jam is far too wide pre, unfortunately. Going to be punished for it. Finds the first 9. It couldn't happen, could it?
What chance? Only 9. No way, man.
No.
No, good river jack of hearts sends him home.
Please complete the hand draw and stop dealing.
So we say GG to Arbeez.
I feel like had it come running 9s, nobody would have believed that I didn't know the outcome, and I was trying to tee up the possibility.
Diamond, there is no diamond coming. Yeah, I have ace king. There is no. I have to protect my.
As we zoom out, while these guys probably rejiggle with the tables a little bit on the money bubble. Boot Boo obviously benefactor there, 1.5 million now. What a great spot. Chip average, I'm going to guess, is probably around 750k, 800k.
Yeah.
So yeah, amazing situation to have double average. A couple of short stacks there who will be trying to just get through this money bubble. Very disinterested, one presumes, in getting involved, but then we would have said that a moment ago against Arbeez.
I think that might be the quickest I have ever seen 7 people depart as we go to the outer table.
Wow.
And we do have an all-in, guys. This is on the stone bubble.
So what basically has happened is they said dealers stop dealing, but any hands that had to keep going, and now we actually may have no bubble if this ends up with a bust out.
Crazy stuff. Looks like 4-way action still here, David.
And we have a player all in who's been ganged up on, basically.
We do. We have a bet and a call on the flop. One player all in. King 6, deuce 4 board.
Am I right in saying we lost one player on the flop, so we're still 3 ways now on the turn?
Yes. And
yeah.
One gentleman there in the left of your picture is all in.
And it's Rashid El Yacoubi who's sitting there just hoping that these players who have continued to shovel more chips into the pot, into a dry side pot, are
typically not something you want to see, David, when you're all in on the bubble.
There's a sort of a resigned look on Rashid's face there. Maybe he has some hope. Maybe he's sitting on a hand that has some hope.
Certainly not giving anything away with the facial expressions.
Well, looks like Giorgio Shakulia.
Yeah, Giorgio's been on a massive heater as far as I'm aware, winning comp after comp. Gentleman in the yellow, he is going to bet. Looks like 275. Is a dry side pot, I believe, David, which normally is bad news for the all-in player. There we go.
He's going to show.
Looks like a set.
Well, that can't be the good news.
It is
set of
indeed.
6s against. Oh, a set of 2s.
Oh, it's a set of deuces.
So he's sitting there thinking, I am good. Oh, no. Oh, the cruelty of that one. Rashid El Yacoubi, wild set over set situation. Sitting there thinking, shovel as many chips into the pot as you want, lads. I got that. So good.
Max pain bust. And just like that, guys, the money bubble has burst. All 53 remaining players in the money. Set over set at Davidson. Burst the bubble. Pain, Max Pain here in the Merit Poker warm-up.
Yeah, all the remaining 53 players now guaranteed at least $3,800. But let's be honest, they're all going to be thinking about that 167k up top.
You will have a split the last. You will have a split 2,000 each. So it's good.
Oh, we're going to go on a little break, I believe. These guys are just going to take a short break while they reshuffle the tables. I guess that was a lot of action in a short space of time. I imagine from even the floor staff's point of view, they were preparing for a bubble that never really happened.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, no, exciting stuff. Anyway, let's have a little dwell upon the few hands we've seen, because obviously we're going to be with this feature table for the next, whatever, hour and a half. And, you know, Bootbo obviously lost a couple of hands right out of the gate, but then won that big chunky one to get back to 1.5 million. He's in a great spot. Actually, we're going to take a couple of minutes break. I believe so, and we will be back in just a moment.
Gangster.
What is your business, Mr. Shelby?
Import-export.
Poker player. Gangsters.
Gangster.
Gangsters.
Gangster, of course. Gangster, always.
Gangster. Gangster for sure.
Queen 10.
Take queen off. Queen 10.
Jack 10.
Queen 10?
7 deuce. I have no idea. Queen 10.
Queen 10. Queen 10.
Escobar.
Al Capone. Al Capone.
Al Capone.
There he stands alone.
Vita Corleone.
I want reliable people, people that aren't going to be carried away.
Pablo Escobar.
Yo soy Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria.
Al Capone.
Al Capone. Marlon Brando.
Making re-entry.
Rebuy. Rebuy.
He's firing on the turn.
Rientri?
Re-entry. And you re-entry one more time.
Okay, one more time. Re-entry.
I don't know.
I really don't know why they should do it like this. Make sure there is no more action.
To make people aware.
To make sure that everybody make all bets.
To get the attention of the players. To wake up the player sleeping.
To wake up the old guys like me. Just to make sure that everybody is watching.
Cadillac maybe.
Lincoln. Cadillac, I guess.
Old school car.
Rolls Royce.
4-wheel car, big cars. Cadillac.
A Volga. You a Buick or Cadillac.
Welcome back. I'm really enjoying all these promos. If it's not the Red Dead Redemption homage, it's some very funny talking heads and some maybe pop quizzes for our players there who got mostly the right answers, it has to be said.
Kind of somewhat ashamed that I've been a professional poker player for 17 years and there was 2 questions in there that I was just looking at you saying, huh? The old tap the table one, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
did not know that.
Little tap of the table to make sure all the action has been done, and just I suppose give that split second to the players to jump in and react if something has gone awry, which it does happen from time to time. Dealers are human.
As we see Boot Boo with that magnificent hat. Gets out of the way, and Adrianopolis into the money. Gonna quickly ship it in here. 14 bigs, David. Pretty standard stuff. Not going to see too many open shoves in theory, but pocket nine's one of those hands that does benefit from just protect and rip it in. All in for 215k. going to get this one through, David.
Yeah,
Would think.
Sipkatova may give a moment's pause to whether this is just a post-bubble, shove it in sort of moment, but yeah, correct decision.
Yeah, few too many blinds for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you have good accent. I thought you like I have pain. It's good, Majesty.
I have to say, David, I'm very proud of you. I was saying to you in the break there, you haven't done one Gangster reference yet. I was waiting on myself being flooded with them.
A lot of restraint, must be said. I have a glossary ready and waiting.
I've got a few prepared.
Nice, nice.
They're going to be awful, just to let
The
you know.
worse, the better, I feel, for when you go for it. When I started whipping out, you know, opera references to the blank faces of Ali Najad and James Dempsey, I enjoyed them more.
Man of culture that you are, David. Opera references. What's an opera reference?
I enjoyed the tumbleweed that came directly after every time I did it. I think I may have actually started singing at one point. Dig that moment out.
Thank God for the Gangster series, that's all I'm going to say. Going to fold round to the button here. Going to be a battle of the blinds. Sipkatova.
I sang the Harbonera at one point to Ali Najad, serenaded him.
And how did it go?
La fouette les gens which is from Carmen, so like it was on brand.
Moving swiftly on, right? It was beautiful, I'm only messing. Right, Sipkatova.
It's a soprano song, so in fairness, there's a natural disadvantage for me there.
Interesting here, David. Dalkilic going to go for the light ISO with the Queen 6 off. Sipkatova content to limp call with King 10. 9-7-7. Sipkatova still good. Interesting, Dalkilic electing not to c-bet, David. Looks like he's going for the delay. Very interesting. 75k on the turn. Turn is the 3 of hearts, I believe. Pretty large bet. Sipkatova sniffing something out here. Something feels a little off. The ISO pre-check and then big bet turn. Dalkilic gets the better hand to fold.
Yeah, I guess he felt like, you know, betting into a range that checked twice would be kind of nicer in that spot paired board as it was. Nice.
Yeah, don't
idea.
hate the delay. I think when the small blind limp calls, they're going to have quite a lot of hands that are going to continue on this board. Decides to go for the delay. Gets the best hand out. Nice pickup. Do you reckon, David, can you pull that hat off?
Like, will I run out there and pull it off his head?
Well, that or rock it with a plum.
Not the way he can. Oh, and look at this. Gazarian has just joined our feature table. We obviously saw someone exit from the 9 seat there a moment ago to rebalance, but gosh, the bust outs happened so quickly. We've had to bring a player back into that seat, and it's Gazarian from the last frame who really led the action, it must be said. You will remember from railing that one how, you know, obviously the big hand, the queens against King Jack, going in his favour. Interesting that he's limped here, +1. Presuming our graphics are correct.
Not typical. It does look like it. I think Sipkatova going to over limp. Somewhat surprising to see that from Gazarian, based on how aggressive he was when I was watching you guys earlier on stream.
Yeah, we didn't see any of this sort of funkiness. He's got a fairly good board here, obviously just 1 over, but 3 opponents. I think he probably has to fire out a small one.
Yeah, going to look to just deny some equity. Comes with quarter pot.
And actually nobody has anything, so it's going to get the job done.
Very likely gets it done.
Snap.
Wow, Boot is going to peel one here with just Queen 4. Does have some backdoors working for him. Very interesting playing style from Boot from what we've seen so far.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been the most ridiculous raise given the backdoor effects, but like calling and then not leading on a, you know, bottom or middle pairing is just a bit of a head scratcher.
Very interesting. Gazarian electing to go for another small bet, perhaps targeting a 5 or some ace-3, ace-4 type holdings. Does get the job done.
Yeah, charging the flush draws as well, I guess, and then also maybe setting his own price against the king because he can check back river. A wily customer, Gazarian, doesn't have the dynamical partner of Illimore side by side now that he's been moved away.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch. I did catch his 4-bet shove of King Queen against the very out of line 7 deuce off big blind 3-bet. And also we saw him 3-bet the deuce 3 of clubs. And his opponent also eyeballed him on that occasion, I believe, with the ace-7. It'll be interesting to see how he adjusts now on this new feature table.
Yeah, I threw it out there that he has the look of maybe a young Al Pacino Godfather.
Oh, here we go,
1.
the reference is time.
But then the more I thought about the dynamic he'd set up with Illimore, I was thinking actually it's more like an old Al Pacino and De Niro in Heat opposite each other at the coffee table, the way they're just sparring all the time. So
I'll give it to you, David. You have a very creative mind. Great movie, though. Great movie.
Both great movies.
Yeah.
Michael Mann, I think, was Heat, wasn't it? Director.
I do remember the big shoot 'em up scene and like, really loving it. As we see Baranski getting a little wide here off his stack depth with ace-4 off. He's going to use that blocker, opening from the hijack. He's going to run into it here, David. This one's going in.
Yeah, Adrianopoulos getting his engines going here. Pocket 9s right away after the bubble, and now big slick.
Yeah, no decision here for Baranski. Not enough hand to defend. Yeah, Adrianopoulos basically doubling up since arrival.
Yeah, the turn is correct.
Average stack right now is around 55 big blinds. Pretty healthy.
A lot of play, yeah.
Pretty healthy.
Very good.
The hope is always with these structures that we would love to see it stay at 35 to 40 bigs all the way down to short-handed on the final table. But it has happened that way often. We've also had a few, you know, as it just tends to happen in poker sometimes, a few that where the chips were a bit more evenly distributed and it got into a war of attrition.
Sure.
James mentioned earlier that we are intending hope above hope to get down to a final table tonight. I don't think we would go past that point, certainly. Whether we get to that point, I think probably more likely that we don't, but you know, it might get close enough.
Yeah. Have to have a friendly side bet on the old overs, unders.
Yeah, I think the line would be somewhere around 12 players, would be my hunch.
I'll take 14. You take 12.
Seems fair.
Loser buys dinner at the buffet. So we see Herzog's open under the gun at King Queen. Dowkalic gonna take a look here, David, with the pocket 4s and the cutoff. Boot Boo, I'm enjoying watching him already here. Does overcall King 8 suited. Very unpredictable from what we've seen so far. Little on the wide side. Does have position though.
He's a gangster.
He is a gangster, and look at this.
Wow, we could have fireworks here. Gazarian with the little piece in the big blind. We've seen him lead spots like this before. Wouldn't be surprised to see that from him, given an almost identical hand from just half an hour ago. Yeah.
You have called it. Certainly a board texture that hits the big blind pretty well. You will often see players in position not continue as wide as they should when they brick these boards. But we can see Dowkalic and Bupu both with a healthy piece. Open ender for Dowkalic and the king high flush drop for Bupu. Very likely goes call here, David.
Yeah.
Certainly does. 9 of spades is the ultimate action card.
Oh, well, we got a spade.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Dowkalic makes the wheel with the 4 of spades in his hand, and Bupu makes the nut flush. This could be very messy for Dowkalic.
And I wonder if Gazarian is giving any thought to the possibility that he's the only one who can plausibly have 4x. Obviously, Dowkalic has 2 4s, and that's why he's in there with 4x, but No, he doesn't. And it is just a little bit dark tunnel and dangerous
Yeah.
on a board like this.
Against 2 calls, I think we have to shut this one down. Dalkalic here is about to be in a world of pain.
Question is, does Boot flat or raise now? Free-handed, must feel like his opponent's strong. Could feel like he might have the dream flush over flush situation.
Absolutely. I think with the nuts, the stones, we do likely just call. He has come with call. If this comes a blank, Dalkalic could be in some real strife.
2 of spades? No.
Would have been magic stuff for us in the booth. Very, very dicey waters now for Dalkalic.
Yeah, he's almost certainly going to bet again.
I think, yeah,
but facing a raise is going to be so grim.
Feels like a block and fold situation. Hate life when you get jammed on. Does come with 100k, just a shade under a third. Boot here.
Small raise?
I think he jammed.
All in.
And this is a horrible spot for Dalkalic, but look how quickly he gets away. Bravo. It's extremely underbluffed, David, but very nice to snap fold. Well played.
Yeah. Yeah, very well played. Dalkalic has played superbly well in just even a short sample that we've seen in the last maybe 40 minutes or so. Seemed quite fearless around the bubble. 3-bet that ace-4, was it? You know, obviously, maybe arguably a misplayed spot by Boot with the ace-queen to let him in there. Oh, it was ace-6, I apologise. But yeah, very much enjoyed his bet sizings and his sort of awareness and...
Yeah, agree completely. Does look very composed. Man with a plan. He knew he was going to bet fold. Quickly executes it correctly. Well played by both. Boot now. 1.8 mil, 1.9 mil. It's a lot of artillery. Is that a gangster reference? Not really.
Yeah, pocket 4. 4 straight.
As David writes that one down for his own future use. Got him.
Do you have a favorite gangster movie?
See, I'm not sure if this is on brand. I should probably be promoting them all, seeing as it is the Merritt Gangster series. It's not one of my favorite genres.
We have to bring you back for the Western series.
That's me. That's me. That's a bit of me. I don't really like them either. Not gonna lie. I need a. What do I need? What is? I need a sci-fi.
A rom-com.
I need a sci-fi / rom-com Merritt series. Right, enough of our nonsense. As we see Dalkalic back in there. Gets 3-bet this time, David, by Boot with the ace-queen of hearts.
Sci-fi series has something about it, though, actually.
Sci-fi series could be good.
That could be fair. I could see the branding now. Wow.
We're going to have your face as, what is it, Matt Damon as the Martian in the old spacesuit. Great movie. See Boot taking down another one, edging closer to 2 million. I'm with you, David. I like how Dalkalic holds himself. He looks extremely comfortable. Looks like a man who would be dangerous if he can chip up. Just running through various movie-themed ideas.
Well, you could just, like, even the names of the tournaments, you know, you could have the Terminator, and you could have, there's just loads of scope for, yeah. No one's thought of that.
The Terminator for a bounty sounds great.
Yeah.
Write all this down and we'll take it to the top brass.
So we have to, yeah, we get a meeting. We need to trademark it before they do.
Good. Straight. Chief leader of the redraw.
Boot loving life right now as well. He showed 2 million in his stack. 2.5 times the chip average. Probably putting himself, I don't know, maybe top 5 in chips. There are some big stacks in the room. Like a couple of people started with 2 million today.
Really?
Yeah.
Lines move.
Gotta give a little shout out here to the backdrop. That's very, very cool.
Certainly is. As we take a quick glance at the leaderboard there, let's have a look at the bottom end of the leaderboard. We've been talking about some of the big stacks already. Dufuller 18 bigs. You know, it's going to be looking for maybe make something happen now. Adrianopoulos as well.
Yeah, looking to gain some upward traction. This is the time now, David, right? We've got into the money. Time to start, not so much gamble, but start to move that short stack up. Give yourself a real shot at the big money.
Yeah, summoning my inner Dara O'Carney here. Actually, in the idea of me having an inner Dara O'Carney is sort of maybe a problematic phrase. Sorry, Dara, if you're listening. What basically happens, as you well know, Andrew, is the money bubble becomes a very, you know, high ICM situation for all the players. It distorts the chip value in terms of actually how much money value they have. And then, you know, until we get to the, you know, final table, basically like one off the final table and final table, that's where it gets to its other high point. So it's actually all the air has gone out of it, if you like, now. Oh, and we mentioned Dufouleur.
Interesting here, we did have an open from EP, flat from Boot Boot. Adrianopoulos decided not to jam. He had a very potential squeeze candidate himself with pocket eights for 20 bigs. I did think he would jam.
270?
Yeah. How? Probably got to go with this, David, right? With all the extra dead money in there. Here we go. Inflated pot here with 3 others folding. Big flip here. Ace Queen V8s.
Yeah, the 2 shortest stacks at the table now. One will be virtually gone, and the other will be a very healthy 40 big blinds at the end of this one.
Stand up.
Fresh offer saying the shorties need to get moving. Big flip.
Okay, I go. It's the trick.
Ace still holding. Oh, he's putting the jacket on, David.
No Fouleur is Dufouleur here. Oh, he used everything in his arsenal.
He did use everything to get that additional equity. He is covered. We do lose Dufouleur in 51st place.
290 you have?
Just like that, David. Adrianopoulos up from 150 to around about 600k.
Yeah.
If I go all in, you call.
Life comes at you quickly here in the Maripoka room.
Okay, so.
We saw it with Wei in the last frame as well, had just 16 big blinds, and I don't know, 45 minutes later, courtesy of a couple of pocket aces, it must be said, was sitting on 600 plus as well. So, yeah.
Is this where the Turtles references came from?
It is indeed, yeah.
The Donatello card protector.
We see now a couple of players from our last feature. Hersos has now been joining the fray here, as was Gazarian. So they're in the 1 and 9 seat respectively.
Mr. Gorbuz, 515, Texas seat open.
Hersos played superbly, it must be said. I'd say she only got involved in maybe 5 hands out of the 40 or so that were on show, but I think won every single pot she entered. And yeah, very good, I would say, tight aggressive player who, you know, whose style will do very well in this poker room. Players playing a little bit loose, a little bit aggressive will sort of naturally just fall into her traps from time to time and send chips her way as well they have been. She's made some final tables here over the past few years. Wouldn't bet against her doing the same today.
Absolutely. Baranski here with a beautiful looking Queen Jack suited, working off 24 bigs. Is it going to come in for the min raise to 30k?
What's this, by the way? It's a T.
Dowkalic once again aware there, David, I think, of his opponent on a short stack under the gun. Gets rid of the suited baby ace.
Okay, sure.
Here's our wild card from the last game.
Take this back.
Gazarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does appear that he's plotting some larceny here. Obviously, Baranski opening off a relatively shallow stack here, 24 bigs. And so he's gone with a clicky 3-bet.
Yeah, this is pretty wide, but I guess against the correct opponent, you know, you should still have a bunch of raise folds from under the gun, even off the sub 25.
Got a call here, right, with the Queen Jack suited. It's just so pure.
Very tricky, very tricky. It is. We do have to defend some hands, of course, and not just be 4-bet shoving or folding. And I would agree that this would fall into that type of hand category. Problem is, a lot of the cutoff 3-bet bluffs are going to be the hands like sort of ace-jack, king-jack, king-queen off potentially, right? And they can dominate us. Very tricky, David.
I
think you
wonder
can go
if,
either way.
Yeah, it does look like he's coming with the call. I just for a moment wondered if there was, you know, room for a 4-bet given what he might know having watched the live stream for the
Sure.
last couple of hours. As it turns out, he has whiffed this board. Obviously, the ace of hearts gives him some potential backdoors, but I don't see him seeing a turn here too often.
I would agree. Yeah, I think if you're ever so slightly deeper, maybe like 30 bigs, could be some consideration to 4-bet jam against a wildly aggressive opponent like Gazarian. Yeah, I think he's going to struggle to continue here. Typically going to see a lot of very small C-bets in the sort of 10 to 20% realm. He's very expressive, isn't he, Gazarian? Fun to watch. Doesn't have the stereotypical poker face.
Oh.
Very intriguing. Decides to check back. And Baranski catches up. Has the best hand with the jack of diamonds on the
I
turn.
did not miss anything. No new hand.
It's such a slam dunk range bet. I imagine Baranski now a little concerned that he might be up against specifically a hand like kings.
Absolutely.
That would be one of the few hands that, even though again it's a range bet, would actually be serviced well by a check.
This is a very interesting spot. Gazarian now does delay, makes that 20% bet on the turn rather than flop. Such an uncomfortable spot to be in here, David. You do get the feeling, if you're Baranski, that you are behind here, right?
Yeah, that he might actually have top set.
Sure.
Or pocket kings, but both are ahead.
You can certainly feel as if you're being trapped, but does find the call on the turn. Correctly does, with the pair of jacks. River 4 of diamonds.
Fascinating spot now. Gazarian, having gone for this loose 3-bet pre, went very non-standard on the flop, and he's made a sort of a tricky situation for himself now on the river. Can he get himself out of it and actually win the max by getting a bet through here? Or will he wave the white flag?
Very tough spot. Tough to navigate. Has made himself a little bit of a problem here by not c-betting flop. We are likely, David, targeting just the jack, right? If we go for this river bet, it's going to be difficult to dislodge many ace-x at this point.
For sure.
Baranski should certainly have some still.
Baranski doing a great job of seeming strong there, it must be said. Very loose in his body language, very confident, happy to engage. That could serve him very well here if what the real objective is dissuading Gazarian from another barrel.
Yeah, absolutely. Gave him a little tap on the nose. Look at this, and he sets him in. Wow, what an interesting line taken from Gazarian. Gets the job done. Takes a lot of courage, David, to fire that river barrel after taking this line.
Yeah, he played it like he had aces, to be
did.
fair.
Very well played. Gazarian, one to watch. Carrying on the fireworks from the previous segment. Nicely done. Gets Baranski to fold the best hand.
Yeah, and it's unusual for us as commentators to have this situation where the sort of star of the show from one frame ends up on the next feature table as well, because he got a table change. Great for storyline for our purposes if he does continue to boss around his opponents and build a big stack and get to the final table tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Very interesting hand. As we see Adrianopoulos fresh off padding that stack. Was as short as 150k at one stage here on the feature. The H-Jack of Hearts.
30 days. 30 days.
Let's make it 30K. There's a lot of people around this table, David, who could be in a gangster movie, I think. Adrianopoulos looks like he'd be a good mob boss. What do you reckon?
Oh, that's a good shout.
Or like one of the surly brothers of like the top mob guy. What do you reckon?
No, I think you're right. I think he's the boss. I think he's like Jack Nicholson in The Departed.
Oh,
sort of vibe.
That is a shout.
Minus some of the obvious unpleasant, horrendous stuff that man probably did.
See, I'm like flying blind because I've only seen that movie once. As we see Adrianopoulos get it done with one bet. He's motoring now, David. 700K.
Yeah, two of the more experienced players at the table, Boot Boo and Adrianopoulos, having a nice run of things here. And now we're into the second frame of our coverage. Anyone joining us late, this is day 3 of the $2,200 warm-up event here at the Merit Poker Gangster Series. I'm David Lappin alongside Andrew Headley, and we will be taking it through coverage that we expect to get pretty much 12 left in this tournament today, playing a final table out tomorrow. We are in the money, 48 players left, 53 paid, so we've had a few bust outs since then. 453 players generated a prize pool of 833K, which I know everybody here was very pleased with indeed when you consider how much poker is going on around the world going into November, like late November and early December in particular. It's such a boom time for poker, so fabulous numbers here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's just so much on, as we know at the moment. Live poker absolutely booming. As we see Boot Boo opening here pretty wide, but has the chips to do it. 9-6 suited under the gun 1. A little surprised to see Dalkalic fold King 10 of hearts. He folded under the gun. Thought that he would VPip it, but gonna go heads up here. Boot Boo against Sibgatova's King Deuce of Spades. Boot Boo flops best, bottom pair. Gonna check this one back. Typically a board that you're gonna see bet a lot from early position, but does decide to check. And Sibgatova gets to realize all of her equity, but does brick. Pair of 6s of Boot Boo still best.
Yeah, and hard for Sibgatova to think her opponent doesn't have value, having checked twice. Very much playing it like a 10. In fact, he has a 6. And he will get the showdown he wanted.
Next, King Deuce. I have
As the table, the 9-6 picks up a small one. Dalkalic shoots him a little look. As if to say, that is pretty wide, my friend. Always some wild cards, David, from when I've watched the Merit coverage. This is, of course, my first time here in the booth. But it's very interesting. There always seems to be several players on these features that very difficult to pinpoint their overall strategy, shall we say, excuse me.
Yeah, there's a bit of randomness, it must be said, in the games of some of these players, which makes it very hard to play against them, very unpredictable. A concept we've talked about in this booth many's the time is that of MPO, which is Merit Poker Optimal. It's sort of like, how do you design a game that maximally exploits the somewhat random plays you see at times in this poker room. One feature we've noticed is quite a lot of the same people go deep often here. You know, we had this amazing run by Bargasian, for example, across 3 series, where he just kept making final tables at least one of the events on each one. In fact, I think he had 4 final tables in a row of televised tables. Wow. Astonishing result when you think most of these fields have 400, 500, 600 players, even more. I think maybe one of them might have had 800 or 900 because it was the big summer one. So, yeah, drilling down into that, we sort of figured, well, some players are out there really devising a game that very much suits this poker room. We coined it MPO. And, yeah, I think these guys are constantly adjusting for the wild card, as you put it.
Makes a lot of
in their
sense.
midst.
Look at this. Have a bet from Djokovic, of course, with it, the King 9 top pair, and Sipritova check calling with just the Queen 8-0. Djokovic improving to top 2. Of course, gonna barrel turn for value, come around about half pot. Sipritova gonna get out of the way, probably has the pretty much the worst hand that she gets to the turn with. I could see Adrianopoulos put him in a you know, Gucci suit. Gucci, is that what the gangsters would be wearing?
Put a carnation in his
a little
lapel,
carnation, give him a cigar. This is me trying to do gangster references.
It's good.
Is
Appreciate it. Well, if Adrianopoulos opens this one as a real signal of intent, this would be a fairly loose open. He's been very active. Does let it go.
A man that we know is not afraid to put the chips to work, Kazarian. Exactly what we just referenced, David. Lots of players coming in, you know, with non-standard strategies, shall we call them. Queen 9, not a typical hand that we're going to open here from EP.
No, not even a middle position open, really. So it's not just a pip or two. We're talking, you know, 6 or 7 pips.
It's great to watch, though. You love to see it. As we see Boot Boot defending here with the dominated 10-9. It is something for both, David. Top pair for Kazarian. Boot Boot with the gut shot to the nut straight. Do see a C-bet from Kazarian around about third pot. No, Boot Boot can't be folding here. Drawing to the nuts. It's an aggressive opponent. Is it going to check call? Oh my goodness, David. Action time. 8 of diamonds. Boot Boot drills the nuts. Kazarian also improving to top pair with an open-ender of his own. This could be extremely messy if Kazarian bets turn.
Yeah, and it is fairly close, right? Because obviously that 8 interacts with some of the second and third pair combos.
Yeah, I think large parts of our range would want to check turn here for a bit of pot control. But he is going to barrel. Of course, holding that 9 does block the nuts. Fortunately for him, doesn't block it well enough. Boot Boot's sitting there with the stones. Half pot from Kazarian. This is going to be extremely messy, David, if Boot Boot starts raising now.
Yeah, and against an opponent who's bet twice, I feel no reason not to raise in this situation. I feel like I could be up against a big overpair, maybe even a set that I've absolutely done in here.
Absolutely, unblocking all of the pairs. Does decide to just call. And they're so deep, right, David, also that, you know, raise turn here, try and get it in on the river would seem to make sense. It does come with check call.
5 would be a catastrophe
Oh,
here.
it really would. Jack of Hearts river, backdoor diamonds missing.
Kazarian can get away here.
Oh, he's just going to lead.
150.
Kazarian can definitely get away in this spot.
Very confusing line to face. Bet of 40% here on the river from Boot Boo.
You wanted to raise the turn, you change your mind.
Very interesting comment there from Kazarian. Seems very aware of where he is, David, from what I've seen in the short time today. Where he is in hands. correctly working out here that Bubu is lacking bluffs very much so. Can't think of too many hands that check call 2 and lead the river here as a bluff, David. Really struggling to come up with them myself.
Yeah, I think he can get away.
Can't know it, but if he gets out of this one very unscathed, relatively unscathed, should I say, 150k bet from Bubu. Very difficult combo to throw away though, David. Obviously we can see the cards, but we do block the 9-10, the sort of 5-9 suited that could check call from the big. Also blocking 2-pair combos, holding a queen herself. But so underbluff from Bubu, right? Just such an underbluff line to take.
Like you obviously have to have some kind of pair when you're bluffing here, so it's kind of like the 8-5 or the 7-5,
6-10 or something. It seems somewhat unlikely. Very difficult to have many bluff combos, as you just said. He knows, David, he knows.
5-6 of diamonds, if you're starting to try and put something together that was thinking about raising turn, like his spinner's read, maybe that's a combo. Oh, it's very hard. I think he can let this one go. I think he's actually been given a bit of a let-off here.
Absolutely.
Because this one could have got messy. There's no way he can't call a raise on the turn.
Yeah.
And then, okay, would be tough to call the river for sure still, but there would be a lot more in this pot.
Very interesting. The clock has been called, I believe, by Dalkalic. He's had enough. Kazarian going to have around about 30 seconds to act here. Do you think it's better or worse for him, David, this situation that the clock's been called?
It's a good question.
I do find him occasionally.
Last 10 seconds.
10 seconds
Oh,
left.
it makes the call.
Does make the call. Gonna get the bad news. Mistrusted his read, David. You could see he knew it right off the bat when the river bet was made by Bubu. He continues to pound this table. Big pot up to around about 2.4 million, I
un
believe.
écran là, tu vois tout ce qui se passe, hein, bébé. Tu vois en haut.
As we zoom out to make way for another player getting mic'd up now. We must be down to 54, would be my hunch, if we have another table break. So as I mentioned, pretty snug, pretty quiet, but still there on or around about 1 million chips. Kazarian now dropped back to 900k. He had been up at 1.2 at his peak. Bernard Bubu, well, so entertaining when a player does step out in this way. We're calling him the wild card right now. He's certainly playing some hands that we wouldn't ordinarily expect, but you know, the deck is being very kind and he's very hard to predict.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of fun for us to try and dissect the strategies. Kazarian there, unable to get away on the river. Of course, his initial instincts, he wanted to get away. But yeah, a bunch of entertaining characters and a lot of mid to short stacks now, David, who are going to have to get some momentum going. Sergei Baranski and Anton Markov in the trouble zone. Going to have to get moving as we approach the last few tables of this 2200 warm-up.
Motakatsu Uhara, I almost feel like it's very close to being an Irish name. Incredibly close.
Mick O'Hara in seat 7.
Yeah.
I'm adopted Irish now, David, you know that.
Well, that's true.
You have to call me your brother now, like it or not. I know you don't.
Except I've left Ireland, so...
That's true, I've taken your place.
Yeah.
It's the circle of life.
They said we need a beardy guy who likes to talk about poker.
There I was. Oh, Markov, he was also, David, right, on the last feature and was somewhat bashed around, unfortunately for him.
He had a terrible time of things, I don't think we saw him win a single pot, and every single time the deck was either unkind or he made, probably on a couple of occasions, a slightly too nitty turn fold.
Right.
He doesn't have to worry about turn folds now with that stack.
Absolutely. Well, he is still alive, and we know things can change quickly. As we see our resident mob boss, Adrianopoulos, 3-4 of spades. Does give off vibes, I think, of being a pretty passive but like quite tight aggressive when he gets into pots. Here's an example, David, like hand that you would typically see defended. I'm gonna just let this one go.
Yeah, a little surprised not to see the call there, but yeah, obviously a raise from one of the tighter players.
Yeah, first time we have seen Uhara get involved.
Better like it. Yeah.
Here we go, David. Markov in need of help, finds it. Ace-queen off, 11 bigs. Imagine this one just gets shipped in there.
Doing a reasonably good acting job of looking like he's got a king-10 and not an ace-queen here. Never any harm to sell the story that you're lower down your range when you do need a double up.
Absolutely, does send them in. Jams for 11 big blinds.
Not even tempted there, Dalkalic. King-queen.
Yeah, really like how he's handling himself. Very aware of ranges and how they are going to interact. Quickly gets out of the way. Markov takes this one down pre.
Ship a pot on stream to Markov. Finally get to say that.
Keeps his head above water. We know how quickly it can change though, David. Tournament poker could have 1 million within the orbit. What do you reckon?
Oh, stranger things have happened. In fact, we've already seen similar to that twice today. Adrianopoulos, the man on the biggest uptick right now. And straight away, Markov now with pocket fives. This hand was cruel to him earlier on today. He was sort of teased, James Dempsey suggests, by the deck where he was throwing the pocket threes, showed a bit of, patience, let it go. Threes again the next hand. Must have been thinking that the poker gods are being a little mean. And then the next hand they gave him fives and he opened them, probably when he shouldn't have, and was still a little bit loose. And now he's been given fives again under the gun.
So he exercised restraint twice, opened, got punished. And now he has this very marginal spot, David. He is going to go with it, 13.5 bigs. Probably right on the line for pairs we can jam. Seems just about okay. Probably going to fold deuces, threes, and fours. And unfortunately, Markov, the fives are going to punish him again. Runs right into the buzzsaw. Dalkalic here with the aces. Asks for a count. Of course, wants to tempt some people in behind, David.
Oh, the cruelty of this, I swear, like, sometimes the poker gods do this to you and it feels so cruel where you've been, almost feel like a puppet who's been, mastered by an external force. Markov. I think he's done the right thing going with these five. I know what you're saying, it's right on the line.
Sure.
To be honest, big blind ante-format as well, I think probably just, maybe gives it the pip over the line.
Yeah,
just
don't
justifies
hate it. Absolutely.
It's
just
very
very
close.
unlucky.
Yeah.
And you did prophesize it. Said the fives weren't kind the first time. Looking at from EP. We of course know that he plays pretty wild. We just spoke about Sibgatova not getting frustrated, that this would not be the time to lose that focus. Certainly a hand that could consider all options.
Yeah, it is a candidate.
She is reaching, David. It's not going to end well. Counting out the 3-bet. It's as if we're prophesizing things in the booth. First, the 5s of Markov. Now, unfortunately, from Sibgatova, very bad timing. Don't hate it either against a very loose player. You know, we do have 2 blockers. We're going to get enough raised folds. We are crushed.
I wonder, for Gazarian here, does he feel like her 3-betting range is so much more nutted that she might just have the jacks and queens and put it in with them here? Or does he actually feel like, you know, flatting is the way to go here if I want to win a really big pot, because she has a big enough 3-bet fold range?
Sure. Yeah, I do think with these positions, typically, there are going to be a lot of value hands in her range, working with just over 30. Yeah, he's just deciding to send it, I think, David. Oh, no, it's just a click, excuse me.
So he saved her in a way there. But I kind of like her play, to be honest. Like, from what we've seen, just in terms of the range of hands he's played, I think that works 3 out of 4 times.
Yeah, don't hate it. Don't hate the hand selection. Do want to have some blockers to those strong hands. Just unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
We did just speak about frustration. Hopefully it doesn't continue to bubble. Can be tough though, David, right? You know, you're a very experienced tournament player yourself. When you've been up above, I think she was at 1.2 million to start this feature. All of a sudden you're at 500k. And through no real fault of her own, right? She hasn't done anything particularly wrong.
No,
tough.
All small skirmishes, but
yeah,
you know, every single one going against her. You have these passages of play, just like you have the ones where the wind's at your back and you feel like you're just smashing every flop. You have these frustrating periods where it's so important to just survive them and hang in there with whatever chips you can. Obviously, everybody at this table still has a chance at picking up the 167k first prize. Very tasty, very top-heavy here at Merit.
One of the remaining 43 players will take home 167k. As we see, Adrianopoulos comes in with just under 3x this time. David, large open size from under the gun. Wonder if that has anything to do with the fact that Boo is in the big. Perhaps wants to dissuade him from defending.
20, 40, 55, huh?
With that wall of chips, is counting out a call.
This is 20, 40, 55, like this.
Certainly be one of the chip leaders in the entire tournament. I'm going to defend 9-7.
I check. In the dark. In the dark. So you are...
I'm in the light.
9 in the window, David. Boo.
35.
Again?
How much?
35.
Okay.
Does outflop Adrianopoulos. Gonna come in for a c-bet.
35.
Quarter pot, quickly called.
Hard to miss a board like Queen 9-6.
Hard to completely whiff it for sure.
I check again. Oh, see?
Again in the dark.
Yeah.
8 of hearts on the turn. Not a card that Adrianopoulos is going to want to continue to bluff on. Does shut it down. River, Queen of Hearts. Another one of these spots where Boo could consider a block type sizing.
I have 7, 9. 9.
Let's just go check. Boo wins another one.
Yeah, right.
2.8 million.
And a sort of a gesture of this guy from Adrianopoulos.
Absolutely.
10 makes straight.
Certainly this air around the table that Boo is invincible at the moment. I believe he's won every single pot he's been in, David. I can't think of him losing one. We did speak about momentum. He's certainly riding at the crest of a wave.
Well, it's Herso's turn for the Djangos.
Oh, no. Uhara is in deep, deep strife, David. What can you do? Poker gods are not smiling on them here. 16 bigs. Huge cooler in progress.
First was nice. Of course. Sorry. It's true, this table
It
is
will
very
be a 30 big blind pot between Hersos and Uhara.
Nothing to be done here, David. What can you do? Gotta send it in. Did see one of the other kings folded.
Well, there is hope for Uhara.
About as good as it gets, David, without seeing a queen on there.
Yeah.
And there it is!
Wow.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Now very difficult.
No, very, very difficult.
Just like that, Herzog's down to 2%, David. One out. Wow, Hara makes the flush on the river.
Every time.
On the board when I saw you.
Well, sometimes the ladies finish on top.
what can I do now? Queen.
Wow.
Ah, David Lappin, never change. Sometimes they do indeed. Hara back in business to 700k.
I don't know.
I only saw one hand today.
And you got to feel for Hersos in this spot here. She's played flawlessly for the last 3.5 hours. To have a horrid beat of that nature at a very crucial point in the tournament, it must be said. She wins that pot. She gets back up above the 1 million. She's in the ascendancy again instead now. Okay, 600k, still plenty to work with, but very different situation.
Tournament poker, always a roller coaster. Looking to recover. Uhara back in the hunt. Hunting once more, David. Ace Queen suited under the gun one. Kazarian does defend with the 10-4 of clubs. Here we go, 8-6 deuce with 2 clubs. Hara still best, extremely vulnerable.
Probably a spot he can check back.
Yeah.
And he does. I like it.
Oh my goodness,
wow.
This is trouble.
What a card.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Kazarian with 100% check mark. Does find turn check. As he should. Probably lining up a check raise here, David.
Well,
try and get all of it in by the river.
The queens that were so kind to Uhara just a moment ago are now going to lead him to losing a fairly chunky pot here. How chunky we are yet to see. One feels like Kazarian is going to make this at least 150, maybe 200.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely mandatory to raise. Want to get stacks in by the river. Our opponent is going to have a bunch of Queen X, as we can see Uhara has. Also going to have a bunch of sort of ace-jack with ace-club potential type hands. Here is the raise, David. You've called it. Exactly 150. Uhara in a really grim spot now. Because there's so many semi-bluffs here from Kazarian. Bunch of pairs with a club that could do this as a bluff. Bunch of just naked ace and king of clubs that can be trying to take it away from us. So tough, David, this one.
And also maybe a lingering feeling in Uhara's mind that he capped himself a little bit with the flop check.
Yeah.
To not really being able to have better than a one pair hand now and wondering if that range is being attacked.
agree completely. I think this is a classic spot where you look at your opponent and sort of decide, and what a laydown against the most aggressive player at the table.
Bravo.
Wow, bravo
Uhara.
indeed. That is a sick fold. You know, one of those hands that in theory world we never get to fold to turn. Amazing laydown. Brilliantly done from Uhara. They're going to get the good news, David, the fact that this is on stream. In around about 30 minutes time, they'll get the news that they just preserved their tournament. Beautifully done. What a laydown that is.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff, must be said.
Made it pretty quickly too.
Yeah, no.
Very impressive.
No messing about.
I wonder if was Uhara at the table with Kazarian at all?
No.
No.
Now he may have got some of that information.
No, but sometimes that helps, right? If
Yeah.
if you haven't been told that Kazarian's pretty crazy, because we've got that info, and I don't think we could see you had a flush. I don't think we would fold ace queen.
No.
What a laydown. Straight back into the mixer. And it is the sixes once more, David, that got him in trouble against Boot Boo. So unpredictable. Boot Boo not deterred by the under the gun open. Gonna call in the cutoff with King 10. Bit of a misstep here, David, from Herzog. Perhaps still a little steamed by the Kings v Queen spot. King 7 off here. Really not going to do well multi-way.
No.
Ace 4-9 with 2 clubs. Sixes of Uhara still good. Of course, can't like this multi-way.
Yeah, he might just shut things down right away, or he might go for a small c-bet in the hopes that his opponents are in there with Broadway combos.
Yeah, I think there is certainly some latitude for a small probe here. And a little larger than that, 40%.
King of clubs in hand here, Boot Boo, likely to go nowhere.
He's so unpredictable, isn't he? Does call in position. And Uhara once more with the tricky sixes spot. Still best, but it's almost impossible to barrel this one, I would suggest.
And Boot Boo, with virtually no equity now, has to bluff, right?
I think so. Does quickly reach for 100k. Hara here. Extremely tough stuff. I think you just have to let this one go, David.
Yeah. Your opponent very plausibly three-handed, representing a hand like ace-10, ace-jack, that's just deciding to put in a bet itself at this point.
Yeah.
And you obviously have virtually no equity against that hand. Yes, he could have a couple of club combos,
Yeah,
but
even
again,
the
are you going to
bluffs.
realize, because he might bluff them on the river too?
Absolutely. And Boot Boo continues to smash up this table. Very impressive performance so far, you gotta say, Mr. Lappin.
Yep.
Up to 3 million. Just had a little look into his Hendon mob as we were going through those last few hands. Bernard Bootbull. Total live earnings, $335,000. Best live cash, David, of 33k. He's in position to crush that considerably. Maybe one of the chip leaders in this tournament. Close in on the final 40 players. We see Sibgatova coming in for a pretty light one here, +1, 10-8 of clubs. Round to Adrianopoulos with the real hand.
150. 150.
Does decide to 3-bet, go with it.
Yeah, big size here, doesn't leave himself any room
No.
or any doubts in his opponent's mind that he would go with his hand. So easy decision when back on Sivkatova, who, you know, is still trying to play some poker, but it's just all like an uphill battle right now.
Yeah, we did allude to how momentum is so important. She does make the right decision though, gets out of the way.
Ladies and dealers, the mystery bounty of the new line levels, small line 600, big line 1200, and big 1200. 6, 12, 12 on the mystery bounty. Players, I want to remind you, this is going to be the last level for late legendary entries.
Sivkatova now, David, down to her 25 bigs. Been a tough spell for her.
Very much so, as we see Bootboo with his favourite sort of hand combos, these King X, Queen X suited. Just loves getting in the mix. And wow, 3 million. I think he started this frame with 1.1.
Unbelievable spin up for him. Everything going his way.
And he's kind of taking it off everybody. Everyone's had a chunk taken out of them. You know.
Yeah, he really has. Nobody has been safe from Bernard Bootboo. Into Uhara. Let's see the 9 of diamonds. Looks interested.
Must be ace 9 or pocket 9s here if he's getting involved.
And here we go. You've called it. Feels like pocket 9s. Gonna send it in. 22 bigs, 23 bigs.
Got the quick fold.
Boot quickly releases.
Yes, no, this. I'll give you more.
And I wonder if, again, information filtering out ever so gradually from maybe, I suppose they could be privy to an hour's worth of play here, recognizing that Bernard Bootboo is in there with a lot of suited king, suited queen stuff that is going to be raised folds to reshoves, and maybe now that so many of them are in that 20 big blind zone, might target him for picking off these opens.
Yeah, it is interesting because from what we've seen, it's not like he's playing crazy either, right? Like, he's actually playing quite tight, if that makes sense. Like, it's just seeing a lot of flops, but it's mostly just been going his way, David, I would suggest. Did see in that big spot where Uhara turned 6s into a bluff, and he pretty much nit rolled with the boat. But he's in there with lots of different holdings. You're not wrong about that. Certainly potential that he will fold a bunch, 2 rejams. That's likely going to be a feature as the short stacks start looking to get it in. Approaching the final table. Uhara picks up a pretty strong hand on the button. Ace-Jack. Sivkatova, things continue to go against her here. Holding a dominated Jack-10. Certainly going to be defending this one.
For me, are those
Sorry.
Queen 3-5 flop.
Bryce smile as she looks at all the back doors and not a stack depth, which
Here we
can
go. He's going to get to look at a turn, David. Typically see a lot of small c-betting going on, but is it going to decide just to lead here on the king?
Can he call this sizing? It's probably
can't fold here.
The only sizing he can call.
Yeah, Uhara has to call here. I think 40k lead out from Sivkatova.
Is he considering a raise?
don't think it's out with the realms of possibility. Of course, we're still going to have some very strong King X in our range. Wow, does decide to just get out of the way. Bravo, Sibgatova makes it work and picks that one up. Every pot now, David, so critical.
Yeah, and while we've, you know, obviously seen him step out there with the bluff with the pocket sixes in a spot where it actually seemed like a great spot for him to take one final stab on the river, in actual fact, his default has been to go nitty and actually not fight back in a few spots. He does seem like one of the tighter players.
Yeah, I think this turn fold is definitely too tight. You know, we're still drawn to Broadway. We can still just have the best hand. Our opponent's going to have a bunch of hands that do stab turn and have to give up river. Sibgatova makes that one work, stops the rot. Earns that pot.
No 7-deuce game for Garzarian this time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Baranski's got as short as 75k, David. Did not see him getting that short. Of course, 4 big blinds, King 8, more than good enough.
And actually, Dalglish probably has to flick in the call.
Yeah,
here.
he's going to have to reluctantly call. Baranski, 60-40 favorite, get himself back up to 9 bigs. Try and resuscitate his tournament life here. It's a pretty good start, David. Is a jack of diamonds behind the king in the window. Rubs the temples. Turn is the 8 of hearts.
Okay, that's some of those outs gone now. Just two more.
Doing a Jedi mind trick on the dealer. Successfully works. Baranski finds a double.
Only one
From
jack.
75k up to 180. Still alive here. The 2200 warm-up.
As we tick down to almost 40 players now. I think about 15, maybe just over 15 minutes left on this level. We will be taking a short break when this level is done and dusted. Do feel like we're making pretty good headway towards our final table ultimate goal. Whether we do get over the line tonight or not, still to be seen, but we are certainly at least giving ourselves a shot of that. It hasn't compacted in the way that it sometimes can.
Absolutely. Very quick pace of play here also, which is very,
yeah.
very enjoyable for us in the booth, and I'm sure for you guys at home.
Forbidden.
I think another example here, David, Adrianopoulos, he has actually been quite snug. You know, it's mostly concentrated on kind of stronger holdings pre-flop. Some fold ace-10 off, and now ace-4 suited, which is, you know, very much in vogue as the under-the-gun steal type hands. It's very well-timed laydown from him. Sibgatova with a big hand. Ace-queen of clubs on the button.
Yeah, she can look to induce here.
Yeah, into Dalkinic, who's certainly capable of finding some lighter reshoves. Not going to reshove that one.
A 3x open, interestingly, from Sibgatova. Maybe concerned that Boot Boo does like to flash and is the sort of tricky opponent who could, you know, outmaneuver you post-flop and maybe just thinking, actually I'm going to put quite a bit in here, so if you want to go for it, there's more to win.
Yeah, I think on the flip side of that also, he's very loose pre. So it's no harm in, you know, sort of inflating a pot here with a premium hand. You know, if he's going to defend too wide, seems pretty good. Don't mind the adjustment.
Give you 300 euro when you
also
win
incentivizes Dalkilic just to jam, right, when he has sort of 25 bigs, rather than any potential free betting. Does decide to size up.
Yeah, very tidy little adjustment there from Sibgatova.
Yeah, I think I like it. Kazarian lets out a yawn. I think it's the longest stretch I've seen where he hasn't played a hand, David.
Oh, it was a contagious yawn because I just did one in response. Wow.
I'm also rubbing my temples and doing the mind tricks.
I like the lay down from Skipkatova
Yeah.
there. I particularly like it now. Dalkilic will be keen to throw out some rope now to Bernard.
Just quickly get out of the way.
Oh, you hate to see it. The 2 quick folds when you've got the Django's.
Very unfortunate turn of events for Dalkilic.
Yeah, from the ante.
Very tidy ace-6 laydown, and then nothing in the blinds
50,000.
to take us on with our kings.
It's good.
Nobody will give you
Don't
more
worry.
than you.
Don't worry.
Herzog's looking thoroughly fed up after that unfortunate kings versus queens run out. Another premium, David. Lots of strong holdings this last orbit. O'Hara with the 10s from EP.
$40? $40?
Yes. Little tempter for Adrianopoulos now.
Very tricky here at stack depth. O'Hara opening off around about 25 bigs. Should, of course, have a pretty strong opening range. We have seen Adrianopoulos play pretty cautiously with these sort of mid-range holdings. It's like he's reaching, though, David, this time. Counts out a call. Little nonchalant flick in there from Kazarian. The 6-3-0.
A little bit of something for everyone here.
Been some very tricky flop textures for O'Hara to navigate through. Turns to king of clubs. Adrianopoulos still best. Can't be in love with this either, though.
No, you don't love leading out in this spot, maybe thinking check call, hope it goes check around, and then you can find value on rivers sometimes.
Yeah, it does land on check. Like it a lot. Is some potential to go for a little river bet.
Yeah. Try and target the king queen as your target hand and go for maybe something in the region of half pot.
Yeah, don't hate it at all. You would imagine either opponent would have announced themselves by now if they had a stronger holding. Intelligent sizing here from Adrianopoulos. Now Kazarian, we know he's capable, David. This does look like what it is, right? A somewhat blocky type one pair hand. I mean, if Kazarian finds it here, David, probably gonna work. Oh, wow.
Oh, what are we seeing?
You have to tip your cap to this.
So
this is a great play. 250k raise.
Reading it for what it is,
Yeah,
which is a sort of a king 10 or a weak ace.
Yeah. I think he just knows Adrianopoulos is the type that is going to bet his nutted stronger parts of his range big. This is some poker, Mr. Lappin. Have to hand it to Kazarian. Fearless stuff.
Yeah, and Kazarian not capped, I don't think, could still have queen 10 theoretically,
Exactly.
having played this line. Obviously he has all the 2-pair combos, well, pretty much all of them. And obviously even could have, you know, a rivered set of 4s.
100%. I mean, this is going to work. I would be shocked to see Adrianopoulos call this off.
An incredibly underbluffed spot.
It really,
so
it
one that
really
looks
is.
good. Yeah.
Kazarian writing his own script with some of these lines, but seems to have an amazing sense, David, of where he is in spots. something you can't teach. Just being aware when your opponents are going to be forced to release.
Show one.
It's going to work.
You show one card.
Can't show the 3.
Does show the 6 of diamonds.
You know what you have and you know what I have.
Adrianopoulos going to think he's made a good laydown for sure.
Huh?
There is 6. What is
Great
the
play,
flop?
David, from Gazarian
Yes,
there.
Yeah, I love it.
Very brave poker.
Expecting.
Gets 2 better hands to fold.
And to me, you know, I thought either he has a set or he has a queen 10.
Yeah. Difficult.
I had a very nice ace.
Orange juice?
I had a bad feeling. That's why I didn't 3-bet also pre-flop. A really bad feeling.
You lose the minimum.
You have 6.
Those pesky
Or
feelings.
Maybe 4, 6.
Or ace 6.
4, 6. Any 6 with
Ace 6 is the
ace.
same.
A lot of speculation here. A lot of post-mortem. Well, in real time, they're finding out bad news right now.
When Dara was in the booth with me recently, he called it the hand funeral, which was, I really enjoyed that moniker.
Yeah.
Well, you know you're going to have to lay it down, but drag it out. Dalkalic here in the hijack has the queen of clubs. Makes it 40k. Adrianopoulos with another one of these tricky candidates. I'm going to peel this one, David IP. This is a fun one for us in the booth.
Perzos with a very tempting squeezable spot, but also there will be some combos she might want to flat. There will be some combos she might want to fold. Looks like she's going to go for it. And it should get the job done unless Dalkovic is in there with the queens and he's not. And we know Adrianopoulos can't make a call here. Perzos has been really snug.
Gives her the smile and wave. Not normally indicative of a call-off, David.
I have almost the same hand like before, so fold.
Well, I don't think we're going to find out the other
Almost
cards. Unless she
the
flips
same
it
hand.
over. No, she flips over the one we knew about.
Just better kicker, maybe.
Nice pickup for her sods.
Very
nice. Suited ace. Big.
Yeah, it's nice to see the flop, but not to go all in pre-flop.
Oh, sure.
New deck?
As we take a look at our next feature table, I see Oleg Menteliev there, a regular to the Merit stuff. Is that Pomerev as well?
It is.
Yeah, he's in the mix as well. Shukulia, obviously, their centre picture, slightly to the left of your picture now. A bit of a beast in this poker room. Bernet case and...
Is it Giorgio?
Giorgio, I think.
Giorgio. Yeah, been on an absolute tear in the live arena. This looks like an extremely interesting feature. Fireworks. He always has the stack, Giorgio, always.
Yeah, Georgie's a formidable character.
I believe he's famous for having the very surly winners' photos. It was very difficult to make that man smile.
Nice. Well, I don't think that particular octet of players are going to let us down in the next frame. They seem like more than enough ingredients for an entertaining show. I will be stepping out to make room for James Dempsey to sit in the sidecar alongside Andrew Headley.
To continue the deflowering.
The sidecar is the one where you hold the gun, right? You're the guy with the gun.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's certainly potential. I know you love a meme. You can make up one of them.
Yeah.
No, what is it? I mean, where they, I don't know, you know, I'm old timer.
Little Photoshop.
Yeah, a little Photoshop number. We see Uehara defending with 6-4. Very interesting. Gazarian once again electing not to c-bet, I think. No, excuse me, he must have. Pot is 170. Gone with a small c-bet flop. Uehara now, as we see, close to the bottom of the range.
Oh, a little dealer's been asked to spread the pot, and she said no. Do the maths yourself.
Okay.
Little stern from the dealer, I gotta say. Just a little.
Are they allowed to do that?
I would have thought you should be allowed to spread the pot and see what's going on. That is a. Maybe it might be a house rule. I don't want to presume that she's wrong there, but most of the poker I play, that would certainly be something you could do. Uehara with a
look at this.
A spicy call here.
Uehara is putting on the sheriff's badge. Does call turn, David.
Wow.
He's correct.
Well, we know Gazarian is capable of putting in the pot-sized all-in here and putting Uehara to the ultimate test. The question is, will he do it this time?
Certainly a spot that is overbluffed from the button. It's particularly going to be very wide. Look at this, Gazarian. His instincts, you have to say, David, been absolutely incredible so far today. Once again, just knows where he's at. Bravo. Once again, Gazarian takes it down. Hard not to be impressed. Seems to just have this knack of knowing when his opponents are at the sort of weaker to bottom part of the range. Earns another one. It's 3 or 4 times now, David, we've seen post-flop as well, earning big pots with the worst of it. Very well played. It's going to be a threat here. Final 5 tables or so of this 2200 warm-up here at the Merit Poker Gangster Series.
Yeah, time for, I think, 1, maybe 2 more hands if we're lucky. From what has been a very interesting frame of poker. Obviously, we had a sort of a wild dynamic in the first frame earlier this afternoon. A lot of back and forth between Illimer and Gazarian. Gazarian's obviously rejoined the feature table action, as has the lady there on screen, Hersos. Different sort of dynamic, but very entertaining stuff, must be said. Uehara now. Ooh, problem. You may see this one as a nice 3-bet shove candidate.
Here we go. You've called it. Uehara running right into it. Rejams 15 bigs from the small. Gonna get the bad news. Hersos, of course, snaps it off.
Well, they were the 2 players involved in the Kings and Queens fiasco a moment ago. If there's any justice, this big slick will hold, and Hersos will get herself back to around about 900k.
Never use it. 3, 4, 6.
Uehara at risk.
Never is.
But you know what, Andrew? There isn't always justice in the world. So let's
oh
see.
no, he's foreshadowing once again.
Now easy.
Very clean start for Hersos. That ace of spades working for her also. Not that she needs it. It does take away another one of Uehara's outs, drawing to the 2 red 5s.
I need a space, at least.
8 of Diamonds River. We do lose Uehara.
Nice to see a smile on the face of Hersos, who was devastatingly unlucky a few moments ago. Got those chips back now. Little bit of justice.
Absolutely, David. You have justice. Ace King holding. Nice recovery from Hersos. Back up above around about $1 million, David, I believe, as we approach this next little break. In fact, not a break, just a new feature table.
New feature table. We're going to sneak in 1 more hand, I think, on this level, and then I think we will take a short break, probably for around about 10 minutes. And yeah, it'll be James Dempsey and your good self calling the action for what looks like a very entertaining table. I'm a bit jealous of you guys now getting to commentate on Giorgio in particular. He's a great character.
Yeah, very intrigued to see Giorgio and how he operates. has been crushing the live arena, as I mentioned, over the last sort of 12 months. So we see Boot Boo with that strong right arm back in the mix. King 10 of hearts. Looks at 55k to go. Bransky very short now, 6 bigs. Sibgatova, the hat has come off. Very defendable ace 6 of hearts. Is a large open, David, but probably still going to have to defend this one.
She's gone for it.
Wow, she ships it.
Again.
Fair play. Did not see that coming. Just decides to send it, David, for 29 blinds. Very big shove.
No, he said fold.
He said fold, yeah, he's just counting out
He
the
definitely
raise
said
size.
fold.
You saw the look of terror
Oh
from
my.
Sibgatova.
That was amazing. Oh, that was amazing.
How much you have? More or less? 5.
Wow, very non-standard jam, David, but she gets it through. Final hand there of that feature table.
You have.
David, you're going to go and take a well-earned break.
I'm going to take a well-earned break. But before I go, I want to ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Headley.
Okay.
Clearly the star of the show of that frame was Boot Boo. He was the wild card. He was the invincible wrecking ball at times. He was also the knit roller.
He was.
As we recall from that famous hand. But the other player who has been with us for virtually the entire 4 hours we've been here has been Gazarian, who has been the other really big mover.
Yeah.
And he is probably the more sophisticated player. No disrespect to Boot Boo, but you know, he comes at the game a little bit more creatively, shall we say.
Sure.
But also creative in his own way is Gazarian, who has been the other big winner and, you know, had that great move with the 6-3. You know, obviously he did have the kings when there was an unfortunate king 10 from Sibgatova that went right. But what do you think when you look at a player like him in terms of the way he's trying to, you know, set himself up for making a deep run here?
He is dangerous. Like, you can just tell from the way that instinct is one thing in poker that I think can't be taught. You know, we have all these things nowadays, all the tools, solvers, the like, but he's in there, you know, overcalling with the 6-3 and has the sort of creativity and just sheer will at times, I think, to get the job done. We saw him execute that bluff with the king 10 off when Uhara, I believe it was Uhara, no, sorry, it was one of the other players, but they had the queen jack of hearts.
Yes.
Where he made a pretty non-standard flop check, bet the turn, and still finds the way to pull the trigger. We just saw him do the same to Uhara there, triple barreling on an ace-high board. When your opponent's called off sort of 2/3 of their stack, very difficult to find that third barrel. He just seems to have this sort of sixth sense that you can't really teach, and he is dangerous. I'm super impressed, I must say. You know, he's going out of the realms of theory, but he's making it work, and that is tough to play against if you have a player who's just willing to fire multiple bullets at you, and he's been pretty much not perfect with his timing. Very impressed, I must say.
Very impressed as well. We talked a little bit about Illimer in the first frame, having that sort of splashier game, but not following through with the turn and river bets. He's not. He's no fear at all. He will fire those shells if he feels like his opponent doesn't have the kind of hand that can call. Anyway. On that note, we're going to come back in just a few more minutes' time. As I said, I will be stepping out. Mr. Headley here will be joined by James Dempsey. Don't go anywhere.
See you soon, guys.
Dear guest, welcome to our conceptual Gangster series.
1. Starting position number 2, small blind 300, big blind 600, empty 600. Players, we wish you all the best. Bye-bye.
So, by the way, there is 700,000 guarantee in this tournament. We are running today the day 1A. We have day 1B tomorrow, day 1C pass tomorrow. The turbo, it's before day 2. Then we get day 3, and the final will be on Sunday.
New things out there. But something happened. Something really bad has happened. And I invited the best investigator possible to help me to solve this mystery.
Hello, Mr. Detective.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. You will help me to solve.
Yes.
Somebody has died.
This looks like my fifth wife.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But you cannot be suspect. Come on. But the most important thing, the stolen. It was stolen $2,200. Exact amount to buy in for the warm-up event. So you will have to help me.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Come. Really important to understand, where could be suspect from? What do you think?
Not Mongolia, probably. Oh, maybe somewhere from Middle East.
I think the same. I made some homeworks, and I think I have the main suspect. It has to be a poker player.
I thought the main suspect would be Gia, but he doesn't look like
No,
him.
no, for sure not. This time, it's not him.
Okay.
And any ideas?
We need to check, we need to think. Oh, look at this phone. It's like in my grandfather's apartment.
Yeah, but it works, and when I will find my suspect, I truly will call with this. Hello, I know who is the guy, I know.
No, relax, brother, relax. The real criminal will be known in a few days, you know, because he will be the champion of the warm-up event.
Really?
Rivers.
It's a very hard run out to bluff now for Markov.
Right.
You've got the diamonds in your hand, which actually make poor bluffing candidates because you kind of hope that your opponent might have diamonds in some situations. Yes, you got that 9 blocker to the 8-9, but is 8-9 really going to be in there that often with just a good shot on the flop? It's a dicey one to turn into a bluff now. Why you could definitely be pot controlling you with a weakish ace here sometimes. You know, a Jack X hand could potentially be your target hand if you go big, but it's yeah, it's a dicey one.
Knuckle it.
Interesting now, does White think he needs to bluff to win this one?
Right, you don't want to let a 10 win here, do you? But he's just going to sort of give up, as it were, and find out actually he found the miracle turn. Markov's going to feel when he sees it. Oh, you just found the offsuit 6. That seems fair. How's your day going? Deuce.
Oh, hello.
Not a bad card to see.
Hello.
The 3 even better. And then the best card after that to see, David, would be an ace. Yeah. Markov. Cold decked.
Question now is, does she go for an immediate check raise in this spot? Obviously, you know, that board can straighten up and flush up a little bit in a way that can actually scare your opponent who has an ace. I wonder if she's thinking in those terms.
I would, purely because I've just seen him table the 9 high and not trying to bluff. I'm thinking, okay, this guy's just playing a bit more fit or fold. I want to try and make sure I get him. On the flip side, that of course, if he has the ace, he might do the bidding for you over 3 streets.
Yeah, great turn card here, as bricky as she could have hoped. And now, again out of position, does she want to spring her trap? Oh, he just checks back. Wow.
This is the concern. I think if I got a big hand against Markov, I want to play big.
They give me something else.
Well, will
But
she be
this one is
thinking
much
check
better.
raise again on
Give
this
me a
river, or
river.
does she feel now like she must do her own betting?
Or maybe
I think I might check
pronounce
again.
wrong.
Maybe they have tea bags. And then,
It does go for a
Pretty small
very
bet.
value-y sort of 1/3 bet. That makes it easy for him. He can call this one.
Yeah, it's a clear call. He's got a massive hand. You've seen the way it's played. But he's going to see, he's very happy he didn't lose more in this hand.
Oh, that decision to check back turn, nitty as it was, probably saved him a couple of 100k.
Raise it.
Here it comes again. This time, very reasonable. Queen Jack of Diamonds. Zarian with a very unreasonable King 9 offsuit. He flashing a smile at his man. It's like, I really want to mess with you, but can he? No. He's
So-
always tempted.
Yeah, so many people to get through in that spot, but he's been undeterred by that factor. Markov, who's had a tough run of things.
Ponomarov with a pair on the button, but against a player that's so difficult to define his range. Has opened for +1, even though he's opening a lot. Still give him some respect. I like that. Just he's too difficult to play against this man. I think you don't want to be in there with hands like threes. I think maybe you might call with some more of the pseudo connect type holdings. Threes, you're going to be in no man's land so often. Herzog's defending ace-9 of clubs from the small. She's happy to see a flop against this man with that holding.
Yeah, and Ellie now with the tempter, obviously again 20 bigs, not a great spot to be in. The kind of hand that gets dominated a lot by both ranges actually.
Right.
So it's a little worrisome to proceed, but
For one blind,
I
can we
know.
really fold this hand? We are close to the money, of course. That is the argument. Well,
trouble for Ellie now.
yeah. Flops that dominated top pair.
Not a total whiff for her Saucier either. She's got some backdoors working for her.
Gonna continue on this rainbow board. Gone with a healthier size than we've seen him see bet thus far. Of course, it is a three-way pot. Things are different. You're up against kind of different ranges, especially with the small blind being in there. Does that leave room for this man to ever get away from this hand at some point, or is he going to feel compelled, perhaps even just to ask for it now?
Yeah, very tricky spot, Eli Said. He has made a difficult bed for himself, and now is gonna. He's not going to love it a little more.
Holding this, I don't want to waste time.
But
I have Queen Jack. I don't know if it's good or not.
Queen Jack is good.
Yeah, Ilamore very conscious that he could be up against King Jack or
Yeah.
pair there, but sort of can't
He's
best
doing it
hold
for
the
the
hands.
TV. He's like, just so you know, like I know I can be behind here, but I'm not folding
I'm
top
doing
pair.
it.
That's why I'm calling this quickly.
And does the bell toll for Eli Said here?
The unlucky seat, perhaps. Here we first. Saeed next or not?
Wow, finds the chop.
The running chop.
Happy landing.
A very punch-drunk Ilamore. Nice coincidence that you were down 104k in the main and I was up 104k in the main. That's the only thing I wanted to point out. We could have both sat at home. You could have just transferred that money over, and that would have been 15 summers saved.
I feel like the one time I cashed it might be in the one where they just paid the most players have ever paid as well.
We will see what will happen. What's now?
Well, while James Dempsey
Yeah.
Googles himself,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
take
I
this
don't
hand.
myself. The tab's open. Like it's always there.
Just the hand and mob is always open on the page. Markov, from under the gun, has finally decided enough is enough.
Later you will know what
I
I
have
had
been
this one.
slapped around for the past 2 hours. I'm going to try and take one down here. Well, Saeed.
What does it matter how about you?
Yeah, but like,
Ooh.
also I was doing something.
Oh, no.
Could see him going both ways given the way we played Saeed play. He's been a little more liberal. Does go with the flat from +3 here, and Ilamore quickly release. Ooh, and Kazarian has a real hand this time. Poor Markov just cannot catch a break right now.
It's almost like they gave him threes before he folded. Gave him threes, gave him fives. It's like, okay, I guess I'm supposed to play some hands. Okay, I'll play fives from under the gun and punished.
Yeah, and playing against two fairly shallow stacks here, Gazarian can size this 3-bet quite small. A small squeeze would be kind of nice. He has gone somewhat small.
Yeah, I mean, sub 4x against a raise and a call, against under the gun. That's certainly... You don't really get any smaller than that, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it needs to plausibly have some sizings that are folding here. Markov, well, he has been incredibly patient. That's the one thing we'll say about him, is while the deck has been unkind and maybe, just maybe, a couple of folds were a bit too nitty earlier on, he has been patient. He has been willing to just let his hand go and wait for another spot, wait for another day.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of this, the 2023 Merit Gangster series. I had to have a little pause there. I'm not going to lie, I get confused. We were doing Carmen last time. It takes me a minute, Andrew, to get... Well, it takes me a minute to keep my headset on. It's all going wrong here. I've been sitting here for ages as well, ready to get in the booth with my man, Andrew Headley, a.k.a. Picasso.
It's time.
It's been a while, mate.
It has been a while, my friend.
And you're warmed up now. You've had a couple of hours.
I'm ready. I'm warmed up and ready to go. We had an amazing feature table there, I must say. I know you were on a little well-deserved, well-earned break.
In the spa. Yeah, it could have been the buffet. Buffet was closed.
The life of Dempsey.
I went to the spa. It was lovely.
It was nice.
A little dip in the pool, a little hot tub, sauna, steam room, the whole shebang.
Well, I was hanging out with Lappin, eh? That's how it goes.
Well, you should see what Lappin said about having to hang out with you.
He loves it. He loves it. You know, it's all love, I'm sure.
Right, so
we are
about to get play back underway with a fresh feature table. You guys just had a fun one. Obviously, got us through the bubble. Serious business now taking place. We're going to try and play down to this final table with, I guess it's around 5,000 locked up now, 6,000, something
yeah,
like that.
I think it's, in that midst, as I say.
I put him on the spot. I could have warned him what question I was going to ask him, but I didn't. There we go. He's left to his own devices. And here we are. Ooh, that's a fancy looking shot. I'm not quite sure where that is. I want to go there, though.
Looks good. Oh, wait a minute. I believe that's just outside the door. The old Merit Crystal Cove Hotel. Beautiful location. James is up, shirt's coming off. Time for business.
Here, my man.
It's very warm, guys. As you see, the chip counts, new feature table. I think we're down to 40 runners remaining.
Look at this, some faces. Nikolai Ponomorov, of course, was on our first feature table of the day, and a very familiar face to those who frequent Merit. He's in there with 2 million chips, but it's the man 5th in chips on this table, Andy, that I'm most excited about. We were just talking about him on the break. I'm not going to lie, we had a little cheat, looked over the feature table, see who was in the mix.
Yeah.
Spoiler, Georgi's still there in 25 minutes' time. But that's the man I'm excited to see. The guy goes ballistic.
Same here. I know Georgi, of course, has been on, pretty safe to say, James, been on a massive tear in the live realm over the last sort of year to 18 months. And we were also referencing he never smiles in a winner's picture. He has this, it's quite an intimidating presence.
Nice.
I've played with him a few times. Great player. He'll be looking to chip up, make an assault as we approach the final table, Demps.
And I gather you've been perfecting how to pronounce his name.
Oh my goodness. Right. I've forgotten the last bit, right. Georgi, I'm very sorry, my friend. We've been told we can call him Big Gia, I think. I've added the big. Wait, so it was Georgi... No, I'm not going to do it because I've forgotten. There we go. Shkurlukia.
Georgi.
There he is.
My man.
3 suited in the cutoff, James. Straight into the action.
Yeah. Pretty reasonable, this one. The ace-3 suited from the cutoff. More than pretty reasonable. It's very reasonable. Benicus behind. Queen Jack. Same suit. And a flick in the peel, but off a short stack here.
Very interesting. I think against an aggressive opponent, certainly some scope to just 3-bet shove this one. You're still going to have some fold equity for around about 13, 14 bigs, James, but does decide to call. Certainly an option, but it's not going to end well. as we see Ponomarev completes with the 9-4 of hearts. Both players have flopped the flush draw. Bernakis not going to get away from this one, I don't think. Demps has a roundabout pot.
Yeah, it's checked to him. He's fired 75k in that one. Assumes he's about to be met with a request for all of it.
Yeah, Georgie going to send this one. You have to imagine.
He does, and he's going to be amazed when he sees what great shape he's in. An 80% favor with just ace high. Yeah. Bernakis, needing to find some paint.
Yeah, as we see Bernakis gets the bad news, James, coming up against basically the worst hand possible. Gonna have to find an offsuit queen or jack or some kind of backdoor straight.
Here comes the backdoor.
Oh, no. 8 of hearts turn, James. Does open up some more outs for Bernakis. Gonna have to get there. Doesn't do it. 10 of clubs river.
It's the needle, you make the flush.
No, we just talked about him, James. The man who's gonna be a huge threat if he gets a stack. Gia takes it down, hand 1, pot of 725k, and that's going to pad his stack up to around about 60 bigs, a little more.
Yeah, I'd say he's already a threat.
Oh yeah, of course he is. Just he's that guy, right? If he has all of them, going to be very difficult to get them off him. What a start, James, to this new feature. Gia chips up right off the bat. Mueller's Bernakis.
What's the card protector? What have we gone with here?
Some sort of a wizard pigeon, which ironically is my nickname for you, my friend.
The wizard pigeon. I was meant to, on my break, I only had 2.5 hours of break, figure out what's going on with the turtle card protectors.
Right.
And the trinkets that are up there in the shop. You know me, I started swanning around the poker room, talking to this person, talking to that person, getting a coffee from there, getting a coffee from here.
Yeah. Steam,
sauna, hot tub, pool,
what a life.
All the usuals. And I didn't do my task. I had one job. I messed it up. I can only apologize.
I feel like you're going to have to talk me through it. What is going on with the turtle card protectors? This is new. I did see one Donatello, but is there more than one?
Well, they're in the Merit merchandise tent. I say tent. Right. Stall at the front of the poker room here. They've got them there, and I just want to know why.
Okay.
I mean, other than the fact that I think they're really cool, and I'm probably going to get one on the next break if I remember.
I think I want one. Right.
Don't talk about poker. Look, we got some normal stuff going. No, fine, you can talk about poker. This looks like a pretty good hand to squeeze with.
It does indeed, James. I would agree, but he is going to go with just call. Very interesting.
Yeah, G just flatting off 20 on the button. Georgi opening cutoff. I would have thought that was quite a nice spot, but
100% options were open there for Z to jam. That's for sure. And Ponomarev definitely could have squeezed here with this candidate. Does decide to go the passive route. 5-5-6. Gia does have some backdoors working for him. No, he's an aggressive player, James. Going to continue with C-bet.
Anyone else would see this. I've been caught by the button, caught by the small blind. Check. I've completely missed. I've got no future in this hand. I'll just give up. Georgi's like, nah, I'm just going to bet 70k and win the pot. 100% so far at this table for the wizard pigeon, or the pigeon wizard.
I'm loving that, right? I mean, it looks like, or it might be a rat. I think it might be a rat. It is a rat.
Wait,
I mean, it is. It's a rat with a wizard's hat and glasses on.
I mean, oh. I wish we could get a close-up, but we're on a delay.
We'll get one. He's been upgraded from the pigeon to the wizard rat. That's a pretty good screen name. I might decide to flick that in myself.
6 months. Oh, okay.
There it is. It is. I think it's a rat.
I hope when we ask Georgi that it's not like some figurine he made in his own image, and then you've just called him both a pigeon and a rat.
Georgi, you know I'm on your team.
I fear for your future, my friend.
I would fear for mine as well.
I'm not saying he has people killed, but he looks like the kind of person who might have someone killed for calling them a pigeon and a rat.
Right, guys at home, I've got to find my iPhone turned on. If it turns up in the middle of the Crystal Cove Sea within the next 2 hours, please send help. Although it may be too late for me by then, James.
Maybe too late. You don't want to go in the sea anyway. Lappin keeps going about jellyfish.
It's always negative, that Lappin.
Eurosoft. There's a player I'm very familiar with. Popping up from the small down for the raise in a situation where modern players we see a lot of limping, but throwing in some raise as well. for Eurosov. I guess as we're getting closer, deeper into the money, 36 players left.
Yeah, we do, in theory world, see some of these sort of low connected suited cards can throw in a 3.5x open rather than limp. He's going to go for that. Another challenge for us in the booth. Seidolkovsky does defend with a 7. Flops the best of it, stays in front, James. Ace, King, Jack. Top pair, Eurosov with basically the nut low. No backdoors working from either.
It's a pretty grim looking flop, and when a raise has been called, I think wisely recognizing that his opponent might have some of this. And that's...
Yeah, certainly some potential to still delayed bluff here.
Right, you're not giving up on the pot, are you, just by checking? Yeah. Your opponent as well is just going to have none of this, and you raise them small, you're then going to have a blended strategy post-flop, how you play your big hands and your small hands, and he certainly gets to have all the big ones on Ace, King, Jack.
Absolutely, James. And Seidolkovsky with a little deception. Nice hand to include in the check-back range. And it is going to induce Eurosov to start firing.
Nice.
Seems very reasonable. Comes with 2/3. Going to target some of those weaker one-pair holdings like a Jack-9, James,
right.
something like that. Going to really put it under some pressure.
As it is, Seidolkovsky set this one up. Sitting there, trapping top pair, loving life.
Yeah,
slide in a call.
Certainly.
Maybe pick up a second street.
Absolutely. It's certainly going nowhere here on the turn.
And how much of it, in his mind here as well, is the fact that he's also got the ace of spades, just in case something happens on the river. Maybe a spade comes, his opponent bets big, and he can really go for it.
Certainly a nice card to be holding. As we can see, already has Eurosov dead, but this is the spade, James.
That's the spade, isn't it? The one that fills in the straights. 10x getting there.
Very interesting here. Queen of spades, of course, completes 4-card straight and the backdoor flush.
Right, and how much of, obviously, Eurosov's value having raised from the small, and then go bet he gets to have so many 2-pair combos here, all the sets.
Yeah, very interesting. I think if we're going to bluff here, don't necessarily have to go huge. You know, we might even want to block value bet some 2-pairs ourselves, James, right? Even though it is a very dangerous run out. Interesting spot. Can still get some 1-pairs to fold. It does wave the white flag.
Seidolkovsky now ever go to bluff this, or is he just content that he's beating all these kind of hands and might not make 2-pair and better fold anyway?
Yeah, I think blind on blind especially, we have just a little too much, I would say.
Yeah.
You know, our opponent's going to be
fun hand.
A lot wider. It is definitely a fun one. Would have been fun for us in the booth if Eurosov had fired.
Right. Seidolkovsky would have had all 3 options.
You almost prophesized it.
Yeah, well, I try, you know.
Absolutely. The spade river would have been intriguing to see, as is Seidolkovsky. Does check back, takes that one down. Pretty well played by both, I think, James.
Black key. Thank you.
Reasonable turn bluff, I think, from Eurosov.
Yeah, finish. It's not a mine.
So it was at late C-betters. The table fills up.
Excuse me.
Got to give some props, James, to the...
so 36 left, yeah, okay.
To whoever comes up with the graphics and the like. It's a pretty cool backdrop, right?
It really is, isn't it?
Lovely.
I'm saying it might be the best one of the series,
yeah.
The Gangster one.
Yeah, big
so
props.
good, I keep forgetting it's Gangster. I have to pause every time before I say it. But I'm going to write it on my hand, that's what I'll do. It's not easy.
One thing I thought you did miss when you introduced me there, when we sat down.
Oh, what did I forget?
You
really mugged him off.
You went for the point at me. There was a big chance to give me the gun, to give me the wink in the Gangster gun. Very nice.
I don't know when we're going to get the cigars in here.
Capiche?
You said I had more.
Mercifully, Lapin spared me from too many Gangster references.
You think that's bad? It's when he starts cracking out all his opera references and makes you feel really uncultured. I mean, it's fine for you because you're Scottish. You're not supposed to be cultured. But
whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, James, you know, I have a high tolerance for your nonsense. But that is a step too far.
It's just the beginning.
As we see... As we see Ponomarev opening Queen Jack in the hijack. Eurosov content to call from the cutoff. King 9 of diamonds. Oleg here in the big. Working with a big stack, James. 90 bigs.
this is a man. It's very familiar to Merritt as well. I like a regular crusher here.
So we go to the ace-ace-4 flop. All players miss. Yurosov here still best with king high. Ponomarev with the betting lead.
As I posited earlier, he looks the most gangstery, but only because it's modern gangster. The hoodie, the sunglasses, the cap.
Very gangster.
Not very gangstery here. Yurosov.
Rick and Morty less gangster than the apparel of his table mate.
Maybe he's saving the best gangster stuff for the main event or the high roller or even the final table tomorrow. You don't want to crack out the good gear for day 3, do you?
As we see, Yurosov does take one off here in position. Does have the best of it with king high. Backdoor flush draw working for him also. Oleg here seems as if he's gone for a costume change mid-hand. I'm sure that was not the same gentleman who called pre. Glasses have come down.
Business time.
Hasn't folded yet, James. Very interesting against a bet and a call. Just king high.
Yeah, but look at that. He's got the 3 working. He's got the clubs. He can start to do some nonsense. But I think rightly so. Thinks better of it. Be a little optimistic, that one.
Absolutely, as we see Yurosov here improve to a king high flush draw. Ponomarev in the tank. I think you will see a bunch of white flag waving here, James, on this turn. Hasn't checked yet, though.
Whoa.
Look at this. He is continuing to reach.
Spicy.
Does bet.
This is so sick because Yurosov's going to get to call with the best hand. And surely against 2 calls, Ponomarev will give up. Or will he? Who knows? I mean, he gets to have ace-queen, ace-jack. Yurosov doesn't really get to have those hands, obviously, flagging from the cutoff. He's going to have a lot of pocket pairs that
absolutely
do want to call twice.
Absolutely, James. And hands like Yurosov is showing up with here. Perhaps like a king-queen, king-jack of diamonds type, which we can see Yurosov has. We know he's not going to fold turn. Far too much equity. Even if behind, we can see, of course, is best. Huge favorite to win this pot. And wow, very interesting. King of Spades River.
Does Ponomarev ever go for some heroic overbet to try and make a medium ace fold, I wonder?
Wow.
That would be so ballsy.
Certainly some potential to get one of those mid-pocket pairs that you referenced to fold river, James. You know,
yeah, they can't
7s through 10s really cannot call 3, you wouldn't think.
See.
But other than those hands, yeah, other than those hands, you do start to run into the nutted portion of the button's range pretty often.
The heart rate's up. He has gone for the overbet. I love it.
Jams.
I love it.
Wow. What a sick play this is, ladies and gentlemen, from Ponomarev.
And the sick thing is, Yurosov's got like, better than the hand he's supposed to have in the fact he hasn't got those medium pairs. Obviously, he's allowed to have some ace-x. King does block ace-king, which is the most likely hand that's going to overbet jam this river. That all said, though, this is surely too hard to call.
Just one of these spots, James, right? 3-way posts, wildly under-bluffed.
Yeah.
Very well played, Ponomarev. Gangster indeed, James.
I saw his chest bulging on the river. He was like, the heart rate was up. He wasn't done with the hand. What a baller.
That is a very, very bossy bluff. Kudos to Ponomarev for pulling the trigger. Yurosov, not much that can be done. Has to relinquish the king-9. Fireworks to start this new feature table, folks. 36 left.
Love it.
In the 2200 warm-up here.
Really has been fireworks as well. Not been disappointed so far. Big stacks doing big stack stuff.
Yeah, that's a fantastic bluff we did see at the previous table. Bunch of great play from Gazarian. Ponomarev also showing his chops.
Yeah, Gazarian's it's been fun.
He's playing great.
More of him.
see Kalayahin +1 with an impossibly fashionable jumper over the shoulders look, James.
Not very gangster.
It's not very gangster, is it?
It's not retro. It's not Western. It's not Carmen. It's just poker.
We were saying earlier we need a rom-com theme thing. He could be there, like the tennis instructor.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Lonely tennis instructor.
The one who sort of gets in between the boy and the girl and is in an accidental villain. That kind of guy.
Oh, wow. I was going to give him the unfortunately widowed, you know. And
you're going the other way.
With a broken heart.
Oh, so he's the hero.
Oh, well, I mean, you've made him the villain.
Well, I'm thinking, you know, he's too good looking to be he's the guy who comes in and kind of boy meets girl, boy and girl get together, boy and girl separate, girl goes off and sees other guy. He's the handsome tennis instructor guy. Okay, maybe not.
I thought he looked like a nice guy, as we see Oleg deciding to just raise call here, James. Makes a lot of sense against a sort of 15 big blind.
Yeah.
Hamnet with 15 bigs.
I think, obviously, Oleg came second in the main event last time out here.
Oh, wow.
That's what I was checking during the last stand to see how he'd gotten on in the retro series because, well, I'd remembered his face so well, but I couldn't remember which place he actually finished. So, obviously, doing just fine in this casino as Hamnet defends.
Yeah, not too sure about this one, James. I think this is far too wide.
I was going to say, I remember Hamnet being deep in that as well. He came 40th last time at the main event. So, two guys with some recent success here. Look at this! Oh, like extending the invitation for Hamnet to commit himself.
Yeah, I like this a lot, right, James? This texture especially, Jack 9-7. You know, the big blind is going to connect with this board very often when he just defends pre. Can have lots of pair and straight draw type hands that may be willing to bet flop and go with it. Hamnet does find the check back.
He may be infused at that check bet, maybe thinking his opponent's got some sort of weaker showdown, so may think he may still get all of it, despite no action on the flop, but as it is, this bet is just going to take it down, as is.
Yeah, absolutely. A little too wide there pre-James, I think, the 10 deuce, and I think once we call, even though we see Oleg did indeed have queens, bunch of small betting there, I think, on the flop in position would get the job done against some of Oleg's pre-flop bluffs. But as it is, Oleg up to 2.5 million, James.
2.5 mil. Winner, second place finisher in the main event last time out, looking to go one better already in the warm-up for the next festival. I'm not counting the little event that happened here in October. Maybe I should. But it wasn't a Merit series. It may have been the biggest event at Merit. But I'm talking, of course, about the EPT, a rip-roaring success in these parts.
Yeah, I was very disappointed to have to miss that one. But by all accounts,
because of lack of funds? Or?
Oh, whoa, whoa, he's going for me, ladies and gentlemen. Never mind the Gangster series, there's a gangster in the booth. He's going for me. No, unfortunately, I had family commitments on and had to miss, but I did hear that it crushed on all aspects.
Yeah, it certainly did. Which, those of us who are regulars here, and those of you watching who are regulars here, will know that was always going to be the case. But some people hadn't made it out here up to that point, despite the fact there have been a whole host of big events here in the past, outside of just the Merit events. It was a huge success.
I've been over a couple of times and the venue's fantastic, so anybody who's not been over yet, one of the best spots to play poker, I think, in the world. As we see Oleg opening James 7-8 off on the button, leveraging that big stack. Georgie with the 7s.
Can I have black tea, please?
Yeah, but a board that perhaps is going to favour the opener, but Gilgy's got a pair, and he's playing poker post-flop. It's going to take more than one bet to get him off this one.
Very
very yeah, if I remember, I feel like during that final table and the approach to it, it was massive, by the way. It was obviously the summer series, as it were, so it had over 1,000 players in a 3K. So the prize money was ginormous. I seem to remember it. I think he played pretty snug on the final table, if I remember. Him and I think even the ones who did best on the final table were the ones who did play snug, and all hell broke loose around them. It was a great final. Obviously, all things available to play back here on our YouTube channel. You can play that back. Obviously not right now, because you're going to listen to the nonsense that myself and Andy are talking. When I say nonsense, he's talking nonsense. I'm filling you guys in on amazing stuff you can access, but see for a second barrel here.
Yeah,
gut shot.
I think so, Demps. We did have a very small flop bet, right, which is pretty in vogue these days. Quarter pot check called by Georgi. Does turn at the 6 of diamonds for a gut shot. Probably going to fire again, James. Target some of those weak one pair holdings that Georgi's still going to have in the big.
Right, and up to kind of hands like this, I presume. You're going to hurt the 4x.
Yeah.
These pocket pairs, 5s, 7s, 8s, 9s. Maybe even size 10s and stuff that might not 3-bet from the big blind here.
Absolutely, to go along with any kind of Jack 9 type holdings, any sort of stubborn ace highs that have to call 1.
It's 155 and a
Look
200
at
odd.
this.
Georgi, he knows. He knows.
Certainly does. Very stubborn turn call here from Georgi. He is right, James.
Can Oleg fire again? It's got to be hard now. Your opponent can still have some of the kind of good queens, certainly. All the king X.
Yep.
I can also have 2 pairs that are going to play this way.
Absolutely.
Check call the flop, extend you the rope. And he's not just guaranteed to fold. You know, certainly a lot of the kings, maybe all of them. You fired that second barrel to kind of make the weak hands fold. So you're left with just the strong ones. Obviously, in this case, we can see a bet almost certainly going to win because Georgi is very weak.
Can Oleg pull the trigger? Can potentially make some hands like a Jack 9 of diamonds fold that calls flop and turn, maybe a 4x of diamonds, and some of the stronger queen X that James alluded to. So tough though, Demps, to find a triple here. But we do unblock all of the hands that call 2 and fold river, James, I'd suggest.
Can you do it?
Deep in the tank.
Oh, he's reaching.
Is reaching, James.
And
it's like
oh, that is a big sizing pot of me. 385. Have that, Georgi. His face says it all. Hating this moment.
Yeah, round about 3/4 pot, James. Very well played, Oleg. Finds a way to get it done. We have seen some sensational triple barrels over the last couple of hours.
Thank you.
Game's not so easy anymore, Demps.
It's not friendly.
It's not. Great hand once more. Very strong from both. That turn call from Georgi, very difficult to make. Oleg manages to kick the door down. Gets it through on the river. Very nice play.
So aggro. Guys, you're in a hurry. Why? You've got a day and a half left. I feel like I want that LED screen in my.
It looks amazing. I have to say, it looks amazing. I'm like a fanboy with the background stuff.
I sort of slowed myself down halfway through that because I didn't want to give off the flex that obviously I can fit that in my living room at home. But
oh, when will it end with you? Honestly, it's about time you were brought down a peg or two.
Having that as the telly. Foul joining our table. Seeing a lot of action around. Gonna let's have a little go of his own. Ace-5 suited from +3. Gonna raise it up and straight away. Gonna get some action in the form he won't like. Sudakovsky nestled in behind with the 2 queens. And look at Oleg, just full attention on these 2. There's a man who's dialed in.
Very impressive table presence.
Open to 50. These 2 pretty deep. Back to reasonably sized 3-bet. It's just a smidge under 3x.
Close to 50 bigs or so effective, James. Just under 6 bigs from Sidokovsky. This is that hand, Dem.
It's the hand.
This is that hand, the in vogue hand.
This is in vogue like black's in vogue. I mean, this has always been that hand.
It's true.
From the beginning of poker times.
Fal working with a shade under 50 bigs. Around about 45. Not out with the realms of possibility that he can send this.
You could also look to just play with a call, perhaps.
Sure.
Hand plays pretty well. Your opponent's going to attack some of the boards that you really like. Ace high ones in particular. But then again, it gets very difficult post-flop as well.
Of course, Demps the
I think that was rushing for bluff. Was that bluff? You know, you bluffing me? Shake of the head. I had it, pal. Don't worry.
You've done enough of these here in Merit that you should know.
4-bet
all of
punt-offs
them.
with ace-5.
No. You don't have them in the locker anymore. We all know that.
Everyone thinks you've got it in the range.
I don't have it.
Don't have to have it in the range. Everyone thinks you're going to be 4-betting light. Just don't ever 4-bet light.
Exactly.
Easy. Giving away my strategy now.
What I was referencing was you surely know all of the local language talk for bluff and punter and.
I should do.
Too busy in that spar, eh?
Buffet, I'd say.
I'm looking forward to attacking that myself. Never mind attacking the light 3-bets. The buffet here in Cyprus, sensational stuff. You see,
Fishy Friday yesterday. There's some beautiful, all sorts of salmon crusted with. Oh, it was just something else. Something else. Oh, here we go. Yurosov's turn to open. Sidokovsky gonna get to 3-bet again and again for value. This time, the valuest of hands. The boots, the aces, the goods. What's the gangster equivalent? It's got the moonshine.
Oh, I'm loving that, the moonshine. Actually loving that, Demps.
I think what else we can go with. Well, he's got the loot.
Or you could call it the bootleggers instead of the boots.
I like that.
Hey?
Yeah, I like that. I see where you're going there.
Sharp.
Bootlegger went through my head and I called the aces the boots and I hadn't put 2 and 2 together yet myself. That's poor from me. I apologize. I'll try better. All our wonderful viewers, I will try better. Oleg. With the ochos.
Very tricky with a raise and 3-bet in front, James. Typically just going to let this one go, I think.
Kind of have to here.
Yeah.
Obviously suspicious, but and there's 8. Hamnet, as well with just 12 blinds and 6s, finds the muck. No Fardic Petit. He's going to look for a spot that has some of that, one imagines.
Action going to be back on Yurosov. Working with 30 bigs, James. Under the gun 1.
It's funny because in game, I always think you sit there and you see the same guy 3-bet 2 hands in a row. I kind of give him a little bit more credit.
Me too. They always have it the second time.
Right.
This is common
The
knowledge.
third time is nonsense.
Oh, the third time is nonsense.
They go through on the bounce, and then you got to go, hang on a second, you're having a laugh here, pal. Showing off on telly.
See, first time you have to 4-bet them, and then you bust. Second time you shouldn't 4-bet them, and then you bust. Third time, you're no longer at the table. It doesn't matter anymore.
That's the problem.
So we've basically concluded Demps, don't 4-bet. Ever.
Peel. Take him to the streets. Take him down a dark alley. Get out the Tommy gun.
Wait.
Let's see.
Right, we have to get as many gangster references in as possible.
It's broad scope though, isn't it?
What is going on at this feature, Demps? Another monster holding.
Yurosov trying to run some bootleg through town.
Beautiful.
There you go. Always try not to though. He wants to get some action here. Of course.
None forthcoming so far. Moving round to the big.
Ukraine.
Ponomarev with the 9-7. Have played a bunch with him, James. He's very, very sticky.
Yeah, this seems kind of fine, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
Well, you got Yurosov opening up sub 30 under the gun. We know he's not going to be crazy wide, but 9-7 still plays well enough and doesn't play too great on King Jack 8, but he has picked up some outs. Board though, Andy, this is the under the gun raises, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yurosov here with a pretty mandatory and easy c-bet, especially when you're holding the aces. Snap fold from Ponomarev. Yurosov takes that one down.
Из-за всей этой ситуации нет.
Loving the series, Gangster series. The attire that all the staff are in. It's great. The 1920s/30s gangster gear. All the male dealers wearing the little suspenders and the snazzy shoes and the hats. We'll see, hats are tough at the feature table. They've got to put the headset on, get deprived of the hat, but they're out there.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about coming to Merit, all the staff and dealers always in the mix. I'm not going to lie, I was a bit concerned, Demps, that I'd arrived today and be greeted with a pinstripe suit. A little, what is it, you would call it, a little coronation.
That'd be great. I mean, if you're giving me credit for thinking too far ahead.
Maybe we'll do it for the final.
Yeah. I'll save myself for the Western series. I'll go all out then.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
Get the chaps.
Ooh.
I could see you rocking a gangster suit.
I might just come in on my horse. Pop the horse behind us here.
I wouldn't put it past them.
The hooves on the hard tile floor might be a bit of an issue, but and the buffet might get devoured at a slightly faster rate.
Oh, maybe 3 for chance.
As we see Ponomarev limping the small.
Gonna get some action.
Yurosov does wake up with a big hand.
One of those with 30 bigs deep. We're in the money. We're happy to get this in, aren't we, with the 2 9s?
Absolutely.
And take it with 4x. Nice.
Let's take it down pre.
Oh, that noise me. He kind of reached off and just grabbed the 25k in front of the small blind. That's like, I'll have that, pal. I'm like, hang on. Calm down.
Just starting little vendettas in your own mind, James.
Oh yeah, I'm out to get that guy now. To grab his stack when I bust him. Mystery bounty in the background. It's a fun one.
Thank you.
It's going off. Always action here at Merit. It's non-stop. Have you had much success in mystery bounties?
I have done quite well, actually. I played a live one at the Irish Open, I believe 18 months ago or so. Finaled that one. It wasn't like a huge one, but it's fun opening the envelopes, you know, when you get that sweat. And I think I ended up coming 4th. Alex Goulder, you'll know well. He pulls the big one.
And wins the tournament?
We were all booing him. No, he came 3rd, I believe.
Okay.
But you know, the smallest bounty was 1k, and they would stop the tournament every time somebody pulled an envelope, and we all started chanting 1k, 1k, and anti-railing whenever someone.
And he pulled how much the big one? Sorry.
15k, I think, or something. Classic Goulder always gets there. Unbelievable. But they are fun, and it's certainly a format, James, that people are loving nowadays.
Oh, it's here to stay, as is Oleg in this pot with top pair and that flush draw. Foul finding himself with the best hand for now, but look at the equities. You see flipping around with Oleg having so many win-outs.
Yeah, very interesting.
Right, and Oleg's got so much of this, but also he kind of just do want to attack the flop from +1 when it comes ace high. It's like he's going to do that with what looks to be a small bet, which kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it'll be
35.
interesting to see what happens on the turn here. Typically, this always goes check call. Don't think Fal is going to really have any raises against under the gun 1. Could certainly have some raises against LP, but in this spot, going to just check call and evaluate. And James, what a disaster of a turn card for Fal.
The worst card in the deck.
Really is.
Finding aces up against the nut flush. How's your day going, Oleg? 215k in the pot. They're playing 5x pot behind.
Always interesting here on the turn, of course. The big blind gonna hit this a lot, Demps, right? Gonna have a bunch of flushes of their own. So not typically a spot where +1 always wants to just go 3 for value, but with this one, the absolute nuts.
The problem here, I guess, is obviously we have an ace. Not ideal, of course. We want our opponents to be holding that, but
yeah, it's very difficult to get Fal to continue with large parts of his range. Would agree with you for sure. Oleg here gonna go ahead and start going for all of it.
Yeah,
Start
going
trying
small with
to.
that in mind. Maybe he's up against a lot of 10x, and any like 10x with a spade is never going to fall to these kind of sizing. Neither is a 6x with a spade, or anything with a spade here that's got to this stage isn't going to fold for that sizing. Perhaps that's why he's gone for that.
I like it, Demps. He's of course aware that large parts of his range are not going to want to lace in huge chunks of money on this very wet turn.
And Val's probably like, I wish he'd bet a little bit more, but I can't really play the other way. I like the 5 on the river again. Not the best card because he's just blocking his opponent having 2 pairs. Even like the 5x shouldn't really interfere with it too much. He's not. But it's bar the ace 5s.
So
the
can we
world.
switch it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting here in terms of decision on sizing. As you said, James, choosing that small turn size, allowing our opponent to remain pretty wide.
Yeah, I wonder if he ever bets a kind of a
Table,
smaller
7
sizing to
people,
try and
right?
induce some bluffs, perhaps. And even some of the strong value having to raise itself. If his opponent's in there with a flush or maybe a straight, having to raise against a small bet.
Absolutely, James. That makes a lot of sense.
Again.
Does feel like it would achieve a lot. Can induce some bluffs and also some thin value raises from the big.
If you bet like half pot here and his opponent's got 10-9 with or king 10 with a king of spades, it just feels like it might be a good spot to kind of go for it.
Absolutely.
At the same time, when you're at the nuts, kind of tempting just to bet big. Hope your opponent's got a hand like this.
Very impressed with Oleg's table demeanor, very deliberate, not rushing any sizings. Looks like he's going big, James. That looks like close to pot. All of a sudden, your ace-8 starts to shrink up, James, but how can you get away from it?
Yeah, I mean, surely we can't do anything but cool with this and not liking it again because of the sizing. We'd love to have seen a smaller size in there that kind of can still be a hand like ace-king maybe.
Yeah.
This feels like we're not really beating any other value that takes this line.
Yeah, Oleg's starting to polarize himself somewhat, James, I would agree.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of sort of broadways with a spade that are bluffs, and of course some made flushes and perhaps a set.
Yeah, shrugging a call. He kind of knows he can't really fold, doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, well played in the sense that he was aware that things aren't great, but this hand's just way too strong to ever fold. Like you say, there are still some bluffs out there. What he would have loved to see like a 200k bet though. Being like,
absolutely
cool, feel comfortable.
We're always greedy in the booth, but would have loved to see a little 80k from Oleg induce the raise.
The 125, the 1/3.
Do you think Val always raises against it?
I don't know if
or
we
do you think
raise
people are
ace-8.
sometimes... Yeah, interesting.
I think, like I say, obviously all the flushes would raise and all the straights.
Yeah, very
all the
interesting.
sets as well, I guess, probably raise. If they haven't raised already, that is, on the flop.
Excuse me.
Fun strategical hand for us in the booth. Lots of different ways it could have gone down as it stands. Oleg taking down a chunky one. Val kind of in the danger zone now, Demps, 20 bigs or so.
Oh, look, marching, look at that, 3.2 million in chips.
Great position to be in.
Here's our boy. The man you christened the Pigeon Wizard.
Now, to be clear, before I end up at the bottom of the... What is it? What's the sea here? It's not the Atlantic.
The Mediterranean. my friend.
Mediterranean.
Thank you. Your knowledge of geography is clearly quite
It's
impressive.
terrible. It's absolutely horrific.
Don't you live on the Atlantic as well?
I swim in the Atlantic occasionally.
Yeah.
It's true.
Did you swim here or did you fly here?
I flew.
There we go.
Like a wizard pigeon, apparently. But yeah, no, geography always been my weakest.
Okay.
Georgie, I love you. Don't have me whacked. As we see him open the ace-10. Sidorkovsky content just to give it up there with the wheel ace.
I
James.
reckon that it's just seeing his demeanor at the table so far, the way he plays. I think he's not normally someone who would be folding ace-2s in the big, but I think it's because it's Georgi.
Yeah.
He's like, I know this man. All the players who play here kind of know each other. And I think he's just like, there's not a lot of butter to be churned playing out of position against Georgi. He's just too tough. We just wait for queens and 3-bet. Wait for aces and 3-bet. It's easier.
Does have that aura about him, James. Certain players just have it, don't they?
He's certainly one of them. I'm not sure if I've ever played with him, but I don't particularly imagine enjoying too many other spots and find myself out of position against him.
Yeah, I think once or twice only for me, and he was very, very tough.
Day ones, I presume?
Of course. You never miss a beat, do you, Demps? I gotta hand it to you. Best in the business.
Oh, I gotta, you know, throw barbs where I can. Yurosov.
So many big hands on this feature.
I mean, we saw Sudokus get queens and then followed by aces. This Yurosov getting all the way around aces, followed by queens. He's going to raise it up and cut off, going for that little bit more than min. Going for just over 30 big blind stack. And Oleg in the big blind with some just about connected cards, just about playable cards, the 3-4 offsuit. He doesn't like folding pre. I can't blame him. It's hard to win if you fold.
Absolutely is. 10-8-6, 2 hearts.
In before Oleg goes bananas because it's his flop. Yurosov looks thrilled.
Yeah, these spots are always interesting.
He's recognizing that it's not his flop, allowing his opponent to start to fire off some bluffs. And what a turn card he drills. I mean, you're never going to be upset when you turn a set of queens, but it's almost bad for him in the sense that the kind of hands he wants to check back are now going to be hands that aren't likely to fold, so therefore Oleg's not going to bluff. But I'm sure on balance he'll take having top set.
Absolutely, James. Oleg here with the essential nut low. Once more, very deliberate. Is reaching, James.
He doesn't care that it's a card that favors the opponent's check
Look at
backs. He's like,
this.
I can still punish all the ace highs and raggedy hands. 135.
Yurosov doing a very good job here of selling weakness. The quizzical look.
How much?
Is just a shade under pot. Can't do anything but call here, James, I would suggest. Is reaching for calling chips.
What a gin river.
It's as clean as it gets.
It's so fun as well because it's very rare he's raising pre and checking back a 10, isn't it? He's not really supposed to have that. And Oleg's allowed to bet a 10 on the turn. Probably doesn't go that size,
That's
I guess.
the problem, I think, yeah. Close to full pot.
But then that does lead him to having some 2 pairs that maybe have got there in the form of a boat.
I guess they're going to take you away. The balance table.
Very intriguing. Yurosov with 1.5x pot behind.
Maybe I get the dog for blind.
Yeah.
If he is going to bluff here, Demp's going to be targeting a hand like ace-jack, potentially, right? Double gutter that missed.
Oh, it's gone pretty small. Gone really small. So exactly, it's just going
I
on
think
to
I
that,
like
the non-paired stuff.
I think I quite like it. Makes a lot of sense, right? It's going to be very difficult to get a queen or a 10 to ever fold.
Right. So you're going for the flush draws that check back and so the cool turn.
Yeah,
Gut
you
shot
can
flush
do it.
draws.
Sure.
Yeah, like those ace jacks. King jacks, I guess, is a prime candidate.
Ace king with a heart, these type of
You can
holdings.
show yourself in full with such short stack.
Quite impressed with Oleg's awareness of these sizings, you know.
It's kind of fun as well because Yurosov might be excited to see that kind of size because it's the kind of size that it's going to have to bet call some of the time.
Yep.
Presumes he's going to rip for 630 and you'd be hoping Oleg will then go into the sort of tank, potentially cool mode with a queen. And it just looks like a spot where Yurosov just can't really have it. He's open pre, check back flop, cool turn. Like how can he have a hand here?
Yeah, very difficult to put him on a value hand, James, that wants to raise river, I would agree. Hands like ace 10 and king 10 very likely just bet flop.
Right, is it like jack 9?
Yeah.
Probably the most obvious.
Potentially like a 9-10 suited, I think, could maybe
could
maybe check flop here.
Yeah, and I guess to that sizing, he does want to raise river.
Still wants to raise, yeah.
Interesting, he's gone non all in. Kind of in a tournament, there's always an argument for leaving some chips back in case you lose the spin-up factor.
Is this just a little Hollywood, James, just for a little bit of respect from the table? Surely no universe
or
will
is he
consider
is he going for the 180 more? Yeah, I think we're in the Hollywood territory. He's probably thinking, hang on a second though, but what do you actually have?
Exactly. As James alluded to, Yurosov's value range to raise river here extremely thin.
Right. You're not thinking he's got queens. You're not thinking he's got any form of boat. Jack 9.
As it stands, Yurosov very nicely played, James. Pretty much max value.
I'm talking that you are moving to another gangster. Good luck.
As we see Hamlet leaving the table as we balance.
Just 4 tables left.
Myself and Mr. Lappin, James, were talking about this earlier. It's the plan that the plan is, of course, to try and get as close to the final table as possible. We set the over/under on around about 14. What do you think? It's less?
I think we might get a little less. I don't know, it's hard to say. Like 10 levels, I guess, and get pretty close. Nothing's rushed here, I like it, Mary. Even the poker's not rushed. They're not going to be like, right, you guys have got to keep playing until we get to the final table. Like, we've got all day tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll just come back. You guys go and enjoy yourselves. Yogi clearly tired even with that schedule. G popping in. First foray at this feature. Queen 10 suited from +1. And try and get one through on that sub 20 big blind stack foul. Suspicious, but again, a +1 open. Is there anything you can do? Manu's not that bad there. Opened the ace-5, got 3-bet. Defended ace-8, made aces up. Lost that one. All of a sudden, it's pretty short.
Yeah, one of those spots, isn't it, James? Ace-7 suited, of course, very playable. But against the sort of 17 big blind open of G. We do see a bunch these days of these sort of small 4 big blind 3-bets, you know, against players that are capable of still finding the raise folds, which they should.
Yeah.
And, you know, a suited ace could have been some potential for it.
Yeah,
Let's let it go.
I don't know how much playing experience the two have got against each other. That will go a big part into it. So we're just joining this table.
Absolutely.
They've been playing there together maybe all day. Who knows? Georgi defending with what we know is actually a very, very bad shape 5-3 offsuit. Given the 2-5 mucked from the small, thankfully for him, he gains no interest on ace-king 6 board. And that one's certainly one for G, who recognises this, bets 2 blinds. Going slightly bigger than perhaps he needs to, but again, he's got that tighter range than most because he's open for +1 off that short stack, and maybe just sizing to make it really hard for a 6 to continue. Some of those gut shots to continue. Doesn't want any nonsense.
Yeah, every pot, of course, critical as we approach these final few tables. I feel bad about the tennis instructor thing. I think it's time we upgrade him.
Okay. I don't know, tennis coach, I can see it.
It's just a look I don't think I can pull off, James. Like yourself.
The jumper
yeah, can
slung
you do that
over there.
casually slung over both shoulders, immaculately coiffed hair?
Well, I can't do that part.
I know you can't do that bit. I don't know. We'll get you a gangster wig for the main event final table.
Wow. Re-entered the fray. Ace-3 of clubs. He just wants to get one through. Just remember what it's like to pull chips in rather than send them away.
Very much a thing, isn't it, James? Wanting to reverse that momentum slide.
Djokovic going to make the call from the big.
Very defendable. 8-6 of spades. Val may indeed reverse that momentum now. Not much working for Kalayahan.
Serve and volley. Job done. Unplayable. I mean, I feel like I got more tennis references than I do
That was
Gangster
very
references.
impressive. You got quite a few in there.
Yeah.
Помнишь раздачу, где туз 4-2, блядь, и ты говоришь, там, что ли, там валет дама.
Пересмотрел?
Причем, типа, даже, ну, там, бубновый...
Given that he said Dama Dama, I think he's saying, I think he's just found out perhaps that he was up against two queens and considered with the ace. He said, oh, the ace-5 suit when you had the two queens.
Ah, yes, yes.
As if saying, kind of the hand I could have punted off with.
I had ace-5 suited and I didn't jam.
Yeah. That's how much respect I have for you. Stream table dynamic, always so fun. I've always been an advocate of having like the stream up on a screen where the players can see, so that they all sing it together and it comes
very
up.
interesting ringtone,
I think it's better
isn't
for
it?
cash games than tournament. You don't want people distracting tournament. Oh, they're watching this, but in cash games, a lot of fun when everyone watches together. Oh, that's what you had in that hand, huh? Okay, we all
like
learned
it.
together.
I was about to ask you about that, whether you think that, you know, some people being relayed information and some potentially not, whether it's fair, or I guess it's all fair in love and war, so to speak, and that they all have access to it if they choose.
Yeah, they kind of do, as long as players are allowed to kind of like have their phone on a side table there with it on, so because otherwise it's not fair if, say, some players at the table have someone sitting at home who can look for him and some don't, and that's generally going to favour the pros, so anything that favours pros I'm obviously normally against. But see, if we could just set it up in an ideal world, telephones wouldn't exist and the players would sit there sequestered and no one would know. But that's not practical.
I guess you have to get every edge possible.
Yeah.
As Kalaya in here limps from the small. Does decide to check flop. G still best with king high. Interesting turn card. Both players turning gut shots. Kalayahan may start to tee off on this one, Demps.
Yeah, tempting for sure. Although he may be thinking, you know, the king highs and the queen highs are all going to call for a small bet, so maybe my 9 high is best or doesn't make anything better fold.
Sure.
And look like he's just going to try and win with 9 high.
I thought potentially goes for the delay, and then small bet river. Does decide to check. G best with king high.
Yeah. Double full.
Juice. Well, that doesn't really work though, because G1. I'll leave the tennis references to you. I'm off to sit on Henman Hill and drink a Pimm's. Right?
Surely it's Murray Mound, isn't it?
I just, that one never stuck. Same as Rzedzki Ridge. What nonsense.
Ridge, yeah.
What nonsense. He wasn't English. He wasn't English anyway.
It wasn't British, yeah. I mean, that was a stretch, wasn't it? He's like, I could be like the top 100th tennis player in the world, but if I make myself British, I'm going to be a star. Fair play to him, it worked.
It did work. It's the old classic, whenever Andy Murray lost a match, he was Scottish.
Oh, he's very Scottish then, yeah.
Unbelievable. Whenever he won, he was now the British heartthrob.
Boots again. Yorkie with them in the cutoff.
Beautiful spot for him. Does have 2 reshove size-ish stacks behind Demps.
Yeah, that's a nice thing to have, isn't it? It's 21 bigs here from the small one. And a big stack in the big blind, he might do some stuff. But more of with the pretty ghastly looking 8-4 offsuit.
Does reluctantly give it up.
That's all I had, the aces.
I am 100% sure now that it's a wizard rat. That's a rat. That might be Ratatouille, no less.
Maybe it's a mouse.
It could be a mouse. It's 2023, you know. I can't cast gender or whatever.
You can get the animal class, but you can't get any deeper. Your in-depth rodent knowledge is limited.
Very much so. Cards back in the air. Are they shuffling this deck?
Wow.
James? What is happening?
Sotokowski's second go with them. This is pretty crazy. Fourth time we've seen aces in this frame.
Will they elicit some action on this occasion? Nothing so far. G with just 21 big stamps.
Yeah, against
little
the
too shallow.
+1. Kind of hard to get too frisky. Yarosov with a double gapper. Give it up. He's got to show.
He's got to show
when
as
Georgi
well.
shows, you got to show.
Aces.
Still 4?
По твоим стопам пошел. Like you. The customer.
The dealer's looking around going, yeah, guys, be proud of me. You see what I can do? Is he just looking for a compliment? Like, come on, I'm giving you all aces.
Знаешь, что тузы, да?
Ну, если бы знал, что тузы зашел бы, на переиграть.
It does feel as if we've seen an unreasonable amount of premium holdings for such a short stint for this feature table. No major clashes as of yet, Demps.
Give it time, young Padawan, give it time. We don't want to see aces be kings, though. It's kind of boring. I want to see the flop gut shot.
Yeah.
Up against second pair, all sorts of nonsense going in. This man is one who'll be involved in one of those pots, no doubt. Oh, like king 10 suited. Gonna raise it up. With aces to pretend he's got aces.
Very playable king 10 of clubs. Very interesting decision here, Demps, for G.
Yeah, obviously against the same seat in the sense of a +1 open, but it's a very different player in Oleg. 2-8 certainly a hand he wants to play. I like it. Let's keep ourselves in the tournament with a cool.
Yeah, it certainly feels like a split between call and shove on this one.
Yeah, and it's great when it's going to fall around to foul. It's going to look at 9-4 off, and you play heads up, because obviously 8's very easy to play heads up in position. A lot harder to play 3-way, and he's going to love that flop. 5-3 deuce. Of course, can still be beat. Everything that was beating him pre-flop, still beating him, but when you've only got 20 behind against an aggressive player, you're more than happy to get these 8s in, should you need to.
Absolutely, working with just a shade under 3 pots. It's extremely deliberate, Oleg, as we've seen. No rush decisions, Demps. That's the side on small c-bet.
Yeah, I guess a factor of having club. I can't imagine he's expecting anything better to fold. Any ace high is going to continue here.
Yeah.
King, queen, and king, jack, he might get to fold other than that, but I think he's bet this 55 because he just wants to see a turn in case he can find something. Look at this, G says, okay, that's enough. I want to take it upstairs. Let's get this in. Not going to let you catch one of these overcards. Nicely done.
Absolutely, yeah. G happy to run it here. Decides his hand needs the protection. Inclined to agree, Demps, that small bet might fold out hands like king jack of diamonds, queen jack of diamonds, which could be a potential win, denying some equity, but very nicely done from G.
Yeah.
There we go, takes it down.
Oleg with the lead on the table, 91 bigs. As we move things on to 15,000, 30,000, the price of poker is continuing to rise as we work our way down to that final table. Nikolai Fout down to just under 20 bigs. He's the shortest, but so much play, as is the case across the tournament floor here in these merit warm-up events. It's great. Hour clocks, huge starting stacks, plenty of late reg. Players get deep, the play stays deep. No crapshoots here. Not the biggest field, like 400-something players, but it's a 4-day event because there is so much play.
Yeah, you really love to see that, Demps. A lot of times, you know, especially in these warm-up events, across other tours and the like, can end up, like you said, being very shallow, pretty much, you know, push or fold sort of aspects. And everyone here, you know, average stack, probably 60 bigs.
It's the beauty of having events in really nice places. It's always my argument is, I'm going to take this example because Rob won't blast me, but let's take Dusk Till Dawn, okay. Leisure complex, whatever, in Nottingham. It's not the kind of place where you want to be given 4 hours of extra time and don't mind staying there an extra day. You want to go there, you want to play your poker, you want to play all day, and you want to go home or make it through the next day. Here, you're like, okay, we'll just bag up at 9 p.m. the day before because we can go have dinner and chill out, and I can get up in the morning and go to the spa or to the beach. It makes it easier to drag these tournaments out, throw in the extra day, make it less rushed. Everyone's chilling.
So that was a long-winded way of saying that Nottingham has nothing going for it, Demps. Is that what you're telling me?
Comparatively so.
Okay, we'll give you that. No, you're very much, it's very correct. I would have to agree. I mean, it's a beautiful location, right? You got all the activities off the table.
Yeah.
But it is great to see the structure. I was surprised actually when I arrived yesterday that, you know, for just the warm-up event, structure looks unbelievable.
Well, yeah, and they said the day one and the day two finish early enough that you can go for dinner afterwards.
Sure.
Because they know everyone's here anyway. It's not like they're just playing this event and leaving as soon as they finish it. They're staying for the week. The main event is structured in a way that you can play the main event and it's usually the mixed match event goes on at the same time. So you can play day one. If you want, you can just go chill. But if you still want to play poker, you can enter that event.
Yeah.
And it's day one and day two and run the same day. It's incredible. It's really well thought out. Just a huge plus of being here.
Absolutely what you want.
Oleg.
Yeah, takes a stab here from the big James against the small blind limp.
Yeah. Reasonable. He gets to have a lot more of that deuce 4-7, I guess. Not a lot more, but more.
It makes some sense. Does have some overcards and backdoors, kind of target some of those king or queen highs that haven't connected at all. Try and get them out on the flop.
Ooh. He gets there.
Does give up turn, yeah. Gets there with the 10 on the river. Let's just check and hope to get to showdown here, Demps, for foul.
You are. You check and you hope your man doesn't bet. And then he's going to bet. And then you're like, well, it's Oleg. And he's been up to no good.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to suggest Oleg would always bet a 4 on the turn. So when he bets, Demps, is it bluffs or 10s? Is he going to bet a 7 on the turn, potentially? Continue getting value. Going to be a tricky spot this for foul.
It's the old bet, check, bet line now. They've always got it.
They do always have it. Once again, very deliberate, Oleg. Taking his time. We haven't seen him make any sizing errors, Demps, from what we've seen.
Nice. I'm going to go out on a limb and say, I mean, I'm even more impressed with the way he's playing today than I was the last time out when he got second. He really seems to have kicked on from that big result.
That's foul. Takes a sip of water. Awaits the hammer that's about to come down. For 80% pot, Demps, 125k.
Yeah, it's fun because obviously he recognises that foul's got exactly this kind of hand, like a really, really marginal spot. Ace high, maybe a deuce. Potentially a 7, but unlikely. Some of those 7X is going to bet flop, some will bet river.
Yeah.
So he's thinking it's a deuce or ace high a lot of the time. He's spot on with his read. And those hands really struggle against bigger sizes. Especially because no one's ever bluffing. Bet, check, bet.
Bet, check, bet.
On the unchanged board.
Certainly reasonable to expect Oleg to have just continued to barrel if he had a 4 in his hand, Demps.
Yeah, I think you can eliminate 4, and you can probably even eliminate mostly a 7.
Most 7s, yeah. So it's sort of repping bluffs and river 10s.
Yeah, and that's such a, it's like, do you really have a 10? Is that what you're trying to tell me? But then no one ever bluffs because it's such a weird line to take as a bluff. But on the flip side, if you do take a bluff, there are people, it's just one of those, toss a coin. I don't know how you ever work this out.
Foul, pained expression. Looks like he's talking himself into a call here, potentially, Demps.
Yeah, and these lines do get paid off a lot. Because they don't really
Here
make
it
any
comes.
sense.
There we go.
That's why no one ever bluffs these spots, because they always get looked up. I can't fault him for looking them up. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Gets the bad news.
Yeah, bad run of hands here for foul.
Don't need to speak Russian to translate that that was not a happy expression.
I think he said nice hand. Well played.
As Oleg continues to chip up.
We lose the ace magnet. See, Phil thins out, losing players here and there. Balancing efforts underway. Doesn't everyone looks so thrilled? I just talked about how we don't overcook them on day 1, 2. The problem is poker players. You give them a light day 1, they go jump in a cash game afterwards. You can't help it.
Far too much love for the game, Demps. Kaliahin and G both now blinds are up 1530k. Pressure beginning to build on the short to mid stacks. Pretty tight laydown there from Ponomarev. Little surprised to see it, folding the king 10. Could be a function, Demps, that it is Georgi in the big. You've said that these players give him a lot of respect. Don't want to tangle with him post. Oleg undeterred.
Yeah, all that said, Oleg's going to 3x from the small.
This is Holden by 15 Skitopen, Mr. Albert and Mr.
Georgi.
Mr. Albert, Mr.
So much inquisition on that face. How dare you raise me? Dominates. But he's 6 suited. Such a strong hand to have in this position. Blind on blind. You can have so much worse. He sees a club in the window, a club behind it, and the dealer rips out another black card behind, just teasing him. Obviously way enough to continue and a near lock on the hand.
Yeah, the Jack
chair out there
7.
somewhere.
There is. The Jack 7 deuce 2 club board, Demps, not very conducive to beginning the barrel offs with 6 high and diamonds.
We've seen Oleg take every spot though. We saw Eurosov correctly check back at 10, 8, 6 board to get him to unleash.
Yeah.
3, 4.
I'm pretty large here, Demps. 66.
Yeah.
Pretty big.
I mean, Georgi's not folding, but does he ever wonder to just pounce it because he's worried about facing a bigger barrel on the turn?
Looks like just call.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You got the best hand, decent percentage. You don't want other clubs to fold.
Yeah.
You got nut outs. It's just nice to be in position and have nut outs. And that's kind of a card that surely has to slow a leg down in the sense that Georgi's going to continue with those gut shot and only one overcards combos, the 8-10s, the 9-10s of the world.
Certainly fair to suggest that the bulk of the small blind range is going to be checking a lot here on this 8 of hearts.
Let's see though.
You never know with Oleg.
Right. Does he just put his man on a 7 and say, call this? It would be optimistic, given that he's bet pretty big on the flop. Raise from the small. There's not as much deuce X in there as there would be if this was a limp pot.
Also, not going to dislodge a hand like 8-9 or 8-10.
Yeah.
Potentially even 7-9, 7-10 Demps, right?
Yeah, the pair and any kind of draw hands aren't going anywhere. I think this would be a little optimistic, but we've seen optimism from this man before. Okay, he does shut one down. Now an interesting decision point for Georgi. Again, I think I like checking back here because we can still bluff river if we need to. We don't ever want to get check raised. It'd be disaster with this hand.
Yeah, I think we certainly would prefer to bet hands that have a lot less equity here.
Yeah.
You know, potentially something like a king 10 of spades or something that calls flop and then really doesn't have too much working for it. But as you say, Demps, if you bet and get shoved on here, it's an unmitigated disaster with ace-6 of clubs.
And we still just got the best hand a lot.
Sure.
Our opponent may bluff if it comes a club. All these great things can happen.
Yeah,
see, I'm a real optimist. I'm just thinking I'm going to hit my flush all the time, so I want to keep my opponents in. I want to give everyone their cards back. Come back in, boys. Where are you?
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, the ace is a fun one as well.
Yeah, ace a fun one. 5 of clubs for the blood on the carpet in the booth.
Oh. I think that's why the floor is the tile that it is, so we can mop up easily. Just for my horse.
Look how relaxed Georgi looks.
Yeah.
So zen.
He doesn't suffer too much stress at the table, I don't think. Thinking long and hard about this one, though.
Yeah, whenever I've played with him or seen him playing, I've never seen him take too long with decisions. Interesting spot. Tend to take its time.
Yeah, I mean, there are options, of course, to bluff with this hand, but it feels like if you do bluff here, you kind of always got to bluff the river as well, because you're trying to make a jack fold. you think maybe his opponent might have a hand like himself, like 8-9, that he can make him follow with 2 streets? I feel like.
Yeah, this is it. Perhaps doesn't want to lose to the sort of mid-range weaker stuff.
He does eventually
like,
check back, which I'm a big
like
fan
it.
of, but I still like the fact the cogs are turning and he's thinking about other options. Oleg.
Very interesting. We did see Oleg go for like a value bluff type size in Demps, trying to dislodge a brick draw.
Right, and this is a spot where we could see that again, because the jack pairing, it's like, does Georgi have a jack? Yes, some of the time, but obviously there's far fewer of them.
Sure.
Would he have bet them on the turn? Yes, some of the time, but he took a long tank, so maybe that's what he's thinking. Do I want to bet my jack on? Or maybe that's what Oleg's going to read into that long tank. But yeah, we might just see some really small bluff again. Unblocked clubs.
Yeah, wouldn't hate it. And look at this. We have called it in the booth.
There you go, 75. Now, does Georgi have enough to call?
It's whether this
75.
is just slightly too small, potentially, Demps.
I mean, it might be too small because it's up against the ace high draw, but if it's up against the king high draw, queen high draw, it may have worked.
Very true.
Georgi's like, wait, what's that?
Just admonishes his opponent. Says, no good, my friend. Very interesting strategic pot once more, Demps.
Yeah.
We've seen a few fun ones.
We can learn a lot from that hand, I think. And like we did
so.
before with Oleg, in terms of when you bluff, you don't necessarily have to bluff big. Bluffing small with its great value. Fun hand.
Yeah, I actually like it a lot. Like we did touch on it there. Always nice when you're on point in the booth. I did think that there was a good potential that he would go for this sort of value bluff, a small size. We have seen a lot of very high-class poker over the last sort of 3-4 hours. A bunch of barrel-off spots. Also some very interesting small river bluff sizings. Foul. This is dicey.
Foul decision. It's a foul spot.
Very nasty spot. Facing a hijack open Demps. Against a capable player. Do still have, though, 3 live ranges behind. And a hand that isn't really blocking any raise folds. Does correctly get out of the way. There's that squeaky chair once more, Demps.
It sounds like someone's crying in there.
Another decision point here. Kaliahin. Couple of options.
Right, 20 bigs.
Generally, people just flat here, I think.
I like it.
Yeah, makes sense. Keep in some of the weaker raise folds.
Yeah, it's just great, isn't it? Because your opponent's just going to go bananas on flops that suit you.
Like
that
this
one.
Demps, potentially.
That one massively suits him. Not flush draw. Gut shot to Broadway. 2 live overs the hand he's up against.
Yurosov. Typically going to see a lot of very small c-betting, of course, on these monotones.
Doesn't get any smaller than 1 blind.
It does exactly that. Of course, can just try it and drive immediate folds from some hands that still have equity against our 8s. We know Kaliahin, of course, never folding here. It's decision time for him, Demps. Do we raise now or just take a cheap turn? Both options open.
I think we just want to, ideally, we want to call with a lot of hands in this spot, right? It makes sense to call with this, and especially, again, a bit like earlier, we've got the king of diamonds. Some amazing things can happen if we hit a diamond.
Okay, there you go. Decides to just send it, Demps.
I mean, it just makes it especially hard for anything other than the strongest aces.
Sure.
Yurosov's like, okay, that's how you want to play it? That's how we'll play it.
Kaliahin smashes his way to the taking the pot down.
It's weird. I kind of like to have some of those hands because you can make, oh, I'm there with you now. Sorry. You
I'm
pat
sorry.
yourself in the back.
I know it was terrible, but I had to go.
Yeah,
with
it was so bad. Didn't even get the bloody Smash reference. I mean, this is what I have to deal with. Eh?
Just keeping you on your toes, mate.
Какая-то сильная была десятка, да, тогда? Ну, мне показалось, что состав прям... Причем куча...
Shouldn't have to endure this.
As Urasov looks down at the crabs.
Демократичный хай-роллер на этой серии.
Pocket 3's early position
For 5K.
doesn't play well, recognizes it. Now Fal finds a real hand demps.
Rewarded. I'm not going bananas with the fours. Find the fold. And gets ace king. 13.5. So they're going to have some form of blender strategy here. One would imagine with this stack size, there are going to be some open jams and some raised calls. I would hope this one falls into the raised call, but no, going to go for the open jam. Or the near enough.
It does fall into the middle demps, decides to 6x.
Yeah, same thing.
Effective commit.
It's the baller all in. Well, just for there's this many.
I'm inclined to fall on the same side as you. Would have liked to see a min raise here. I think our hand's a little too strong for 14 blinds. You don't want to fold out some dominated ace-x that could potentially rejam. In any case, Fal gets it done.
Yeah, there's 29 left. There's a pay jump at 26. That's too far away, and it's not enough of a buy-in to be significant, I think, in terms of just wanting to survive. I think we can be a little greedy in that. Yeah. Also, but you kind of like lost a couple of hands. You've been in a couple of tough spots. It's like, I'm just going to make things easy for myself. I'm winning this pot or I'm out. Tell me. Just get over and done with.
It's definitely a thing.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
If you've been ducking and done, doing all right, suddenly you're like, all right, let's start playing poker.
Придумал ему. Ну так, я подумал чуть-чуть, 30 секунд. Но не придумал.
Current payout on deck, $5,170. 2K event. We always say there's two main events here, the warm-up and the main. They kind of feel both big fields.
Yeah, great structures.
Similar buy-ins, great structures,
Cocaine?
We see Fal waking up with another premium demps back-to-back. A little too many this time to jam. You would imagine.
Yeah, 16 blinds now. Really want to be open jamming this stack size.
Aggressive. Sorry. Brother.
Where are you from? Russia?
Georgia.
Sure?
Russia, Georgia. No problem, Russia.
Georgie and his compatriot make some introductions.
Ah, Georgie with jacks.
Georgie with a dominating holding. Big trouble for Fal here, demps, opening off 16. I would imagine this goes 3-bet from Georgie versus the shallow stack.
Yeah, I know.
Somewhere in the 5.5 big blind realm, typical.
Yeah, five blinds, 2.5x the open against small stack. It's gone a bit bigger.
Has it gone larger? Shade under 7 bigs. And look at this stem.
Gee, with ace king. Snap jam. That's going to save Fal, one imagines. He's going to somehow get away from this. You think having open and Diego raise jam behind. He was probably not relishing the original spot as it was.
For
now
sure.
He gets the
6.35.
Pretty mandatory to fold. Georgie snaps it in there. We got a pot of 1.4 million.
Like Georgie straight away is like, Fal, what did you have? Do you have an ace or a king by any chance?
Don't believe we saw any of the mucked, so pretty clean flip. Georgie, slight favorite in percentages. Big moment, Demps. 1.4 mil in there.
5-4 deuce flop. Brings nothing so far, but one club. A little gut shot to the wheel. Keeping the equities pretty close.
10 odds. Oh.
Diamond doesn't change anything. Neither player holds one.
Fair board.
Pair the pool. Georgie. That's what it does.
Per board. 8 per board.
Easy game. When you're Georgi in this room, you just tell the dealer what you want. They deliver.
Georgi's world. Everyone else in merit is just living in it. Flip there for Georgi. Up to 2.5 million in chips. We did say, Demps, that he's dangerous no matter what his stack is. He'll be extremely dangerous now, up to 80 big blinds. There it is, 83 bigs.
Yeah, great lot run at this table.
Хорошо, я прошлую выиграл.
A lot of chips on this table. Oleg and Georgi, both with close to 100 blinds.
This is Holden 515, sit open, Mr. Nikolai, Ivan, Nikolai, and Sergey.
Georgi, deuce 4 offsuit. All right, we're playing.
Literal embodiment of happy tilt, Demps. Wins a big one. Happy tilt, right? You've heard of happy tilt?
I've not heard that. I like it.
Ponomarev there. Pretty tight fold from the small. Jack 9 suited. Playing it deep stacked. We have seen he wants to avoid Georgi.
Yeah. There's 2.5x.
Yeah.
A little intimidating.
By no means a horrific fold, but let's get out of the way.
With 27 left, there'll be a redraw as well here. Merit, we do redraw last 3 and last 2, so maybe that's a factor of these guys all know the table's about to break. Georgi's taking advantage of that. As you see, the Jack 9 fold pretty swiftly. Maybe he's right in that assumption that players are less inclined right now to battle, because you might just get a really nice seat draw in a minute. You might be downwind if someone's going to give you some action.
Yeah. Certainly makes some sense.
Nice.
See Urasov here, still best. Georgi gonna go for a delay bluff. Looks like Demps checks back the Queen Queen 9 and improves 2-2 pair. Urasov here with it. Very middling holding, but does have a bit of showdown intent to check.
Deuce looks so good from Urasov's point of view. Little does he know. The card that brings bad news.
If no hand fold.
Georgi here reaching. It's like around about half pot Demps.
Got to feel pretty comfortable. He's got the best hand here. Wants to deny. Of course, there's so many bad cards for him on this river. He doesn't even know some of the other cards that get bad for him. So, kind of makes sense to protect.
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit of value and protection. As Georgi takes down another one. Sorry, 28 players remain in here. In the Merit Poker 2200 warm-up.
I'm warm.
It is very warm in here, has to be said.
You from?
Ah, now Demps, you missed this while you were enjoying yourself in the spa. Mr. Bernard Footbull rejoins this feature table.
I mean, I like the guy already for the cap. The cap tells me
swag, a lot of swag in that cap. Yeah, he was bulldozing the table. Although we say bulldozing, he was just very kind of passive, but in a lot of pots.
Bootballing
making
the table.
a lot of hands, bootballing the table.
I like it.
Bootlegging his way up to 3 million in chips.
Ooh.
The interesting dynamic almost a shame they're going to redraw. He does have position on Georgi. Looks as if Yurosov here going to put foul all in.
Yeah, how's about
makes
what,
sense.
14 blinds, I think.
And he's got a call in hand, Demps.
Certainly does.
Don't think we can fold this one.
Yeah.
12 bigs. Time to run it. Against a capable player like Yurosov, our hands way too strong to fold Demps.
Yeah, an amazing shape he's actually in as well.
There
He
we
makes
go.
the call, finds out 75% favorite.
Ну кол тогда получается. 300 сколько?
Okay, he's going to have a few chips behind.
Wasn't all in.
Is an effective all in. I'm not sure there is any board where foul could fold post. 5, 6, 7 all diamonds.
Nope.
Does put it in blind. Foul going to be thrilled here to see up against the Queen 10 only of Yurosov.
Got him.
Got him indeed.
Trapped him.
Foul in great shape here to get back to 810k. Really just has to fade one of the 3 queens.
Yeah, it's about time something went right for him. Get himself back into this game.
Turn is clean. 3 of clubs. 3 outs only here for Yurosov. Doesn't look like a man who's going to ping it, Demps. Resigned look. 9 of clubs rolls off on the river. Foul finds that double up. Back up to 27 blinds. Yurosov now with work to do, Demps. Now the table short stack with 15 bigs.
Я думаю, мы сейчас покрутим, что-то боевое, он просто в доминацию.
Мог бы получше нагенерировать флоп.
Где инстарем нажимают?
That's all fun and games. You're doubling up anyway.
Never fails to astound me. Well, it's not astonishing, but when players double, we all become a little childlike, don't we, Demps? That little happy face breaks out.
Держал там что-то непонятно.
Я десятки первый поднял, думаю, надо натягивать хотя бы
Getting teased in here, boys and girls out there in the world. Andrew's teasing me because I'm keeping one eye on a certain football scoreline. It is a Saturday afternoon. The Premier League's in full swing. Brighton are holding on to a 1-goal advantage with 10 men. I'm waiting for the full-time whistle. It's not coming.
I'm enjoying that we're getting to reference it, you know. I could give some of my best commentary work at the moment, and it would fly straight over Demps' head.
Just get a little nervous.
He's sweating it.
Coming out in hives.
As Demps continues to sweat, I'll take you through the next couple of hands. Give the man a hand.
The sweat's sticking in there for the next 5 minutes till they.
Are you into all this fantasy football stuff?
Not for me.
No, not for me either.
The real stuff's good enough. All right, Yurosov. Going for it from the button. 2 blinds on request. Boot ball with 7-5 suited. Certainly enough hand to defend. And look at that, the chips match his hat. The blue and white. It's an omen. And he's got a red hat for when it gets later. Oh, because it matches the...
And the red matches the
Yeah.
jumper. The most
Wow,
color coordinated of grinders.
Oh, he's got this all figured out. Yurosov still with the best of it on this ace-jack 4. Couple of clubs out there. He has that queen of puppy feet in hand.
Looks like this one is going to be one and done.
Yeah, nice for him as well, having just lost that pot, to be like, okay, just get to accumulate a few blinds back the very next hand. It's confidence building.
Yurosov comes in for a quarter pot. Not much to continue
I'm about to
with.
say, look at this. We both gave it like the hands over, but you can never say never, especially at merit. People find a way. Boot ball, the boot bulldozer.
Yeah, boot bull, we saw earlier, generally quite passive.
That's what you said, but here we go. First hand I see, it's ace-jack 4. He's check raising with 7-5. No draw, no pair, no dream, no nothing.
I think it's that old school thing of why have you bet so tiny? I don't think you've got it.
And you've raised the button. You're going to always bet ace-jack 4. Screw you.
Very nicely deciphered from Boot Bull. Takes down another. Continues where he left off at our second feature. very tricky customer. Yurosov under it, as we say. When he sees that one, I'm not going to be amused. Down to around about 12 bigs now.
"92nd minute," in case you're wondering.
It's going to hold. I'm going to...
I need the hold.
It's going to hold. It's going to hold. Don't even know why you're sweating it.
Georgi with ace-king under the gun. Surveying the stacks around. He actually pulled this sort of same thing of looking all around himself when he had the aces. I wonder. I'm going to try and pick out a live read on him as the day goes on.
Yeah, perhaps trying to give it the, okay, there's a bunch of shorties. Maybe I won't open this one because it's a bit wide.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to sell that story.
Yurosov, 2 nines in the cutoff. We're playing short-handed, of course.
Very best of luck. Rick and Morty about to be at risk.
Yeah. Feels like you just got to go with this one, doesn't he? He's wagered it all.
A little bit of good news for him. One of the live aces in the Bootbull's hand.
You are that guard. You go around asking for when you're all in. Did anyone fold an ace? Anyone have a king?
I do not.
It's your maneuver.
I am not the wizard pigeon.
Fair fight.
The wizard rat. As we do see 2 aces folded. So Yurosov in pretty good shape.
Look at this. If Georgi were to pick this up. Oh, we have 3
asking,
milli.
Asking once more, Demps. Asking the dealer.
Yeah. He won last time with the pair against ace-king. I don't think there's any sense of fair in poker, but maybe throw a bit back to the community in this one. Let's see.
Oh,
there we go.
Oh, never easy. Yurosov looking wholly disinterested pre. Does flop bottom set. Gonna dodge the 4 remaining queen's Demps to find that double.
The needle ace. Just got a fade. One more card. Get himself back up to just shy of a milli. That's what he's going to do. The needle king.
Yurosov fades the Mamacita. Finds that double. Back up to 900k.
I've been watching too much Ren Lin play poker lately, so I was going to go with the Lady Gaga.
Ah. I think I know who that is. I think I've played with him before.
Very much a character.
Young guy, Chinese, spiky hair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was because Lady Gaga. He was battling away a lot in the last month. Obviously, came second in the 50k at the World Series of Poker Europe. Santosh Ivana. Fun match.
Santosh, very fun to watch also.
Yeah.
Button right.
That's a relief. Thought I was having a little funny moment, but the graphics do move in the background.
That's real smoke.
It swings a little. I thought I was having a moment, Demps.
Я на прошлом перерыве так поел, что я пойду.
Thankfully, it's just the graphics.
Странно, что ты поел.
Надо было позавтракать, когда.
Only
During the hand.
Николай.
With hand, hard.
Action on Kaliahin. Let's take the passive route. Ace-3 of hearts into the muck. Sub 25 big stamps. Makes some sense to start folding some of these hands as we approach.
Especially it makes sense when someone's got ace-king behind.
Absolutely.
That's when it's...
My friend from big blind.
My friend in the big blind. Love it.
Bootbull wakes up with a very playable Jack-10 of clubs on the button Demps.
He's in.
From what we saw of him earlier, likes to take a lot of flops with lots of different suited hands.
Well, we all like to take a flop with Jack-10 suited. Come on, it's everyone's favourite hand.
Of course.
When's it ever missed? Georgi with the suited queen. We've got all sorts here. Plenty of ball coverage between these 4 hands. Well, the Jack 10 finding the best of it. Club in the window, a Jack behind.
As Demps prophesized, when has it ever missed? It doesn't miss on this occasion either.
Yeah, and tough for Foul, I guess, if he's aware that, like you're saying, Bootball's kind of splashy kind of guy. Jack 8-8, you might have the best hand. You've got Georgi peeling from the big, gets to have a lot of hands, so ace can certainly still be the best hand here. Elects to check it, does get tricky, and now faces that bet.
Very awkward with stack depth also, James.
Yeah.
Looking with 24 bigs behind, starts to get tricky.
Yeah, and he's just asking for information. I like it. Trying to get something out of his man. Any little clue.
Certainly going to have a lot of stabs from the button here in position. It's gone quite large, Demps, around about half pot.
Yeah.
Multi-way.
Stop dealing.
Pass.
Does give it up. Gets shown the good news.
What can I do? What can I
Disciplined
do?
lay down. Bootbull just continues to accumulate chips. It's nothing short of invincible on our first table. Continues to pick up pots.
I know you're wondering. 99th minute right now. Still going that game. Just getting a little nervous.
It's in.
But as I'm getting nervous, these players are going to go on a very short break because I do gather, Andrew, we have knocked out our 28th place finisher. So we are about to go on a very short redraw break as we're down to the final 27, as is customary here at Merit. We do a redraw with 3 tables left, 2 tables left, and then, of course, the final table. So, guys, I won't waste any time. Let's just send it to that break. Myself and Andrew will be back in just a few minutes for more of this Merit warm-up.
See you soon, guys.
Gangster.
What is your business, Mr. Shelby? Import, export.
Poker player. Gangsters. Gangster.
Gangsters.
Gangster, of course.
Gangster, always.
Gangster. Gangster, for sure.
Queen 10. Take Queen off. Queen 10. Jack 10.
Queen 10?
7 deuce. I have no idea.
Queen 10.
Queen 10. Queen 10.
Escobar. Al Capone. Al Capone. Al Capone.
There he stands alone.
Vita Corleone.
I'm unreliable people, people that aren't going to be carried away.
Pablo Escobar.
Yo soy Pablo Emilio Escobar Gaviria.
Al Capone. Al Capone. Marlon Brando.
Making re-entry. Rebuy.
Rebuy.
He's firing on the turn.
Rientri?
Re-entry.
And you re-entry one more time.
Hey, one more time. Re-entry.
I don't know.
I really don't know why they should do it like this. Make sure there's no more action.
To make people aware.
To make sure that everybody make all bets.
To get the attention of the players.
To wake up the player sleeping.
To wake up the old guys like me. Just to make sure that everybody is watching.
Cadillac maybe?
Lincoln. Cadillac, I guess.
Old school car.
Rolls Royce.
4-wheel car, big cars.
Cadillac. A Volga. You a Buick or a Cadillac?
Induce something from his opponent, obviously planning on check calling twice, one would imagine. He's got to do some salesmanship here though, look a bit agonised before making this call. Obviously he's ahead of some made hands, some Jack X, some 9X that would flat here. Maybe a pocket 8s might take this stab of your Mahiri as well.
Putting all sorts of faces.
Doing his best
Surely
to
not folding.
Yeah.
Exactly what we were referencing before.
Doing his best to look sticky with maybe a pocket 10s or an ace queen. Checks it on over. Mahiri, no reason to bet now.
Yeah, I mean, looks like you're up against a jack, decent percentage. I don't think you really want to try and bluff those all.
Oh, he is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Interesting. Got to go big if you're going to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, so actually I think he now is
just going for some really thin value.
Really thin value.
Kind of 7s and 8s. Try and get them to pay you off. There's obviously a lot of misdraws on board.
Wow, that is extraordinarily thin.
As everyone's going, you've got ace jack. Obviously, ace jack seems like a kind of hand that would value bet here.
Yeah.
And you beat some value with queens, so there's not really much of a decision here.
No, it's not. Unless you're thinking of raising, which would be a bit wild as well. This seems like a, oh, I'm so glad it's only 50k, there you go, sort of moment. If you've got the, you know, king 10, no, surely not. Come on, Gazarian.
Like he said, you got ace jack, and you still, obviously there's plenty of bluffs that could be in there as well.
And your two queens really blocking a big chunk of the king X that would flat here
you look
on the button.
Strong, but it's weird. Strong and not strong.
He 3-bets ace king. He probably doesn't have king queen because of the cards in your hand. Okay, yes, king jack maybe. This would be a wild fold. Big moment here in the tournament for Gazarian. Just 34 bigs behind here. Only needs to be good 28% of the time.
Yeah, and just the fact that you can beat value. You should never really ever thought if you can beat value, and you can. Ace jack certainly betting here.
You got to flick it in here, Gazarian. Feel like he's overthinking it and leveling himself now.
He's going to call him, surely. Just
there we
like
go. Huge relief.
Good call declared.
So Mahiri was bluffing in that case if he sort of said good call. I'm a bit confused by that line. It feels like Mahiri. Oh, okay. Our missing player might be unwell.
He don't feel good at all.
Oh, sorry to
now
hear
I
that.
told him when I was.
I guess who's in these situations? Who's like the biggest winner? Is it the player to the left of the dead stack or the player to the right of the dead stack? You're going to get 2 buttons as the player on the right.
I think the player on the right is definitely favoured.
Small blinds get attacked, but that's okay. I guess 2 to the right. Get the button when the big blind's sat out. Always nice.
Oh, here we go. Ilamur with the small suited connector. Going to get frisky here against Ponmarev from +1.
We're playing. We are playing some poker. And it's kind of fun because Ponmarev obviously got a great hand, but also one you don't want to go bust with.
No, it's not one you want to 4-bet call or 4-bet fold. So I think you're going to flat all day here. And obviously 10's not very easy to navigate. So I think we're in for an interesting pot here. Although the one caveat I would say to that is Ilamur has been by far our friskiest player. Ponomarev in navigating this, maybe bearing that in mind and be a little more willing to commit chips even on a scary board, which that isn't.
Wow. And it's actually a pretty good board for Illamore, of course. You're going up against a lot of the big card suited combos. They're taking the lead here with that 5.
Yeah.
And it's not even like, I guess he has options here because it's not like you're really going to get check raised on a 9-5 deuce either.
No.
These hands like 10s, jacks, queens, even all still concerned they could be behind.
Sizing will tend to be, you know, a little larger than the 25%, 30% stuff. Might be more in the range of half pot on a texture such as this. We'll see what he comes with. He is going to go super small. Okay, so Ponomarev. Door open here, whether he wants to...
Right, to that size, and suddenly check raise does become a bit more attractive, doesn't it?
Yeah. But he may just be in his own mind buckling up here.
Yeah, I think it's the easier way to go. An instant flash of the mouth from Illamore. I don't know what that meant.
So Illamore's sizing there almost like keeps the maybe ace jacks, ace queens in.
Certainly, all the king queen spades, king queen hearts, king queen diamonds surely aren't folding, these kind of hands.
Which actually now makes me feel like he should go very small again.
Right.
He should do another maybe 45, 50k bet and then
buy the showdown.
Buy the showdown, exactly.
I like it. Yeah, all the backdoor flush draw combos I don't think fold for that tiny bet on the flop, and here we go. Playing exactly as you suggested, 80k. And welcome back to the Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel for continuing coverage of this, the 2023 Western Merritt, Western, I keep saying Western Gangster Series. I don't know why. I'm going to write it in big letters here on the desk. I can't get it in my head. I was so used to Carmen. I was so used to everything else. I'm going to stop talking. We saw some beautiful shots of Cyprus out there. It's a beautiful place, but perhaps the action here a little better looking as Jorma brings the chip lead to this table, and one imagines the tournament with that monstrous stack, 4.2 million. As our full redraw has been complete, we are down to 27. And it is Papatro, the shortest. We got a pay jump coming up. That's why I'm highlighting him. You're shaking your head. I'm having a mare. I just want to get to poker at this point.
I think you need it, Damps. That's all I'm going to say to you. It's one thing I will say about Merritt, there are some very challenging surnames.
Yeah, there are. But there's some names here we recognise. I've seen from previous stops. We see Maxim Skripkin coming to this table. This man has barely been off the feature table today. Let's just get back to poker. What it is this is the sort of hour that we should be heading to dinner. We had a redraw break. Everything's got pushed back a little bit. My belly's beginning to rumble.
You're flummoxed, James. You're hungry.
Right. The blood's going to my belly, not my brain.
Brighton have held.
That's the good news.
There's joy in your heart, and it's just flummoxed you ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's basically what's happened.
Very surprised to see there, by the way. Ponometru? Under the gun there, folding king... Ponorov, sorry. Folding king jack of spades, James.
Yeah.
He perhaps is also hungry and is ready for some food.
I've looked at how the seats are... how the stacks are arranged around this table. That does seem like a pretty solid fold.
Yeah, little surprised to see it. 70 bigs deep, in any case.
Yeah.
Bull opening ace-6 of spades.
Yeah, Georgi, far weaker king-3 of clubs, looking to do something here on the button.
I haven't seen him step too far out of line. Now it seems to be the time, Damps. Carrying out a 3-bet. In a leverage position.
Love it.
Makes it 215 to go.
He's fearless, this man.
Yeah, from what we've seen of Boot Bull, likes to see a lot of flops, but doesn't like to play too many inflated pots. So be intrigued to see how he approaches this with the weaker part of his range.
15.
Is reaching.
The whole chips in one hand, cards are near the other. He does make the call. It's funny because I've been thinking he's got a stronger hand than this. It looked like it was, oh, I have to call this. Not, it didn't look like he's making a step out call.
Sure. Yeah, somewhat reluctant.
Yeah, and a pretty ugly looking board for both players.
Check.
Georgi should be somewhat concerned on this board, but again, he's not a man who scares easy.
175.
And he is just going to continue for 175 with the backdoor club draw, trying to make Boot Bull fold exactly these kind of hands. The ace highs, maybe some king highs, some unpaired combos.
2 million total.
Yeah, it does run into one of the hands that should be check folding. Ace six of spades, not much going for it, Demps. No backdoor flush draw possibilities. Does eventually give it up. Georgi continues to impress, picking up more chips.
That's just relentless. King 3, that'll do. Pop it up, get called. I'll see bet. That'll do. Thanks, boys. Got more chips. Good luck to the rest of you. Now, I did mention we're down to 27. Next player out, still getting 5,170. One bust out further will get you up to 5,920. So, sort of $750 jump, not to be sniffed at. But again, not big enough that it's going to change how you play any hands. It might change the timing of which you play the hand, is the only thing. You might just slow things down. You might raise to half your stack if you're this man on a short stack, rather than just open jamming.
Yeah, absolutely. Not to be sniffed at. 800 bucks, not going to change, as Demp said, your overall strategy.
Here you go, Papa Factory, just taking a moment here under the gun with that in mind maybe. Just,
yeah,
if we can just fall a couple hands behind the other tables, it might fall in my favor.
Absolutely, every edge possible needs to be gained in these spots. Makes a lot of sense to slow up, ladder up. So we see Skripkin get rid of the suited connectors, working with 20 bigs. You never quite know what Georgi's going to do, Demps. Saw it before, opening at deuce 4 off. Before the redraw, does get out of the way here with 8-4.
Thanks, Barney. Welcome. Juma, that's a look.
That is a strong look.
He's got the colours of the chips as well. Everyone's got the memo. Dress like the chips and the chips will come to you.
They've been coming to him, Demps. 4.2 million. Got to be close to the tournament chip lead. 140 bigs.
That shirt can't be an accident. It's got all the white, the blue, the yellow, red. Were there yellow chips in there? There might be some yellow chips. I don't know. But he's got all the colours of the chips in play. This is mesmer. I'm learning every time I come here. This is the trick. This is what I'm doing wrong all the time. I'm going to always dress as the chips.
That's the memo, even for us in the booth.
Yeah, top strap.
Hey, you actually are already dressed like the chips. Now that
wow,
I take a look to my
white,
right.
But that's it. The white.
Interesting here, Demps. Panomarev going to decide to 3-bet bluff here with the weak ace. Yeah, I guess seems reasonable.
Well, I guess you want to bluff sometimes with these kind of hands, the hands that block your opponent. Makes sense. Obviously, you're going to have the best hand a lot, but anytime you've got deuce in your hand, it's always awkward to play post-flop.
Sure.
Even in position.
I hate it.
You want to set a trend as well.
Absolutely.
Set a tone against the chip leader. It's followed around the chip leader. You expect the chip leader is going to be raising super wide. We can see here, Juma's actually got a real hand, but it might be super wide.
Wow. Juma going to defend with just Queen 10.
This is out of nowhere, a very large pot.
Panomarev here, dicey waters, and look at this.
Juma finds all of it on Queen 10 deuce and Panomarev with bottom pair. But he's got to be worried, surely, about the 2 Broadway combo flop, right? When your opponent's raised on a small call 3-bet. They're around these cards.
100%. Juma gonna have some continues, like Demps alludes to. Lots of Broadway stuff in that range. Gonna have some pocket pairs. Gonna have some suited ace-x in there likely also. Ponomarev does recognize this board. Hits the small blind a lot. Does find a check back. Juma leans back in his seat.
Yeah, the old feign. I don't like life.
Probably going to start going for value here, Demps. I would suggest. Going to start getting some money in there.
All right, opponent can have some really strong hands like Ace King, Ace Jack. They don't want to go anywhere. Could have a hand like Jacks even that.
Yep.
Is going to want to continue.
Very much becomes
like
a guessing game now, Demps, for Ponomarev. So tough here to continue. Even if your opponent's bluffing, Demps, right? Going to have hands like King Jack suited in there. Hands that have so much equity against your baby deuce.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how many kind of
one good game.
What hands are there? Even King Jack suited, obviously a prime candidate.
There aren't many.
Raise, cool.
Absolutely.
Like I said, I mentioned Ace King before, but obviously Ace King would have 4-bet pre. Ace Jack is a likely one.
Yeah.
But again, with the Ace High, just be happy with the check. There aren't many natural bluffs here.
Absolutely. Potentially like an Ace-8 of diamonds, something like that.
Right.
But we are starting to dig down.
If some sort of, some of those hands defended pre to the 3-bet.
45. 40.
And like Jack 9 suited, if that stuck around again, no guarantee it did. No guarantee it raised pre.
As we begin to break the hand down, it does start to become more value than bluff heavy, but Ponomarev gonna get sticky, Demps.
Yeah, I can't fault it for seeing one, keeping him honest. Juma may have a way wider range than we're privy to. These guys will know each other more, and look at that, it's a river card. Juma finds the absolute genius card, making the nuts top boat on a card that if somehow Ponomarev had diamonds, he'd get it all.
Very interesting decision here for Juma in terms of river sizing. Backdoor diamonds does get there.
He should put his hand here or no? If he don't want, he cannot put. Yeah. It's not necessarily.
Normal play.
It's not necessarily for
2 seconds enough, and later you.
Maybe he didn't put it even just 2 seconds.
Okay.
This is
he can.
This is so great.
Even don't put it for 2 seconds.
Yes.
He can.
This is so great.
I need to know his hand.
This doesn't scream a man who's got the nuts to me. This man's he's like flustered. He's like, why is this guy not playing by the same rules? Like, I'm in this big pot. I don't want to be in here, and this guy's not. I would never put Juma on a big hand here.
Absolutely agree. Out of nowhere, in consultation with the dealer, I think referencing that Ponomarev didn't put his chips on the card reader, or if he did, he snap removed them.
Yeah, obviously just been there for a couple of seconds for it to read. RFID readers under the table.
Any chance Ponomarev turns this into a bluff Demps, based on what you just said?
Yeah, I mean,
because we probably know our hand's not good anymore.
But if we know that, like, what hands are betting for value here? You think everything's going to shut down? Maybe some of the Queen X, I guess.
Did see Ponomarev pull the trigger earlier with that Queen Jack offsuit treble barrel. But I'm inclined to agree with you. This is a very confusing spot for him.
Like, my point is, I think I'd be more inclined to think my deuce is good and cool than I would be trying to turn this a bluff. I think, Juma can have some Queen X, but is that going to fold?
Sure.
Probably should, but will it?
Yeah, very unlikely to bet a 10 for this sizing for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm...
But
the whole rant about did he scan his cards is just that's thrown me off on Ponomarev, because then see a bet.
Genius stuff from Juma. It's even thrown us off in the booth.
Yeah.
Look at this, Demps. He's counted out the call.
Wow.
And there it is. He's going to get the very bad... He didn't say nice hand, did he? What a rub down. Wow.
Ponomarev, you can see, look at it visibly steaming.
What a moment.
What a bizarre hand.
You were stealing 5.
Is there some history here, perhaps?
Rub salt into the wound, Demps.
مرتاح بس كان عبالي عارف الهند تبعه منين ما حط
اسأله هلا اسأله إذا بدك
Pretty brutal for Ponomarev. Salt in the wound, Demps. What a rub down that is.
I'm getting the feeling there's some history between those two.
انا بيعوزني man.
I think you're right though. The speech got it done.
Yeah,
I've never seen that before. I don't think.
I've never seen it like that. Where it's, I've seen it before, like someone's about to fold. They're like, "Why didn't you do that?" I'll fold him, but I've never seen him. Someone just derail the hand whilst holding the nuts. It's peculiar.
It really was.
And I'm loving it. That's what I'm here for.
Kind of loving it as well. A little bit of villainy from Juma, our top gangster. He must be closing in on 5.5, 6 mil Demps after that hand.
Monstrous pickup for the man who was chip leader already. Skripkin.
Very bad.
Get the feeling this table is going to be action-packed.
Kazarian
Kazarian is also back at the feature. Saw him play a phenomenal 2-hour spell earlier.
Juma thought about that. I think he has to jack on the button and just give it up.
Ponomarev now fresh. Yeah, look, just fresh off that.
Ripping. I can't see how much effective is he ripping. Oh,
it's the shorty.
Papa Petru with just 10 blinds behind, looking down at 7-6. Again, still makes sense with 27 left. Just to take a little time before folding these spots. Doesn't want it to be 26 players left when he gets it in.
Hard not to feel for Ponomarev a little there after that hand.
I wonder if he would have called if it wasn't for the whole rant.
That's what I mean.
Because I mean, he's only beating at this point like the missed straight draws, which are not that many as we discussed.
Holding an ace in his hand, also blocking like an ace-jack.
Right.
But like you said, an ace-jack may check turn.
Yeah.
Very murky, strange hand, and then the speech. I really did seem to get him paid.
Yeah,
فرجة يعني ولا كيف عرفت أنت؟
Bit of evil genius from Juma.
I loved it. I'm in. Team Juma. Let's go. More of the same, please.
File that one away, Demps, into your box of tricks.
Oh, yeah. It's in there. Obviously, you got to do a bubble with Lappin, so I don't know whether they brought up his bubble tricks of spilling drinks and all sorts.
I know all about those.
My favourite. He's taught me well.
He's pretty good at it. Gotta hand it to him. So we see Boot Bull back into the mix under the gun. Pocket sevens. Makes it 70k. And look at this. A little glitch in the matrix. Juma with exactly the same holding Demps. He's perhaps very fond of this holding.
Lucky
hand.
Make
the call.
Lucky hand. Let's get involved. A splashy call. String call.
5.4 million in chips.
Papa Petru deuces in the small, but against a raise and a call, it's getting pretty grim. 9 blinds.
Certainly should be folding this one pre. Different story in the big, could potentially complete for 1 blind.
Yeah, he'd flick it in from the big, try and strike gold. Doesn't really change your outlook if you call 1 blind and
absolutely
fold post, but there's a lot of upside.
Let's make the discipline fold.
6-5 off in the big. He's going to fold as well because there's been that call from Juma, obviously. I think may have looked to play that against Bootball himself, but yeah. In terrible shape with the 6-5 as well, with those 2 7-6 right on top of him.
There's the deuce.
Wow.
Always the case. It's very sad for Papetru.
Bootball would love seeing the ace, but there's the under the gun opener. Let's have the strongest ones of those in a hand that does need some protection against exactly this kind of hand. Elects to bet. I mean, I'm not going to try and guess what this man's going to do. He's got all the moves.
Does get out of the way on this occasion. We are still reeling a little from that bit of gamesmanship. I think I'm with you, Demps. It's good for the game and good for the viewers. I'll tell you that much for free.
I'm not going to pay you for that.
I expect better from you.
So that's it. Like, do you want? It's past my dinner time.
I know you're hungry.
I am hungry.
Our commentator extraordinaire needs his dinner. I believe we have around about 15 minutes left, Demps, then we'll be going on our dinner break.
The players will be heading on their dinner break soon, which sadly means, obviously, for those of you watching, there will be a break in play. But of course, we'll be back after dinner with at least 4 hours of play more. Perhaps more. If they get close to the final table, maybe they go, come on, let's throw one more level on there, see if we can get ourselves down to it.
Yeah. Skripkin under the gun wakes up with a strong holding. Ace Jack of clubs. Working it with 22 big stamps. Comes in for the min. Georgie finds another strong one. Pocket jacks. Did see him in this position against the 9s of foul.
Yeah.
Around about half an hour ago. This time content just to call.
Yeah, I guess it gets a little murky. You 3-bet there against Skripkin who's open on the gun. Skripkin's not really likely to put it in with worse.
Sure.
10s maybe, but he'd hate life with 9s. Just flattening. Of course, what it does invite is players to come in behind you and play a multi-bet pot, which is not ideal with the 2 jacks.
Yeah, Hasbani flicking it in, Demps. Pretty casual flicking.
I think I'd still prefer just the 3-bet. If the opponent goes with it, you kind of go with it. You run into queens, kings, aces a lot, but
yeah,
it just makes life easier. Having said that, though, Georgi, he knows how to navigate these fields. He's happier just playing this one as a smaller pot. I'm waiting for the 4 deuces of this world to win his chips.
Absolutely. And here we go, though. Let's look at this flop. 6-6 deuce 2 clubs. Skripkin.
A lot of clubs out there.
Not flush draw. Certainly potential, Demps, for the old check, raise, get it in here, I would suspect. Is deciding just to come with C-bet.
Why not? He's happy to get it in. Does Georgi spring a raise here? Does he continue with the call in this multi-way pot? That's what he's going to do. I like it. Kind of makes sense. You don't really want to raise here. Really ever have a 6, of course. Your hand kind of under-repped in that most players would expect you to 3-bet this hand.
Absolutely, very disguised pocket jacks. Typically gonna see 3-bet call sub 25 pre-flop. Now Skripkin in this kind of interesting spot, Demps.
Yeah, he checked there. I think he could have bet again, just kind of set a price like a quarter pot bet, and then possibly even jam river himself if he wants to. It gets ugly now if he checks and faces a larger bet.
Yeah, inclined to agree. It could get Georgi to fold out, you know, something like ace-10 of spades, ace-queen of spades type holding.
Yeah.
Not going to fold out too many better hands, admittedly, but I agree with you that Georgi gets to set his own sort of price now.
And you don't, it's not like you get to, when Skripkin checks here, he's not checker thinking I can check raise and get Georgi to commit some chips with some even weaker hands, because he doesn't really have them, having flat the flop 3-way.
Sure.
Skripkin is going to get to see a river, though, with chips behind, drawing to the nut flush. Not a bad situation to be in. Can he drill it? No is the answer. Not the greatest card for Georgi to see in mind. You want your opponent to have a hand like 7s or 8s here.
Sure.
When they slow down, check cool turn. So 7, not ideal. Opponent can still be trapping as well with a big pair. I like that from Georgi. He understands that very well. Like, your opponent doesn't have 10s.
Yep. Like it, Demps.
Well played, Georgi.
Opponent is going to have some of those traps, and the remainder would appear to be bricked flush draws.
Yeah, and you
makes
just
some sense to make a tight check.
Hoping for a crying call from 8s is well played.
Very well played.
Impressed with this man when he's doing the punch-in, but also when he's doing the blocking.
Absolutely, Georgi showing he's able to bob and weave, as well as land the pile drivers. Continues to chip up.
Absolute hero in these parts.
Yeah, like you said, Demps, this is very much his home turf.
The normal tournament, after this game, we have dinner break, 1 hour.
Well, there we go. Viewers at home. Last hand for the players at this table. Then they'll be going on a 60-minute dinner break, as will we. So see if we can get some joy before going on that protracted break. We had great hands already in this very short frame. Final 27 players. Papa Petru gonna go for it. Doesn't want to go on the hour dinner break and come back to what'll be 20, 40k blinds. And just try and get one through. Why not?
Not gonna lie, Demp. Somewhat surprised to see this jam.
Oh, come on. The books don't talk about what jamming ranges are when the 1 hour dinner break comes after the hand. You've got to put these things in. This man's got other stuff he can be doing.
Also has the additional fold equity of people who don't want to call light because they need something to eat.
Right. You know, the belly's a little empty.
Genius.
Don't want to call light.
Very tight fold, I make.
Papa Petru.
We have ace.
Getting one through. Schumer, as we go on dinner break, we are going to come back to this same table when we come back from break, given they only played for about 20 minutes. It will be Juma leading the way with 133 blinds. You're pulling out a player there in Gazarian, sort of pointing out he was the action player early in the day, now with just sort of 17 blinds.
Yeah, just noticing there that his stack's taken a huge hit, Demps. He had been one of the most impressive players, if not the most impressive, first sort of couple of hours when we had him on stream. He's going to have a lot of work to do to try and spin up those 17 bigs. And yeah, we look forward to it. Same feature table.
Yeah,
looking forward to it post-dinner.
We certainly do. Myself and Andrew are going to run over to the buffet now where Mr. Lappin is holding things down for us. And then in 1 hour, so set an alarm, myself and Dave will be back for more of this, the Merit Gangster series warm-up. See, I got it that time, Andrew. Gangster series. We'll see you guys in 1 hour.
See you soon, guys.
Dear guest, welcome to our conceptual Gangster series.
We're going to start the warm-up. Starting position number 2, small line 300, big line 600, empty 600, play as usual, the number is combined.
So, by the way, there is 700,000 guarantee in this tournament. We are running today the day 1A. We have day 1B tomorrow, day 1C pass tomorrow. The turbo, it's before day 2. Then we get day 3, and the final will be on Sunday.
New things out there. But something happened. Something really bad has happened. And I invited the best investigator possible to help me to solve this mystery.
Hello, Mr. Detective.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. You will help me to solve.
Yes.
Somebody has died.
This looks like my 5th wife.
Oh, really?
Yes.
But you cannot be suspect. Come on. But the most important thing, the stolen. It was stolen $2,200. Exact amount to buy in for the warm-up event.
Oh,
so you'll have to help me.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Come. Really important to understand, where could be suspect from? What do you think?
Not Mongolia, probably. Oh, maybe somewhere from Middle East.
I think the same. I made some homeworks, and I think I have the main suspect. It has to be a poker player.
So the main suspect would be Gia, but he doesn't look like
No,
him.
no, no, for sure not. This time it's not him.
Okay.
And any ideas?
We need to check, we need to think. Oh, look at this phone. It's like in my grandfather's apartment.
Yeah, but it works, and when I will find my suspect, I truly will call with this. Hello, hello. I know who is the guy. I know.
No. Relax, brother, relax. The real criminal will be known in a few days, you know? Because he will be the champion of the warm-up event.
Really?
Suede peels, all that kind of stuff. I would love to see him go for an exploit in this. Look at this acting. Come on, man. Just go all in. We'll get snaps and get the great news. Wow.
Wow. He says. Well.
Yeah, that's got to feel sick. Especially when it wasn't a snap jam because it was for over half the chips.
2 live suits here for the Kings. And 2 spades keeps that door ajar.
A couple of pink cards, the wrong ones.
Oh, hello.
Oh, here he goes. You called it early.
Not to be.
Never easy, yeah?
Why,
Lucky.
with the big double up, more than in fact up to a boot
I
350.
saw this much before.
Covering that one.
David, we do have a fresh voice in the booth this trip.
We do. We're going to deflower Andrew Headley.
Very exciting.
No.
Gazarian. Far more reasonable yet again. This time, Queen's opening in that under the gun position.
Oh, interesting one here for Miri on the button. May elect to flat. Suited connector. Off 27 bigs. A little dicey. Certainly would like this off a deeper stack. A little on the shallow side for this one against an under the gun open, to be honest.
It's interesting now because Hazarian obviously opened this spot last time, got 3-bet by Mahiri. Now Mahiri just flatting. Checking on over the queens on the king 9-6. Kind of a board that hits a lot of hands in king 9-6. There's a hell of a lot of spread there.
Interesting, Gazarian choosing to play possum here. Induce something from his opponent. Obviously planning on check calling twice, one would imagine. He's got to do some salesmanship here though, look a bit agonized before making this call. Obviously he's ahead of some made hands, some Jack X, some 9X that would flat here. Maybe a pocket 8s might take this stab of your Mahiri as well.
Putting all sorts of faces.
Doing his best.
Surely
to
not folding.
Yeah.
Exactly what we were referencing before.
Doing his best to look sticky with maybe a pocket 10s or an ace queen. Checks it on over. Mahiri, no reason to bet now.
Yeah, I mean, looks like you're up against a jack decent percentage. I don't think you really want to try and bluff those all.
Oh, he is going to turn his hand into a bluff here. Interesting. Got to go big if you're going to do this.
Yeah.
Oh, so actually I think he now is
just going for some really thin value.
Really thin value.
Kind of 7s and 8s. Try and get them to pay you off. There's obviously a lot of misdraws on board.
Wow, that is extraordinarily thin.
Zarian's going, you've got ace-jack. Obviously, ace-jack seems like a kind of hand that would value bet here.
Yeah.
And you beat some value with queens, so there's not really much of a decision here.
No, it's not. Unless you're thinking of raising, which would be a bit wild as well. This seems like a, oh, I'm so glad it's only 50k, there you go, sort of moment. If you've got the, you know, king 10. No, surely not. Come on, Gazarian.
Like he said, you got ace-jack. And you still, obviously, there's plenty of bluffs that could be in there as well.
And your two queens really blocking a big chunk of the king X. That would flat here on the button.
Strong, but it's weird. Strong and not strong.
He 3-bets ace king. He probably doesn't have king queen because of the cards in your hand. Okay, yes, king jack maybe. This would be a wild fold. Big moment here in the tournament for Gazarian. Just 34 bigs behind here. Only needs to be good 28% of the time.
Yeah, and just the fact that you can beat value. You should never really ever fold if you can beat value, and you can. Ace-jack certainly betting here.
You've got to flick it in here, Gazarian. Feel like he's overthinking it and leveling himself now.
He's gonna call, sure. He just
there we
like
go. Huge relief.
Good call declared.
So Mahiri was bluffing in that case if he sort of said good call. I'm a bit confused by that line. It feels like Mahiri. Oh, okay. Our missing player might be unwell.
He don't feel good at all.
Oh, sorry to
now
hear
I
that.
told him when I was.
I guess the who's in these situations? Who's like the biggest winner? Is it the player to the left of the dead stack or the player to the right of the dead stack? You're gonna get two buttons as the player on the right.
I think the player on the right is definitely favoured.
Small blinds get attacked, but that's okay. I guess two to the right. Get the button when the big blind's sat out. Always nice.
Oh, here we go. Ilamur with the small suited connector. Going to get frisky here against Ponmarev from +1.
We're playing. We are playing some poker. And it's kind of fun because Ponmarev obviously got a great hand, but also one you don't want to go bust with.
No, it's not one you want to 4-bet call or 4-bet fold. So I think you're going to flat all day here. And obviously 10's not very easy to navigate. So I think we're in for an interesting pot here. Although the one caveat I would say to that is Ilamur has been by far our friskiest player. Ponomarev in navigating this, maybe bearing that in mind and be a little more willing to commit chips even on a scary board, which that isn't.
Wow. And it's actually a pretty good board for Ilamur, of course. You're going up against a lot of the big card suited combos. They're taking the lead here with that 5.
Yeah.
And it's not even like, I guess he has options here because it's not like you're really going to get check raised on a 9-5 deuce either.
No.
These hands like 10s, jacks, queens, even all still concerned they could be behind.
Sizing will tend to be, you know, a little larger than the 25%, 30% stuff. Might be more in the range of half pot on a texture such as this. We'll see what he comes with. He is going to go super small. Okay, so Ponomarev. Door open here, whether he wants to...
Right, to that size, and suddenly check raise does become a bit more attractive, doesn't it?
Yeah. But he may just be in his own mind buckling up here.
Yeah, I think it's the easier way to go. An instant flash of the mouth from Ilamur. I don't know what that meant.
So Ilamur's sizing there almost like keeps the maybe ace jacks, ace queens in.
Certainly, all the king queen spades, king queen hearts, king queen diamonds surely aren't folding these kind of hands.
Which actually now makes me feel like he should go very small again.
Right.
He should do another maybe 45, 50k bet and then
buy the showdown.
Buy the showdown, exactly.
I like it. Yeah, all the backdoor flush draw combos I don't think fold for that tiny bet on the flop, and here we go. Playing exactly as you suggested, 80k now. I like this line.
Yeah.
Ponomarov got to feel pretty comfortable that, you know, players are going to be balanced. But let's throw that out the window for a second. You've got to be feeling pretty good here with 2 10s, the way this is played out. You think Illimor's going to go bigger on the flop, to go bigger on the turn, to go bigger on the river with the fact these guys are so deep to start the hand that he's clearly not sizing up to get your stack, so therefore probably doesn't have a premium.
Slightly interesting one here. Had he gone the 40k, 50k sizing, I feel like he was definitely going to snap check back the river. But now that he's gone 80k, he has defined Ponomarev's range a little bit more. Might be worried about 7s, 8s, pocket 10s a little bit more often. And now I wonder if Illimor will actually consider turning his hand into a bluff for that reason. I think the 80k bet would have maybe got rid of the ace jacks and ace queens in some amount of worlds.
I hear where you're at.
White flag raised anyway. Interesting little pot there between two very capable players. Table quiet for the first maybe dozen or so hands, but now
play 2, 1, 2
into action. Exactly.
Always has a 5 in a hand. Keep an eye on that.
Oh.
Will the dead stack get into the money? I can't see it with 17 still to go, but maybe. It's going to be close, right? But it'd be interesting to see how players are aware that there's a dead stack in there when it gets near the bubble, and maybe the dead stack's got like 4 blinds. But maybe that's when you get out of bed.
That I was going to say,
like,
at that point, do you run down the staircase?
If I've got to go down there and let them know I'm still here just to save them a 4k, then I'm coming downstairs.
Oh, we saw him flat the aces earlier.
Look at this. Mahiri just ripping in 11 blinds. Wait, asking for the count. A little acting. Of course. Mahiri's like, really? For the first jam, I'm going to get asked how much from the next seat. Run into the boots. Obviously, we'll take some time, make a reluctant call, and hope for 2 behind. Find something as they continue their post-mortem 7 deuce debacle.
Maybe queen jack.
Key in these situations to get the amount of acting just right.
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Double check. Do I really have them? Yes.
Probably aces.
Makes the call. Mary.
Like this. Contra.
Against the bad news. But 19 off against aces.
I know you have good instinct.
Yeah, not the absolute worst holding to have in this spot. Mahiri. Well, that will provide some
blah, blah, blah.
hope.
Or maybe at least a sweat. So this.
10 in the window, 4 cards to hit. Misses the first 2, has 2 more.
Sweat.
2 pulls. Still all 5 alive. Not to be. Aces holding once again for Wei. Mahiri, the first to bust our feature table. We inch closer to the money.
What a morning.
Cove defends himself into a decent situation here. The 9 high flush draw is best. He's been blasted off a lot of hands. Maybe this is a hand he can win, purely because why, surely it's going to stab once, but it's going to be very hard for him to fire again, you'd think, with a hand that can turn very little equity.
Yeah, Markov not considering too much the likelihood that his 9 high could be good right now, but certainly this flush draw is a lot of kit. Y has been fairly tight, it must be said. Like, he's been involved in a lot of hands, but then he woke up with aces twice. He had the king queen we spotted, and then he made the big call with the queen jack. They're the kind of key hands that will be in the minds of these guys. But I think fair to say that Y hasn't looked to get out of line here, so maybe, just maybe, you give him credit for a real hand.
Y finds making the 6 on the turn. One of his very few outs in this pot.
Yeah, and Markov now got a gutter to go with the diamonds. Interesting to see whether he would choose a lead in this situation or a check again. If he checks, one would assume he's check calling or check raising. Check raising a little dicey, obviously, on a board that still favours your opponent.
Is there any way that, even though Wise obviously taking the lead now, that he can actually win this pot? Is Markov ever going to just not bluff rivers?
It's a very hard run out to bluff now for Markov.
Right.
You've got the diamonds in your hand, which actually make poor bluffing candidates because you kind of hope that your opponent might have diamonds in some situations. Yes, you got that 9 blocker to the 8-9, but is 8-9 really going to be in there that often with just a good shot on the flop? It's a dicey one to turn into a bluff now. Why, could definitely be pot controlling you with a weakish ace here sometimes. You know, a Jack X hand could potentially be your target hand if you go big, but it's yeah, it's a dicey one.
Knuckle it.
Interesting now, does Why think he needs to bluff to win this one?
Right, you don't want to let a 10 win here, do you? But he's just going to sort of give up, as it were, and find out actually he found the miracle turn. And Markov's going to feel when he sees it. Oh, you just found the offsuit 6. That seems fair. How's your day going? Deuce.
Oh,
not a bad card to see.
Hello.
The 3 even better, and then the best card after that to see, David, would be an ace.
Yeah.
Markov, cold decked.
Question now is, does she go for an immediate check raise in this spot? Obviously, you know, that board can straighten up and flush up a little bit in a way that can actually scare your opponent who has an ace. I wonder if she's thinking in those terms.
I would, purely because I've just seen him table the 9 high and not trying to bluff. I'm thinking, okay, this guy's just playing a bit more fit or fold. I want to try and make sure I get him. On the flip side, that of course, if he has the ace, he might do the bidding for you over 3 streets.
Yeah, great turn card here, as bricky as she could have hoped. And now, again out of position, does she want to spring her trap? Oh, he just checks back. Wow.
This is the concern. I think if I got a big hand against Markov, I want to play big.
They give me something else.
Well, will
But
she be
this one is
thinking
much
check
better.
raise again
They
on
give
this
me
river, or
lead
does she feel now like she must do her own betting?
Or maybe
I think I might check
pronounce
again.
wrong.
Maybe they have tea bags and then
It's
Does
Papa
go
Camomile,
for
it's Papa
a
Pretty small
very
bet.
value-y sort of 1/3 bet. That makes it easy for him. He can call this one.
Yeah, it's a clear call, but he's got a massive hand. It's in the way it's played. But he's going to see, he's very happy he didn't lose more in this hand.
Oh, that decision to check back turn, nitty as it was, probably saved him a couple of 100K.
Raise it.
Here it comes again, this time very reasonable. Queen Jack of diamonds. Zarian with a very unreasonable King 9 offsuit. He's flashing a smile at his man. It's like, I really want to mess with you, but can he? No. He's
So-
always tempted.
Yeah, so many people to get through in that spot, but he's been undeterred by that factor. Markov, who's had a tough run of things.
Ponomarov with a pair on the button, but against a player that's so difficult to define his range. Has opened for +1, even though he's opening a lot. Sort of give him some respect. I like that. Just he's too difficult to play against this man. I think you don't want to be in there with hands like 3s. I think maybe you might call with some more of the pseudo connect type holdings. The 3s, you're going to be in no man's land so often. Herzog's defending ace-9 of clubs from the small. She's happy to see a flop against this man with that holding.
Yeah, and Ellie now with the tempter, obviously, again, 20 bigs. Not a great spot to be in. The kind of hand that gets dominated a lot by both ranges, actually.
Right.
So it's a little worrisome to proceed, but...
For one blind,
I
can we
know.
really fold this hand? We are close to the money, of course. That is the argument. Well,
Trouble for Ellie now.
yeah. Flops that dominated top pair.
Not a total whiff for her Saucier either. She's got some back doors working for her.
Gonna continue on this rainbow board. Gone with a healthier size than we've seen him see bet thus far. Of course, it is a three-way pot. Things are different. You're up against kind of different ranges, especially with the small blind being in there. Does that leave room for this man to ever get away from this hand at some point, or is he going to feel compelled, perhaps even just to ask for it now?
Yeah, very tricky spot, Eli Said. He has made a difficult bed for himself, and now is gonna. He's not going to love it a little more.
Holding this, I don't want to waste time.
But
Queen Jack, I don't know if it's good or not.
Queen Jack is good.
Yeah, Ilamore very conscious that he could be up against King Jack or pair there, but sort of can't bet fold the hand.
TV, he's like, just so you know, like I know I can be behind here, but I'm not folding top pair. That's why I'm calling this quickly.
And does the bell toll for Eli Said here?
The unlucky seat, perhaps. Here we first. Said next or not?
Wow. Finds the chop.
The running chop.
Happy landing.
A very punch-drunk Ilamore. It's coincidence that you were down 104k in the main and I was up 104k in the main. That's the only thing I wanted to point out. We could have both sat at home. You could have just transferred that money over and that would have been 15 summers saved.
I feel like the one time I cashed it might be in the one where they just paid the most players I've ever paid as well.
We will see what will happen. What's now?
Well, while James Dempsey Googles himself, I'll take this hand.
The tab's open. Like, it's always there.
Just the hand and mob is always open on the page. Markov, from under the gun, has finally decided enough is enough. I have been slapped around for the past 2 hours. I'm going to try and take one down here. Well, Said.
What does it matter how much you have?
Yeah, but like, also I was doing something.
Oh, no.
Could see him going both ways given the way we played Said plays. Been a little more liberal. Does go with the flat from +3 here, and Ilamore quickly release. Oh, and Gazarian has a real hand this time. Poor Markov just cannot catch a break right now.
It's almost like they gave him threes before we folded. Gave him threes, gave him fives. It's like, okay, I guess I'm supposed to play some hands. Okay, I'll play fives from under the gun and punished.
Yeah, and playing against two fairly shallow stacks here, Gazarian can size this 3-bet quite small. A small squeeze would be kind of nice. He has gone somewhat small.
Yeah, I mean, sub 4x against a raise and a call against under the gun. That's certainly. You're not really going any smaller than that, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, it needs to plausibly have some sizings that are folding here. Markov, well, he has been incredibly patient. That's the one thing we'll say about him is while the deck has been unkind and maybe, just maybe, a couple of folds were a bit too nitty earlier on, he has been patient. He has been willing to just let his hand go and wait for another spot, wait for another day.
I feel like if he hadn't folded the threes twice at all, but he wouldn't have opened these fives.
Indeed.
That's the thing. I think it's almost like the deck's just needling him at this point, giving in these like, super marginal spots.
Yeah, and the squeezer is the probably second loosest guy at the table, who would be the loosest guy on most tables.
Yeah.
Again, I think half an eye on the clock here. Markov looking at his 25 big blinds, thinking that's enough to get me through to the money bubble here.
And of course, it was the dead big blind seat again, wasn't it? His
wow,
the gun
yes.
open, so that's playing into his mind again. I keep forgetting, of course, seat 1 hasn't been here the entire time. I understand he'll be a little ill.
Yeah, Said, not much fold equity here. He's the shallower of the two.
Ooh.
But
does he want to get involved?
However,
it's free rolling.
He is sort of free rolling, I think, in his mind for sure. We've seen quite a lot of Eli Said over the past 12 months on Merit streams. A regular to this poker room, usually sitting behind a big stack, probably in lesser charted territory now when he's nursing this 20 big blind-ish stack, bubble adjacent. Maybe wants to just pummel and pile drive his way out of that zone.
So close to the money though. Oh, he's gone
there
for
he
it.
is.
He's gone for it.
He will have
Arian getting rewarded for the loose image. Massive pot all of a sudden developing on our feature. 665,000 chips reside in the middle, so he's needing to find a king of clubs.
Yeah, huge pot for both players here.
As good as he can expect, because Arian 8-8 deuce, just a solitary club.
Okay.
Jack, a little extra help. So he'll take any pain.
And we say goodbye to Eli Said in 61st place in this Merit Poker Gangster Series warm-up event. We edge
queen suited pocket nines type holdings. Perhaps if he took a little bit more time, could have come up with the 4-bet, but nice pickup for Dowkalic. We'll be hoping that this table lives up to the last one. I saw a lot of nonsense going on, I must say. Was very much disappointed that I wasn't able to commentate on some of that feature.
Well, I think we played the 7 deuce game at least 3 times, if that's anything to go by. To be fair, Ponomarev got in the mix with his own 7 deuce and made it work, actually, on his occasion, even though it was Ilomar driving that sort of action, that sort of nonsense, as you said. Ponomarev, I failed to recap on at the end of the last frame, actually was maybe one of the standout players as well. Really did go about his business in a sort of a clinical way. He's a very selectively aggressive player, but definitely steps out on a few occasions. I think he'll be one we may see in the later stages of this tournament.
I can already tell that Boot Boo is going to be a fun watch. Does find the peel from the small here with 8-5 of hearts. Not exactly a typical peel. A little wider than normal. So 10-5 suited gets out of the way.
Yeah, so round 2 between these two. A little bit of something each.
Yeah, very interesting. Boot Boot flopping the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Dowkalic with bottom pair with a backdoor nut flush draw of his own. Does go check check. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Boot Boo now does vault into the lead. Does come with a small bet, David, 35k to 90.
Yeah, and if a club was to come on this river, one wonders if Dowkalic would consider turning his hand into a bluff. As it happens, both have probably just enough showdown to get there. I don't know if Boot Boo will throw out a little blocker or will he just check here.
Yeah, he is going to find it, David. I think I like it. Going to be up against, a bunch of sort of ace highs. And as we see here, is up against the 4. Very nicely played from Boot Boo, picking up 230k pot.
Yeah, like you said there, could certainly have got value against an ace-jack or an ace-10 as well.
Very important as the bubble bursts. Look how quick it's going, David, down to 55.
It's such a feature. I feel like I'm repeating myself from previous broadcasts, but every single time we've covered a bubble in this Merit Poker room, it has almost sped up as it approached the bubble. Almost like there's a machismo out there of like, if you think I'm afraid, I'm definitely not. And guys actually get wilder.
Makes for compulsive viewing for us as we see Sipgatova opening again under the gun. Boot Boo coming in with just a flat under the gun 2 with ace-king. Oh, he sends it with ace-9 off. Wow. Now this is out of line, David, again, especially against the table positions.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Andrew. I think this is a little rash. I liked the creativity of the last one. Obviously, again, speaking to this kind of idea of like guys maybe trying to use the bubble, almost like reverse bubble mentality of like, I know you're going to be
Sure.
looser, so I'm going to go for it. But in reality, actually, this is going to create quite a tough spot for Sipkatova because she's likely flatting here all day, and then Boot could stick in the raise and put her in a gross spot.
Yeah, this is a strange spot that we would not see too often. I mean, he should be so tight here, right? Arbeez, in theory, his shove range here, like 8s and 9s should probably go into the bin here basically on the stone bubble. So she should really be, he should be very tight here. You know, a hand like probably pocket 10s, ace queen suited. I wouldn't fault folding here from Sipkatova, but if she does call, as you said, David, Boot there with the monster under the bed lurking behind.
Well, one more interesting factor in this one is there any chance Sipkatova, if she does decide she's going to go with it for Arbeez' stack, has just almost disregarded the possibility of a real premium hand in Boot, something he could call a raise with?
Certainly not impossible that she could look to re-isolate this. And, you know, if she does, then she could chase out a hand like 8s or 9s, right? Is never going to be able to call. She does.
195.
Call.
Almost 200.
Very interesting.
So he's just going to flat
He's
as
just
well.
calling too.
So Arbeez in a world of hurt right now. Needs to find a 9. Sipkatova in a very uncomfortable situation now, finding herself now with a stack to pot ratio of 1.5 to 1.
Yeah, I think the one thing she has going for her is that Boot unlikely to bluff here, right, into a dry side. But
Yes.
even still, 7s here extremely uncomfortable, David. You're certainly right.
Oh, and a diamond in her hand as we see the king 10-3 all diamonds. I wonder if he does try to protect his hand here, and I wonder if she gets sticky.
Is immediately reaching. Looks a pretty big bet too.
Oh yeah, she's got to get out of dodge now, I feel.
Yeah, I think so. You could certainly be, you could be drawing dead here already. Does bet 250k, around about 40%.
We see graphically Arbeez given 0% here, so running 9s not a thing because one of them would have to be a diamond, but when Sipkatova gets out of the way, the 9 of diamonds does free up for him. So there is hope.
I love that you're giving some green shoots of recovery to Arbeez, but he is in the blender, in big trouble. Horrible spot for Sipkatova, but I think you got to get out of the way here, David.
Yeah.
See the pained expression.
And 55 now, so we are actually 2 from the money. Arbeez, let's presume he busts in this hand. I'm sorry to say, I know it hasn't happened yet, but he's going to be there with his 1% or whatever it's going to be. We're on the money bubble.
Yeah, extremely quickly as well, that you alluded to, David. Here at Merit, people here to win. It's fantastic to watch for us, you know, rather than a bunch of stalling and the like. A good fold, Sipkatova. I think you can be in horrific shape here. Her diamond was, of course, live. Couldn't know it. Arbeez here going to need a miracle. Needs a backdoor chop or running 9s, as David said. Do think that that squeeze jam is far too wide pre, unfortunately. Going to be punished for it. Finds the first 9. It couldn't happen, could it?
What chance? Only 9. No way, man.
No.
No,
Good
good
luck.
river jack of hearts sends him home.
Please complete the hand roll and stop dealing.
So we say GG to Arbeez.
I feel like had it come running 9s, nobody would have believed that I didn't know the outcome, and I was trying to tee up the possibility.
We do have an all-in, guys. This is on the stone bubble.
So what basically has happened is they said dealers stop dealing, but any hands that had to keep going, and now we actually may have no bubble if this ends up with a bust out.
Crazy stuff. Looks like 4-way action still here, David.
And we have a player all in who's been ganged up on, basically.
We do. We have a bet and a call on the flop. One player all in. King 6, deuce 4 board.
Am I right in saying we lost one player on the flop, so we're still 3 ways now on the turn?
Yes. And
yeah.
One gentleman there in the left of your picture is all in.
And it's Rashid El Yacoubi who's sitting there just hoping that these players who have continued to shovel more chips into the pot, into a dry side pot, are
typically not something you want to see, David, when you're all in on the bubble.
There's a sort of a resigned look on Rashid's face there. Maybe he has some hope. Maybe he's sitting on a hand that has some hope.
Certainly not giving anything away with the facial expressions.
Well, looks like Giorgio Shakulia.
Yeah, Giorgio's been on a massive heater as far as I'm aware, winning comp after comp. Gentleman in the yellow. He is going to bet. Looks like 275. Is a dry side pot, I believe, David, which normally is bad news for the all-in player. There we go.
He's going to show.
Looks like a set.
Well, that can't be the good news.
It is
set of
indeed.
Sixes against. Oh, a set of twos.
Oh, it's a set of deuces.
So he's sitting there thinking, I am good. Oh, no. Oh, the cruelty of that one. Rashid El Yacoubi, wild set over set situation. Sitting there thinking, shovel as many chips into the pot as you want, lads. I got that.
Absolutely.
So good. That where the chips were a bit more evenly distributed and it got into a war of attrition.
Sure.
James mentioned earlier that we are intending hope above hope to get down to a final table tonight. I don't think we would go past that point, certainly. Whether we get to that point, I think probably more likely that we don't, but you know, it might get close enough.
Yeah. Have to have a friendly side bet on the old overs, unders.
Yeah, I think the line would be somewhere around 12 players, would be my hunch.
I'll take 14. You take 12.
Seems fair.
Loser buys dinner at the buffet. So we see Herzog's open under the gun at King Queen. Dalkalic gonna take a look here, David, with the pocket fours and the cutoff. Boot Boo, I'm enjoying watching him already here. Does overcall King 8 suited. Very unpredictable from what we've seen so far. Little on the wide side. Does have position though.
He's a gangster.
He is a gangster, and look at this.
Wow, we could have fireworks here. Kazarian with the little piece in the big blind. We've seen him lead spots like this before. Wouldn't be surprised to see that from him, given an almost identical hand from just half an hour ago. Yeah.
You have called it. Certainly a board texture that hits the big blind pretty well. You will often see players in position not continue as wide as they should when they brick these boards. But we can see Dalkalic and Bupu both with a healthy piece. Open ender for Dalkalic and the king high flush drop for Bupu. Very likely goes call here, David.
Yeah.
Certainly does. 9 of spades is the ultimate action card.
Oh, well, we got a spade.
Oh my goodness, look at this. Dalkalic makes the wheel with the 4 of spades in his hand, and Bupu makes the nut flush. This could be very messy for Dalkalic.
And I wonder if Kazarian is giving any thought to the possibility that he's the only one who can plausibly have 4x. Obviously, Dalkalic has 2 4s, and that's why he's in there with 4x, but no, he doesn't. And it is just a little bit dark tunnel and dangerous on a board like this.
Against 2 calls, I think we have to shut this one down. Dalkalic here is about to be in a world of pain.
The question is, does Bupu flat or raise now? Free-handed, must feel like his opponent's strong. Could feel like he might have the dream flush over flush situation.
Absolutely. I think with the nuts, the stones, we do likely just call. He has come with call. If this comes a blank, Dalkalic could be in some real strife.
2 of spades? No.
Would have been magic stuff for us in the booth. Very, very dicey waters now for Dalkalic.
Yeah, he's almost certainly going to bet again.
I think, yeah,
but facing a raise is going to be so grim.
Feels like a block and fold situation. Hate life when you get jammed on. Does come with 100k, just a shade under a third. Bupu here.
Small raise?
I think he jammed.
all in.
And
Sorry.
this is a horrible spot for Dalglish, but look how quickly he gets away. Bravo. It's extremely underbluffed, David, but very nice to snap fold.
As well.
Yeah, looking to gain some upward traction. This is the time now, David, right? We've got into the money. Time to start, not so much gamble, but start to move that short stack up. Give yourself a real shot at the big money.
Yeah, summoning my inner Dara O'Carney here. Actually, in the idea of me having an inner Dara O'Carney is sort of maybe a problematic phrase. Sorry, Dara, if you're listening. What basically happens, as you well know, Andrew, is the money bubble becomes a very, high ICM situation for all the players. It distorts the chip value in terms of actually how much money value they have. And then, until we get to the, final table, basically like one off the final table and final table, that's where it gets to its other high point. So it's actually all the air has gone out of it, if you like, now. Oh, and we mentioned Dufouleur.
Interesting here, we did have an open from EP, flat from Boot Boot. Adrianopoulos decided not to jam. He had a very potential squeeze candidate himself with pocket eights for 20 bigs. I did think he would jam.
270?
Yeah.
How? Probably got to go with this, David, right? With all the extra dead money in there. Here we go. Inflated pot here with 3 others folding. Big flip here. Ace Queen V8s.
Yeah, the 2 shortest stacks at the table now. One will be virtually gone, and the other will be a very healthy 40 big blinds at the end of this one.
Stand up.
Fresh off us saying the shorties need to get moving. Big flip.
Okay, I go. It's the trick.
Ace still holding.
Great.
Oh, he's putting the jacket on, David.
Great.
No Fouleur is Dufouleur here. Great. Oh, he used everything in his arsenal.
He did use everything to get that additional equity. He is covered. We do lose Dufouleur in 51st place.
290 you have?
Just like that, David. Adrianopoulos up from 150 to around about 600k.
Well, they have been. She's made some final tables here over the past few years. Wouldn't bet against her doing the same today.
Absolutely. Baranski here with a beautiful looking Queen Jack suited, working off 24 bigs. Is it going to come in for the min raise to 30k?
What's this, by the way? It's a T.
Dalglish once again aware there, David, I think, of his opponent on a short stack under the gun. Gets rid of the suited baby ace.
Okay, sure.
Here's our wild card from the last table.
Take this back.
Kazarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it does appear that he's plotting some larceny here. Obviously, Baranski opening off a relatively shallow stack here, 24 bigs. And so he's gone with a clicky 3-bet.
Yeah, this is pretty wide, but I guess against the correct opponent, you should still have a bunch of raise folds from under the gun, even off the sub 25.
Got a call here, right, with the Queen Jack suited. It's just so pure.
Very tricky, very tricky. We do have to defend some hands, of course, and not just be 4-bet shoving or folding. And I would agree that this would fall into that type of hand category. Problem is, a lot of the cutoff 3-bet bluffs are going to be the hands like sort of Ace-Jack, King-Jack, King-Queen off potentially, right? And they can dominate us. Very tricky, David.
I wonder
you can go either way.
Yeah, it just looked like he's coming with the call. I just for a moment wondered if there was, room for a 4-bet given what he might know, having watched the live stream for the last couple of hours. As it turns out, he has whiffed this board. Obviously, the Ace of Hearts gives him some potential backdoors, but I don't see him seeing a turn here too often.
I would agree. Yeah, I think if you're ever so slightly deeper, maybe like 30 bigs, could be some consideration to 4-bet jam against a wildly aggressive opponent like Kazarian. Yeah, I think he's going to struggle to continue here. Typically going to see a lot of very small C-bets in the sort of 10 to 20% realm. He's very expressive, isn't he, Gazarian? Fun to watch. Doesn't have the stereotypical poker face.
Ooh.
Very intriguing. Decides to check back. And Baranski catches up.
Ah.
Has the best hand with the Jack of Diamonds on the turn.
I did not miss anything. No new hand.
It's such a slam dunk range bet. I imagine Baranski now a little concerned that he might be up against specifically a hand like Kings.
Absolutely.
That would be one of the few hands that, even though again it's a range bet, would actually be serviced well by a check.
This is a very interesting spot. Gazarian now does delay, makes that 20% bet on the turn rather than flop. Such an uncomfortable spot to be in here, David. You do get the feeling, if you're Baranski, that you are behind here, right?
Yeah, that he might actually have top set.
Sure.
Or pocket kings, but both are ahead.
You can certainly feel as if you're being trapped, but does find the call on the turn. Correctly does, with the pair of jacks. River 4 of diamonds.
Fascinating spot now. Gazarian, having gone for this loose 3-bet pre, went very non-standard on the flop, and he's made a sort of a tricky situation for himself now on the river. Can he get himself out of it and actually win the max by getting a bet through here? Or will he wave the white flag?
Very tough spot. Tough to navigate. Has made himself a little bit of a problem here by not c-betting flop. We are likely, David, targeting just the jack, right? If we go for this river bet, it's going to be difficult to dislodge many ace-x at this point.
For sure.
Baranski should certainly have some still.
Baranski doing a great job of seeming strong there, it must be said. Very loose in his body language, very confident, happy to engage. That could serve him very well here if what the real objective is dissuading Gazarian from another barrel.
Yeah, absolutely. Gave him a little tap on the nose. Look at this, and he sets him in. Wow, what an interesting line taken from Gazarian. Gets the job done. Takes a lot of courage, David, to fire that river barrel after taking this line.
Yeah, he played it like he had aces, to be fair.
Very well played.
Well, if Adrianopoulos opens this one as a real signal of intent, this would be a fairly loose open. He's been very active. Does let it go.
A man that we know is not afraid to put the chips to work, Gazarian. Exactly what we just referenced, David. Lots of players coming in, you know, with non-standard strategies, shall we call them. Queen 9, not a typical hand that we're going to open here from EP.
No, not even a middle position open, really. So it's not just a pip or two. We're talking, you know, 6 or 7 pips.
It's great to watch, though. You love to see it. As we see Boot Boot defending here with the dominated 10-9. It is something for both, David. Top pair for Gazarian. Boot Boot with the gut shot to the nut straight. Do see a c-bet from Gazarian around about a third pot. No, Boot Boot can't be folding here. Drawing to the nuts. It's an aggressive opponent. Is it going to check call? Oh, no. Oh my goodness, David. Action time. 8 of diamonds. Boot Boot drills the nuts. Gazarian also improving to top pair with an open-ender of his own. This could be extremely messy if Gazarian bets turn.
Yeah, and it is fairly close, right? Because obviously that 8 interacts with some of the second and third pair combos.
Yeah, I think large parts of our range would want to check turn here for a bit of pot control. But is it going to barrel? Of course, holding that 9 does block the nuts. Fortunately for him, doesn't block it well enough. Bubu's sitting there with the stones. Half pot from Gazarian. This is going to be extremely messy, David, if Bubu starts raising now.
Yeah, and against an opponent who's bet twice, I feel no reason not to raise in this situation. I feel like I could be up against a big overpair, maybe even a set that I've absolutely done in here.
Absolutely, unblocking all of the pairs. Does decide to just call. And they're so deep, right, David, also that, you know, raise turn here, try and get it in on the river would seem to make sense. It does come with check call.
5 would be a catastrophe
Oh,
here.
it really would. Jack of Hearts river, backdoor diamonds missing.
Gazarian can get away here.
Oh, he's just going to lead.
150.
Gazarian can definitely get away in this spot.
Very confusing line to face. Bet of 40% here on the river from Bubu.
You wanted to raise the turn, you change your mind.
Very interesting comment there from Gazarian. Seems very aware of where he is, David, from what I've seen in the short time today. Where he is in hands. Correctly working out here that Bubu is lacking bluffs. Very much so. Can't think of too many hands that check call 2 and lead the river here as a bluff, David. Really struggling to come up with them myself.
Yeah, I think he can get away.
Can't know it, but if he gets out of this one very unscathed, relatively unscathed, should I say. 150k bet from Bubu. Very difficult combo to throw away though, David. Obviously we can see the cards, but we do block the 9-10, the sort of 5-9 suited that could check call from the big. Also blocking 2 pair combos, holding a queen herself. But so underbluff from Bubu, right? Just such an underbluff line to take.
Like what do you, you obviously have to have some kind of pair when you're bluffing here, so it's kind of like the 8-5 or the
6-10,
7-5,
6-10 or something. It seems somewhat unlikely. Very difficult to have many bluff combos, as you just said.
And welcome back to the Merit Crystal Cove for continuing coverage of this, the 2023 Gangster series. I got my words out, my mouth perhaps still full of food. David, we just had a good feed. Let me just press that button for you there. It's the one that says on air and it's big red light when you've pressed it.
A good co-commentator would do that for you. Yes, I'm not going to lie, I was there an hour before you guys, so I'm well over full. Yeah. It has to be done here, though. It has to be done. It's such a great venue. How many people are left, James Dempsey? You were here. I was watching, so I know the answer to this question. But how many
27. We had our 3-table redraw. We didn't lose anyone, as far as we're aware, anyway, on the last hand. Maybe on the outer table it might have happened, which means we're on a tiny pay jump. Not too significant, but we are reaching the really fun part of this tournament now as we play down from 27 to hopefully the final 9 tonight. A lot of things can happen. A lot of dreams can be dashed.
This is the crucial point in the tournament. 4 hours left now. We're going to go from 27 probably to very close to the final table, maybe 10, 11 people left. And wow, that's where all the pay jumps are. Like that's going to be chunk, 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 and put yourself into a situation where tomorrow could really be a life changer.
Yeah, and it's massive money. I mean, up top, we're talking about this as obviously the warm-up event. We've still got the main and the high road to come, but 167,500 euros for the winner for this 2K bind. So there's a lot of work to be done, and it sets you up nicely for Christmas ahead.
Totally. We talk about this on previous broadcasts as well, but the warm-up's not a warm-up.
You like to call it the two main events.
The other main event.
Right, because they are pretty similar. 2K, 3K, similar field sizes, similar players.
Identical structure.
Yeah.
Like it's that generous that the warm-up is a 2K with the exact same structure as the 3K. So it's so good. It's such a great opportunity for these guys. 453 entrants. Well, that's a main event in a lot of places.
Yeah, certainly is. Lovely little outside shot here at the Merit Crystal Cove where the sun has set, the lights are on, things are looking beautiful. But we're going to go inside, down into the basement where this is kicking off. Because we are back with our little feature table and it's been a little bit of fun. Obviously, I know you were watching the hand whilst having dinner that Bakros Juma played. Kind of spicy one. Put Ponomorov in a pretty tough spot. Ponomorov ended up calling it off with bottom pair. You were sitting next to him at dinner going, why is Ponomorov in here not looking too happy? I was like, just watch the stream in about 30 seconds time and you'll see why.
Yeah.
And he's tucked up behind that hoodie, not happy.
No, a very rough hand for him. He was in a very good spot before that hand. Obviously, it didn't work out. Blind v blind spots can often be that way. You know, they sort of, you end up with wider ranges. You end up in a sort of a more manu dynamic.
And there's personal history, we always know, especially in Merit where the players all do know each other. They're players. Juma, straight back at it, finds ace-king first hand back. And Papa Petru, pardon me, finding the 2 8s for his sub 10 mid blind stack. No surprise to see him moving it in over the big stack. And well, hasn't been met by a snap, I don't think. So he's going to feel pretty good. But there we go. Is going to get the call. And first hand back, we're off to a race to perhaps secure this mini pay jump.
Even that incredible slow call with the ace-king there is slightly tilting to your opponent. Like it's small, it's almost negligible, but it's there and it's designed, I think, very much to needle.
And when he got called with the top boat, he didn't turn it over straight away. He was sort of like, oh, you've called, then he sort of, oh, okay, and just casually flipped one card at a time rather than excitingly turning over the boat as Juma finds a king on this king-queen forward, reducing Papa Petru to just the 2 outs heading to the Turner River.
It's not looking good for Papa Petru. Going to go out in 27th position unless there is a miracle 8 of hearts or 8 of clubs on this river.
You were setting that up nicely. I almost thought it was going to happen. Not to be. Papa Petru.
Balance range in that spot.
51.70 the payout. Everyone now guaranteed $5,920. And the chip leader leading by even more. Also, I noticed, I was mentioning before, made a little reference, I think, when you were in the booth earlier, perhaps, about dressing like the chips. He's got all the colours of the chips on his shirt. No surprise to see him with chip leader, but it's something I'm going to keep an eye on for the rest of this week.
I refuse to do
but
this.
But if only heads up, not 3. I would put too much pressure on you.
I'm going to leave you dangling every time you mention this.
I'm dressing as the chips in tournaments I'm playing them from now on. It's working.
I can just hear the audience at home wondering, why are we back with the same group of people? Well, we have a very simple answer for that. 27 left, 24 will be a redraw. That's going to be in the next few minutes. And
18 will be a redraw.
Oh, it's an 18 redraw. Oh, we did it at 27, did we?
27 and 18, yeah, 9-handed tournament. But they only played for about 20 minutes after the redraw, so it's reasonable to keep them on for, even if it goes for the full 2 hours, it's not that much of a disservice to them.
Yeah, I got the spirit of the right answer.
You did.
The right answer there. I'll take a half point.
But if you're not going to join in my dressing like the chips thing, then I'm going to pull you up on every little thing you get wrong. And I'm going to throw you under the bus. Come on, he's dressed the chips. And another raise and take.
You know, every single time I'm forgetting how much I have. Wow.
Pomerov still looking so dejected under that baseball cap. Sunglasses now off. Just looks fed up.
He didn't have a big dinner.
Did he not?
No.
Couldn't eat?
I
Couple to swallow, was
I
it?
don't know if he lost his appetite after that hand, but he had a very sort of controlled, sensible, small meal.
I mean, that is actually the smart thing to do. You're playing poker, you've got another 4 hours play, you don't want a full belly and start to feel lethargic and your head's not working. A little snack whilst you're playing poker. I think a little snack each break to keep yourself going.
I'd normally agree, but in that spot I would have comfort 8 my way through the buffet after that hand.
I was very upset at Andrew's performance, declaring more of a savoury guy. Me too, pal, but you can't turn down the desserts here at Merit. You've got to go over there and take one of them. Rude not to. They're beautiful, if nothing else.
He's a newbie, James.
We'll get him.
He doesn't understand how this place works.
I noticed they put in a whole extra slate of the Oreo desserts without realising that Ali's not here yet. Hopefully they'll hold for a week. Welcome one and all. If you are just rejoining us after hopefully maybe you had a little dinner break yourself. Set those alarms, come back to find myself and David still here. Covering this one. Down to 26 players. Big money up top in this warm-up event. High drama to be had yet. Gavorov. One of the biggest stacks, 2.2 million. I say one of the biggest stacks, but actually his sort of just over 50 big blinds is actually not that big, such as the structure of this tournament. There are so many chips in play.
Little bit mean of GG not to give him a hoodie that fit him. Just going to put that out there.
I'm having to wait for the camera to pan back around. Juma flicking it in with 10-7. Manu hasn't lost the pot yet at this table. Will that run come to an end now?
Please cappuccino.
Gavorov coming out with the C-bet as Yuma has to fold, but we're just getting word, David. He may have folded this hand. We've seen him win some other hands, but he won a pot on the semi-bubble.
Yeah, about an hour from the bubble. If we can get a close-up of Yuma's stack right now, if you look very closely at it, you can actually see chips that were previously... There they are there, yeah, right centre of your screen. Some of those chips, a couple of the red ones, the white ones, and a couple of blues, they used to be in the stack of one Milbudas.
Well, there we go. He busted out our boy, our man, our hero. And look at him just relaxing back on that chair now. Probably looking over Milbudas with his headset on, having to work whilst he's just working his way down to 170k. We just, of course. Brute ball. +1. Oh, I like this. We're getting some inside information from Milbudas, not just because of his experience in this room, but from today's action. He's played with a lot of these guys today, obviously on that bubble. Knows them already. But
Merit should put him into every tournament.
There we go.
Just so that we can have a kind of an eye in the sky.
But then we have to make sure that he plays well enough to get down to at least the bubble, though.
Yeah, that's
true.
So
Milbudas, if you do manage to get through, you've got to play conservatively. I don't know if that's in the repertoire. Gazarian, this isn't too conservative. Jack 7 suited. The man who early today was doing a lot of the front running, and I think you had him also doing some more of that as well after I left. But he is now short, down to just 15 blinds, trying to get one through here. And Ponomarev just going to defend with the ace-9.
Interesting. I was going to say it's kind of a close one here. I think, yeah, it's just really close what to do. I think defending is absolutely fine. Certainly against someone like Gazarian, I would have been very tempted just to stick it in, to be honest.
وين قعدت ماريا؟
What they call Picasso.
هيك تشبه علين.
Actually, checks to Gazarian, who probably has a hand he'd like to check back, but range, when you open off that stack, as a guess, kind of just wants to bet flops. Do we really want to start checking hands back in this spot?
Well, you can almost never get raised, so I guess you can fire out a very small bet.
That is what he does.
And Ponomarev may have to be sticky once here. It's pretty ugly, but may feel like against someone like Gazarian, he has to. Maybe not. Maybe he lets this one go.
It's tough, isn't it? You've got to give him your opponent basically a hand like just 2 unders, no interest to really want to fight this part. Not impossible, especially like you say against Gazarian. Maybe he's in there with just 6, 7 diamonds. So.
Yeah, or a weaker ace, I guess, is the other hand Gazarian could have that you're doing okay against. But yeah, just very difficult spot to navigate, and I suppose that's the downside of the flat with ace-9 there. Credit to Gazarian for still fighting away here off a shallow stack. Not interested in shove or fold poker. Still wants to get in the mix. Creeping ICM factor now with 25 left.
This is the cap I was mentioning earlier. It's also chip related. Whites and the blues. He's got the little red stripe on the arm.
Oh, good
dressed like the chips.
He's doing it again.
He's got a lot of chips. Look how many chips he's got. It's no coincidence. Dressed like the chips. That's my top tip. That's my move for 2024. Every poker tournament I play, I'm gonna call up ahead and be like, excuse me, whatever casino you are and whichever country you are, what color are the chips in play? And then obviously as the color ups go on, you change clothes through the tournament. You know, like day 1, you've got to have the low denomination chips, and day 2. It's this is genius. I've got it figured out.
Shkoluchia with the Jack-10 suited now, going to open things up in the hijack.
I keep trying to get that pronunciation after our little coaching session earlier.
Shkoluchia.
I'll just go with Georgi.
Govorov with the suited king, very defendable. These guys playing pretty deep, 60 bigs roughly.
Yeah, and Gear flipping second pair. I say Gear, that's what his friends call him. I feel like I'm a friend of his now. I've seen him so much of him in these tournaments.
We're gonna play today.
He's going to bet 50k.
What level are we gonna play today? Not final table or final table?
I think so.
You think so, yeah? I wish.
The players discussing whether they're going to get to the final today. It's going to be close. I think that's all a little shy, like you said. But you never know. The right players got the chips, start pushing the edges. Maybe a couple of medium stacks get it in when they might not normally in. Could reach it. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I had a little wager with Andrew earlier.
Oh.
We both had an independent guess at what we thought it would be. Andrew thought 14 left, I thought 12.
Oh,
Do you want in on that?
Similar minds.
Now bear in mind, loser has to buy dinner here.
Buy dinner here, yeah. Like, does the winner choose the restaurant?
He doesn't know about the other restaurant.
Okay.
And he'll be told about it only in the situation where he loses.
We're off to the Chinese or the Italian. Maybe we go to the Italian. Get a nice little bottle on the tab as well. There we go. I don't know why I'm just joining. I've just decided that I'm joining this dinner win. I'll just sit on the sidelines and
win
go with the
regardless.
winner. Yeah. Why would I need to put skin in the game when I can just middle? And I don't mean taking the 13 players as the middle.
Spicy little flat here from Juma with the king 6 of spades.
Yeah, getting involved with that big stack against the other big stack.
Yeah.
Boot ball. Also coming along from the big blind, flopping top pair, in trouble. Gia with top pair, better kicker, and the betting lead. Juma catching a piece as well, but it is a coordinated board. He's got to be concerned when there's a C-bet on this texture. Having said all that, do you flatten open the king 6 to fold when you hit a 6?
No, I don't think that is the plan, to be honest. A quarter of the chips in play are between these 3 players right now.
Wow.
It's pretty sick, actually.
That's insane.
And everyone with a piece and a potentially big pop brewing.
That is actually insane, you're right. Quarter of the chips in the entire tournament lie in these 3 stacks, and they're playing the pot together. A draw completing 8, and a draw producing heart. More reason to tread carefully.
Oh, and he's going to go for it.
Well, yeah, but I say tread carefully. This man kind of has to. He knows he's got the worst hand. Must know he's got the worst hand when it's gone. Betting an overcall. Wants to apply the pressure.
Tricky enough for Shkulukia here. Obviously, probably just has just enough to call.
Right,
here.
cool, but not liking it at all. Raised pre, called in 2 spots. C-bet the flop, got called in 2 spots. Now it checks that man Juma, who wants the bet despite being in this pot against 2 players that show an interest. And he's only got top pair. Then the big blind calls. Not enjoyable, but we go 3-way with more action to the river. The rest look on him. No astonishment, this is a big pot for all of them. And the jack on the end. Boo Boo getting there. But is the hearts do complete, definitely a concern.
Juma now with the option to represent that 10 or that backdoor hearts.
So hard. You're just up against Queen X of hearts, 9 X of hearts. All those straight draws. Yeah, he just gives it up. Boo Boo putting in a big pot. Gia. Outdrawn. Juma. Outstepped,
10.
perhaps.
10 is good for me. And the bet.
Big pot there for Bernard.
Yeah, this is like what I mean. Like, we could get to the final table because these players are willing to play.
River, I call anything, even only. River. But two pair. Diamond, I'm afraid. Not less. الأحد.
Makes sense.
No. 20?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. Facing all in there. Active player behind. Very tough to call.
Kazarian now 18 bigs and ace 10 suited. Seems like a standard open for him.